I traveling to the world of Swallowed Star. This world was brutal, filled with ruthless cultivators, deadly beasts, and no shortage of life-threatening challenges. I am hopeless. How to live in this life in world of Swallowed Star? Unexpectedly awaken the picking up attributes system. Every day I am either picking up attributes or on the way to picking up attributes. Chapter 81, Universe Pinnacle Genius Battle, Zhou Hao emphasized. Within the meditation room, including Man Luo, everyone was stunned. Thunder God Luo Feng had no idea what the Universe Pinnacle Genius Battle was. Man Luo didn't expect Zhou Hao to know about the Virtual Universe Company's upcoming Genius Battle. After all, the Genius Battle and the Warrior Battle were grand events held once every 10,000 years. Such a long time, not to mention star levels, even universe-level domain lords wouldn't pay attention to it. As for sector lords and undying, they would sometimes shut themselves away for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, they wouldn't pay attention to it. Only Man Luo, the person in charge of the slaughterhouse, would occasionally pay attention. If Zhou Hao didn't mention it, he wouldn't have even thought about it. Seeing Zhou Hao's expression, Man Luo couldn't help but sigh, calculating the time. The Universe Pinnacle Genius Battle is about to begin. For a law genius like you, encountering such a grand event, you naturally can't miss it. Joining the Virtual Universe Company, even though you can participate in the Genius Battle, sometimes you'll have to do missions and won't be able to fully prepare. Speaking of which, he smiled, all right, I won't persuade you. With your strength, you might actually have a chance to enter the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Zhou Hao hurriedly said respectfully, thank you Lord. No matter how strong his potential was, he was only a star level 9. Facing a warrior like Man Luo, he had to show respect. Facing a warrior with respect, this was the universe's most basic etiquette. Man Luo squinted his eyes, becoming an external member of the Virtual Universe Company. Even though there aren't many benefits, there are still some decent ones that should suit you. Alright, you can leave. Yes Lord. Zhou Hao and the other three hurriedly turned around and left. However, when they reached the door, Man Luo's voice resounded again, little punk, I still think highly of you. If you have any questions or needs, you can come to the slaughterhouse to find me. Zhou Hao hurriedly said again, thank you Lord. The moment they left the meditation room and returned to the hall of the slaughterhouse. Thunder God couldn't help but ask, third brother, what is the Universe Pinnacle Genius Battle? Zhou Hao smiled, let's go back and talk. West Lake Courtyard. There was now a castle here. This castle was naturally purchased by Zhou Hao from the universe. Not only was it spacious, but it was also very secretive and suitable for meditation. On the rooftop, Zhou Hao and the other three gathered after their consciousnesses left the virtual universe. There was a round table with all kinds of wine and fruits on it. Most of them were from the universe. Thunder God took a sip of wine and urged, third brother, hurry up and tell me. What exactly is the battle of the universe's top geniuses? Second brother, why are you panicking? Zhou Hao smiled unhurriedly. There are two great events in the universe. One is a battle of the strong that only universe-level warriors can participate in, the other is a battle of the pinnacle geniuses for star-level geniuses. These two events are held every 10,000 years by the Huge Axe Coliseum and the Virtual Universe Company. And the next Universe Pinnacle Genius Battle will be held by the Virtual Universe Company. If I'm not wrong, there should be more than 3 years. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Thunder God and Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Babada's roar resounded through the watch space. I didn't expect the Pinnacle Genius Battle to be held so soon. Luo Feng, this is a once every 10,000 years universe event. Every genius that stands out will become famous throughout the universe. You must not miss it, you must participate. The three exchanged glances and saw the passion in each other's eyes. The three of them had a nature of not wanting to admit defeat. In their hearts, they chased after the pinnacle of the strong. Such a universe event, they definitely couldn't miss it. Haha, a once every 10,000 years event, this is the beginning of my fame. Thunder God laughed arrogantly. Babada didn't hesitate to pour cold water on him, just you. Famous throughout the universe, when the time comes, you won't even be able to pass the elimination round of the Ganwu department. Quote. Thunder God exploded, Babada, don't look down on me. I'm a star-level genius with a domain. Even though I can't compare to the three brothers, I'm still a level 3 elite designated by the person in charge of the slaughterhouse. Hong and Luo Feng also felt that Babada's words were too much of a blow. Thunder God at least had a domain. Within the slaughterhouse's battle space, he could easily sweep through those of the same level. Babata said with disdain, "What do you know? Having a domain is hard to come by, but it's only powerful in a middle-level civilization like Black Dragon Mountain. In the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, a level 3 elite like you wouldn't even be able to enter the top 100,000. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, "Babata, is the competition so intense?" "It's not just intense. You have to understand that this is a grand event for all the human universe countries. The organizer is one of the 5 great powers, the Virtual Universe Company. There are countless geniuses participating. There are more than 10,000 middle-level civilizations like Black Dragon Mountain in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom alone. You guys can barely enter the top 100 in Black Dragon Mountain. However, in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, with your current strength, only Hong has a slight chance of entering the top 100,000. Quote. Babata continued, "Of course, there are very few law geniuses like Zhou Hao in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. According to Man Luo's attitude, he should be able to enter the top 1,000. What? The 3 brothers' strength can only enter the top 1,000? Hong Leishan stared. How can my 3rd brother only enter the top 1,000? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. Babata curled his lips, "Don't look down on other geniuses in the universe. You guys are far from those super geniuses in the universe. However, this kind of opportunity is hard to come by. You have to grasp it well. Since Zhou Hao said there are still 3 years left, you guys should use this time to work harder. You can reduce the time spent on genetic cultivation and focus on studying domains, laws, and secret techniques. When the time comes, the more outstanding your performance, the more likely you will attract the attention of some great powers. Even if you can't join the Virtual Universe Company, it's still not bad to be recruited by other great powers." Luo Feng and Hong Leishan were speechless after hearing Babata's words. They didn't question Babata. After all, Babata had followed the master of Yunmo planet in the universe for countless years. His understanding of the universe far exceeded what they could find on the virtual network. Zhou Hao laughed, "Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, don't listen to Babata's words. Facing such a grand event, just give it your all. What's more, there are still 3 years left. Now that we've come into contact with the universe, our improvement speed will naturally be faster than on Earth." Hong laughed, "Don't worry 3rd brother, we're not that weak and easily affected. We're just shocked for a moment. Right, the more intense the competition, the more interesting it will be. If everything is like a killing field, what's the point of participating?" Thunder God grinned. Luo Feng didn't say anything. However, within his heart, a strong desire to become stronger surged. He had possessed the golden horn beast. With such a huge opportunity, if he didn't perform well in the genius battle, it would really be a waste of the opportunity 3rd brother gave him. "I have to work hard. There are still 3 years left. Let's see how far I, Luo Feng, can go." He secretly clenched his fists. In the following time, whether it was Luo Feng, Hong Leishan, or Zhou Hao, they all entered a hellish training period. During the day, they trained in the killing fields. At night, they summarized their insights. Every day, they only took an hour to absorb the Muya crystals. Chapter 82. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was December 15th, the day before the triennial Ganwu auction. On the balcony of the West Lake Courtyard Castle, Hong Lei Shen, Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and the other 3 were taking a rare break. They drank wine and chatted. When they officially joined the Virtual Universe Company and became external members, they all bought evolution catalysts. Hong broke through from the star level 1 to the star level 3. Thunder God broke through from the star level 2 to the star level 4. Luo Feng's human clone broke through to the star level 1, his spirit energy reached the star level 4, Golden Horn Beast star level 4. 3rd brother, luckily you sold some spirit weapons before and became the leader of Earth. After that, you bought the universe-level slaves and scared off those universe explorers. Otherwise, once they discover Earth, we'd be in trouble," Hong exclaimed. Thunder God nodded. "Right, one universe explorer ship isn't much, what's scary is the fleet behind them. Those universe slave capturing teams, the moment they discover a new life planet without an owner, the entire universe fleet will rush over. Not only do they have universe levels behind them, there are even domain lords, endless." As the 2 of them spoke, there was a trace of lingering fear on their faces. Luo Feng, on the other hand, seemed calm. Long before the adventurers came, he had already obtained the first account left behind by the master of Yunmo planet, Huyanbo. Even if Zhou Hao hadn't bought Earth, he would have bought Earth and become its horde leader. However, it was still hard to scare them off like last time. After all, without the universe-level slaves, that universe explorer ship wouldn't have left so easily. When that time comes, he could only use the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's laws to scare them off. Zhou Hao raised his head and drank a glass of wine. This is a small matter. Recently, Haruo and Bulimu's invitation, big brother, second brother, fourth brother, what do you think? They often stayed in the killing fields. They naturally knew many friends. Haruo and Bulimu were close friends. Ever since the two of them joined the mercenary trainee exam, they often sent emails to Hong and the others, inviting them to join. Hong hesitated and said, "To be honest, I have long wanted to take part in the mercenary trainee exam. Only by going through life and death situations step by step can I improve myself faster. Moreover, during this period of time in the killing fields, I feel that the evolution of my body is not that fast, but..." At the end, he sighed. "But the battle of geniuses is more important. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Thunder God said in a low voice, "You have to participate in the mercenary trainee exam, but there's no need to do so now." Babada's voice rang out at this moment, "Wrong, ridiculously wrong." Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng shrugged helplessly. "The genius battle is important, but the life and death adventures can stimulate your battle, domain control and comprehension. Between life and death, there are great terrors, but also great opportunities. The moment of life and death explodes with emotions, it's easier to comprehend the universe laws. Hence, I suggest you all take the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam." Babada's voice was serious. If he didn't know about the genius battle, he naturally wouldn't care about Hong Lei God. After all, Luo Feng had taken over the Golden Horn Beast, his body only needed to devour to grow. There was no limit to his human body. However, now it was different. The genius battle was about to begin. Just relying on training in the virtual battles in the killing fields was far from enough. Only by going through life and death situations could one improve faster. If training and comprehension alone could improve at a godly speed, then countless warriors in the universe wouldn't go out and risk their lives. Wouldn't it be better to just stay at home and not worry about dying? Babada said this for Luo Feng's sake. Thunder God couldn't help but ask, "Babada, won't taking the exam delay your training?" Babada said impatiently, "When you're taking the exam, can't you enter the virtual universe? Can't you study the techniques?" Quote. Seeing this, Zhou Hao said, "When the time comes, we'll bring a few more star-level guards. We can adventure during the day and train during the night, it won't delay anything." Hong and Thunder God nodded. In reality, they had been in the killing fields for a few months and indeed felt that they had reached a bottleneck. If they didn't know about the genius battle beforehand, they would have gone to take the exam long ago. Zhou Hao said again, "As for the exam, we can go anytime. However, there's one thing I have to tell you. The Ganwu Universe Kingdoms auction will be held tomorrow. I'm a 3-star customer, I can take part in it. I heard that there will be many rare treasures there. If there's anything you want to buy, you can let me know." Ganwu auction. Hong and Thunder God shook their heads, "We don't need anything at the moment." Luo Feng shook his head too. Babada shouted, "Zhou Hao, I'll go with you. If there's anything good, I'll remind you." "Right, third brother, Babada is very knowledgeable. If you go to the auction, you can bring him along." Luo Feng said. Zhou Hao didn't reject. There were many rare treasures in the auction that he didn't recognize. He only knew about the Nanshen armament and Moshe skin, as well as the swelling water fruit and some other items. Also, the Nanshen armament and Moshe skin would appear in the next auction. The next day, Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay District. After Zhou Hao bid farewell to Luo Feng and Hong Lei God, he brought Babada on a Pegasus and arrived at the teleportation point. Standing at the teleportation point, holding the Ganwu auction invitation letter, he shouted, "Teleport." Shua. Zhou Hao immediately disappeared from the Black Dragon Mountain Island and arrived at a floating city above the Ganwu continent. The invitation letter glowed and activated the floating city's defenses. Walking into the floating city, he quickly arrived at the auction hall. At the entrance, when Zhou Hao walked over, he saw a long line of people queuing up. The people queuing up all had calm, cold, hot or sharp auras. Star levels like Zhou Hao were pitifully few. Babata communicated mentally, "Hehe, this is the Ganwu country's triennial event. Most of the participants are sector lords. Zhou Hao, you little punk, you're about to broaden your horizons." Zhou Hao curled his lips and ignored him. After queuing for over an hour, it was finally his turn. "Sir, how do you do? Welcome to this year's Ganwu auction. This is your seat number." The staff at the entrance smiled and handed over a badge. Zhou Hao received the badge. On it was written, HND 76,355. Walking into the auction hall, even though he was mentally prepared, seeing the incomparably spacious hall, his face was still filled with shock. Babata clicked his tongue, "Little punk, you're shocked, right? Let me tell you, this is just a lower level auction. If it was a higher level auction, the participants would all be undying beings. The hall would be even more luxurious." Zhou Hao listened to Babata's bragging as he walked to his seat. The seat was 6 meters wide and 10 meters tall. Sitting on it, Zhou Hao appeared to be very small and skinny. He was surrounded by sector lords. They were all 6 to 7 m tall. Some were even 10 meters tall like giants. However, these people were purposely hiding their auras. About 3 hours later, the densely packed seats in the hall were all filled. In the center of the hall, a bald old man carrying a black tortoise shell appeared from the platform below. At the same time, above the auction hall, a 1-meter-tall 3D image of the old man appeared. "Thank you everyone for attending this year's auction. I believe many of you know me, Bardo. This time, I'll be hosting this year's auction. Let's not waste words. Same old rules, before the auction begins, let's warm up the place." Chapter 83. The turtle-shelled old man pointed to the side. A large screen appeared beside him, on it appeared a planet, and the camera zoomed out, showing the planet Zhou Hao in the vast universe. The auction hall was filled with discussion. Zhou Hao was stunned. What's so important about an auction? It's actually just a planet. A life planet, even if it was a top grade one like Earth, was only 3 trillion black dragon dollars, and to be able to sit here, the lowest was a 3-star customer of the Universe Galaxy Bank, with at least 10 trillion universe dollars in assets. A sector lord beside smiled, "Little brother, this isn't a normal star system's life planet. It's a life planet discovered in a special secret region in the universe. Its value is even higher than a star field." Zhou Hao realized, it was actually a universe secret region's life planet. No wonder it was placed in such a heated auction. Babata laughed loudly, "Little brat, you must be lacking in knowledge. The universe is vast and filled with all sorts of mysteries. To be able to be auctioned in such a heated auction, it definitely isn't a normal item." At this time, the turtle-shelled old man's voice resounded, "This planet is a life planet created in a universe secret region. It's just been discovered. It doesn't have a name yet, but don't worry everyone, this secret region is extremely safe, and within our human universe, it can definitely be used as a core planet to nurture a family. The starting bid is 500 mixed elements. These life planets would normally be enveloped by the universe origin. Whether it was training or living on the planet, there would be huge benefits, especially the Ying-er that was born on it. She would definitely be affected by the universe origin. Her future growth potential would be extremely high. And in the human universe, Manga planet and Augustus planet were both such planets. Of course, as it was just discovered, no one was clear about the potential of this planet. The numbers on the screen quickly soared. 700 mixed elements, 1000 mixed elements, finally stopping at 1500 mixed elements. This price was already very high. After all, normal undying beings only had around 10,000 mixed elements worth. If it was truly a life planet like Manga planet or Augustus planet, 1500 mixed elements wouldn't even be enough. Tortoise old Bardo also knew that no one would offer a high price, so he immediately slapped the table. "Alright, congratulations to the guest with serial number 2766 for obtaining this life planet. You can name it. Perhaps in the future, I will hear its name spread throughout the universe." After the excitement of the auction is over, the auction will officially begin. First, the first batch of items will be auctioned, a total of 1000 items. Everyone can look at their tokens. There is a detailed list on them. Old Bardo continued to shout as he spoke, "The first item." Old Bardo enthusiastically introduced the items. Zhou Hao browsed through the list of items on the token. In fact, auctions like this were very fast. Generally, if anyone needed anything, they could just look at the list of tokens and wait for it to be sold. Zhou Hao didn't need the first batch. Babata didn't say anything either. When the list of the second batch of items was displayed, Babata shouted, "The riptide fruit is very suitable for nurturing plant life forms. Like Luo Feng, Hong, and your cloud contact vine, this fruit is most suitable for nurturing." Even if Babata didn't say it, Zhou Hao would still bid for it. After that, there were some universe leaves of life that could quickly increase one's strength. Under Babata's enticement, Zhou Hao spent 800 billion universe dollars to bid for another batch of leaves. These leaves of life had a lower effect than the life fruit, but were more suitable for star-level advancement. Although there were quite a few precious items that were suitable for Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and the others, the prices were too high. They were all sold for more than 5 trillion universe dollars. No matter how much Babata tried to persuade him, Zhou Hao remained indifferent. When it came to the 6th batch of items, finally, the item he wanted the most appeared. Imperial armament. The starting price is actually 1 trillion universe dollars. Looking at the list of prices on the token, Zhou Hao was speechless. The Nanshen armament's starting price was only 500 billion universe dollars. Luckily, he resisted Babata's enticement and didn't buy too many items. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford the Imperial armament. He seemed to have heard Zhou Hao's mutterings. The sector lord that explained the life planet to Zhou Hao before couldn't help but say, "Little brother, the Imperial armament's starting price may be high, but very few people would bid for it during the auction. I've been to many auctions, and almost every 3 or 4 times, there would be a batch of Imperial armament, but most of them would go unsold." Zhou Hao subconsciously asked, "Why?" The sector lord laughed. "The controller's 9 godly armaments are extremely difficult to obtain. Not only do you need to comprehend the universe origin laws, you also need to comprehend 2 of them. Those who can use these godly armaments are all super geniuses. The Imperial armament is even called the head of the 9 godly armaments. Its difficulty is beyond imagination. I've heard that it can even stop many sector lord warriors from learning the basics." Zhou Hao understood. That's true. The Imperial armament was a spirit weapon formed from the combination of time and space origin laws. To control it and unleash its power, one needed to comprehend at least 2 origin laws. And time and space were the most unfathomable universe origin laws. Comprehending one was already hard enough, much less 2. However, this Imperial armament was extremely suitable for Zhou Hao. "Thank you," he replied. His heart relaxed. It was good that no one was sold. He could save some money. Babata's voice rang out, "Brat, don't tell me you're planning on getting an Imperial armament. I admit that you're very outstanding, even that Man Luo is friendly towards you. However, the Imperial armament isn't something anyone can control. You may be able to rely on the fire origin laws to comprehend the space origin laws, or even step through the door. However, to comprehend the time laws, difficult. Difficult. Quote. Zhou Hao casually said, "I understand." Very quickly. In the middle of the auction hall, Old Badwo's voice rose. "The next item is the Imperial armament. The Imperial armament, the leader of the 9 controllers. Its power surpasses all the other godly armaments. Once you comprehend it, you will be able to suppress warriors of the same level. If a sector lord has it, even if you only control 80% of its power, you will be able to match an undying. I'm not afraid of you being invincible, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. You want to be invincible in the same level. You want to prove your talent. Then I'll bid for it." Quote. The turtle-shelled old man's hosting ability was indeed very strong. Many sector lords were influenced and wanted to bid for it. The number on the badge continued to rise. 1 trillion universe dollars, 2 trillion universe dollars. Zhou Hao panicked. "Damn, such a difficult godly armament, why are you guys bidding for it? Are you leaving it to eat dust?" Quote. However, the number stopped at 2,871 billion universe dollars. The sector lords weren't stupid. They naturally knew the difficulty of the Imperial armament. Before, they had just casually entered the number. To be able to bid for it, they naturally earned a fortune. After all, the price was very low in their eyes. Zhou Hao let out a sigh of relief. He quickly entered the number, 291 billion universe dollars. The turtle-shelled old man saw the price stop at 299 million and sighed helplessly. The Imperial armament really wasn't easy to bid for. The other godly armaments were all fighting for it. Only the Imperial armament was ignored. Congratulations to the guests who bid for the Imperial armament. Old Bador had a smile on his face as he continued, on to the next item. Hearing this voice, Zhou Hao let out a smile. The Imperial armament was the most suitable controller godly armament for him to use. It would accompany him for a very long time in the future. The 6th batch of auctions ended. Zhou Hao paid the fee and at the same time agreed on the location of the auction. In the 7th batch of auction items, he saw the fruit of life. He had about 5 trillion universe dollars left from the 10 trillion universe dollars. Although the fruit of life was precious, it was at most 3 trillion universe dollars. However, in the end, Zhou Hao didn't bid for it. He wanted to save some money. After all, in the future auction items, if there was a gene clone that could be bred, he would be dumbfounded if he spent it now. Moreover, even if there wasn't, the iceberg giant beast clone would be participating in the GU Loon Nation auction 3 days later. At that time, there might be other items. Hence, after much consideration, he held back. Anyways, with the ripple fruits nurturing, his cloud contact vine could break through to the universe level. Chapter 84. Every Ganwu auction would last for an average of 10 days, sometimes when there were many items, the duration would be extended. There weren't many items this time, a total of 40,000 items, and it ended after 8 days. Zhou Hao, apart from 3 units of the swelling water fruit, 100 universe life leaves, and a royal god weapon, didn't bid for anything else. However, there were some things that made him envious. For example, the corpse of the Wei Suo behemoth, one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines in the finale. This was an astral behemoth with the innate ability, time stop. If he could obtain its corpse and create an avatar, his human avatar would be able to study the time and space origin laws even faster. However, he was helpless. Such a space beast corpse was a hot item. Ignoring the crazy price, the corpse was at domain lord level. Zhou Hao had no way to create it. Facing such a rare item, he didn't have the money to bid for it. It felt like a normal person missing out on 100 million. There was also the final item, Ice Soul Crystal. This item was very suitable for the Ice Mountain Beast, but its base price was the same as the Life Planet, 500 mixed elements. He had no money to bid for it. I'm still so poor. Leaving the auction hall, Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. Even though he was a 3-star customer of the Universe Galaxy Bank, the problem was that he had no money, and couldn't buy many items. Furthermore, just 3 items had cost him half of his assets. Sir, welcome to the Ganwu auction, thank you for your support. At the teleportation point, a beautiful staff smiled as she sent him off. Zhou Hao entered the teleportation point and quickly returned to Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay District. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God who received the news were all waiting in the district suite. Shua. After Zhou Hao appeared, Thunder God asked anxiously, "3D, how was it? What did you buy at the auction?" Hong and Luo Feng were calm, not worried at all. Before Zhou Hao could say anything, the demon form Babata jumped out and said unhappily, "We didn't get anything, just 3 units of the swelling water fruit and 100 universe life leaves." He didn't mention the royal god weapon. This involved Zhou Hao's personal affairs. Originally, it wanted to buy some suitable items for Luo Feng, but after seeing Zhou Hao buy a royal divine weapon, it didn't say anything. It knew that Zhou Hao must have his own needs. Thunder God's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "What are the riptide fruit and the universal leaf of life used for? Do I have a share?" Zhou Hao explained, "The rippling fruit is used to nurture plant life forms like the cloudscraper vine. The universal leaf of life is suitable for our body's genes to absorb, allowing us to improve quickly." Haha, not bad. Thunder God grinned when he heard that he had a share. Hong and Luo Feng looked at each other and smiled. They understood that the 3 units of the riptide fruit would definitely belong to the 2 of them. The main thing is that I don't have money. The items auctioned there are too expensive. Just a few of them are worth trillions of universe dollars. What I can buy with my little assets is limited. Zhou Hao said helplessly. Don't worry, we're only at the star level now. There aren't many things we can use. It's fine to enter an auction of that level to broaden our horizons. Hurry up and tell us about the universe treasures at the auction. Hong smiled. Luo Feng and Thunder God also listened attentively. Babata bit on an apple as he watched Luo Feng, Hong Laishan, and Thunder God exclaim and stare from time to time. He couldn't help but pout. At this moment, the ancient Loon Nation auction that was 3 days later than the Ganwu auction was at its peak. Zhou Hao's Ice Mountain Giant Beast avatar disguised as Sari looked at the list of items on the token and shook his head and sighed. He had a total of 8 trillion universe dollars. Even if he added the remaining 5 trillion universe dollars from his human avatar, he only had 13 trillion universe dollars, which was equivalent to 13 mixed elements. This amount of money wasn't too little. This auction was the best finale item in the history of the ancient Loon Nation auction. It wasn't the finale item yet, so he continued to wait. Compared to his human avatar, he hadn't auctioned a single item yet. Another 2 days passed. The auction was coming to an end. However, the atmosphere at the scene was heated up. The first of the 100 finale items was a drop of life original fluid from the ancient class tree. The ancient class tree was one of the most magical plant life forms in the universe. Its entire body was priceless. A single golden leaf could be auctioned for thousands of mixed elements. The life original fluid was even more precious. It was its true essence. Its use was to transform one's life essence and soul. If a sector lord who was nearing the end of his lifespan could obtain a drop of life original fluid, there was a high chance that his soul would transform and extend his lifespan. This was only one of its uses. Other than increasing the lifespan of one's soul, it had many other uses. Many sector lords didn't know its value, but those who knew its value went crazy. The starting price was 2,000 mixed elements for a drop of life original fluid. It climbed crazily. Finally, it stopped at 12,000 mixed elements. This shocked those sector lords who didn't know its value. One had to know that 10,000 mixed elements was comparable to some of the wealthier undyings. The second finale item was rarer. It was a unique universe treasure. As the finale item didn't appear on the list of tokens, many sector lords didn't know what the finale item was. Zhou Hao didn't know either. However, seeing those people crazily fighting for it, he knew that this second treasure was extremely precious. Next up is the third finale item. This item is even rarer. Even in the auctions of the various universe countries, it's hard to find it. 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree Sapling. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. This is the sapling of the 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree, a special life form race in the universe. As soon as the host finished speaking, the auction hall was boiling. Even if many didn't know what the 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree was, they knew that it was extremely valuable when they heard about the special life form race in the universe. The universe is vast and mysterious, nurturing countless life forms. Our human race is just one of them, and the special life forms are the earliest race to be born in the universe. They are doted on by the universe and have enviable talents. The 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree race is the top of the plant life forms. Everyone can imagine the value of its sapling. The host was excited. However, the 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree race is stronger. It's hard for us to get a fully grown sapling. Hence, this sapling is already dead. It can't be nurtured with resources. Hearing that, Zhou Hao's golden horn beast body's eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, indeed, hard work pays off. Finally, the first body that could be nurtured was here. When the other sector lords in the auction hall heard this, they were all disappointed. 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree sapling without any nurturing value was only worth collecting. However, they weren't surprised. If it could be nurtured, it wouldn't have appeared in this auction. After all, the more precious the life form race, such as the energy life form Moshe clan, the special life form race, and the ancient class tree, it was difficult to obtain their complete bodies. 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree sapling, starting price 500 billion universe dollars. The host finished speaking. On the big screen in the middle, the bidding numbers rose rapidly. 500 billion, 1.7 billion, 3.5 billion. Although this sapling was only worth collecting, it was so rare that many sector lords were willing to buy it. 5,100 billion, 6,300 billion. The price kept rising. Zhou Hao's entire body tensed up. He shouted in his heart, don't go up anymore. Chapter 85. The bid finally stopped at 9,100 billion universe dollars. Zhou Hao heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. The price didn't exceed his limit. His human body immediately transferred 2 trillion universe dollars, and his Ice Mountain Beast's assets reached 10 trillion universe dollars. He transferred in 9,200 billion universe dollars and won the 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree sapling. Whoosh! When Zhou Hao heard the host's congratulations, a smile appeared on his face. Although he wasn't sure of the 1,000 Abyss Ancestral Tree's talent, To be called a top-tier plant special life form by the host, its talent must be heaven-defying. He knew that all the special life forms were sick in nature. The remaining items were the finale. Zhou Hao just listened for fun. Even if he saw something he wanted to buy, he didn't have the money. After the auction in the Ancient Wheel Universe Kingdom ended, he returned to Ice Star Island and waited for half a month before the auction items were delivered. After receiving the items, he immediately went to the Universe Galaxy Bank on Water Spring Star and started the consignment business. The Thousand Abyss Ancestral Tree Sapling was a star level. His Ice Mountain Beast didn't have the ability to nurture clones, so he could only give it to his human body to nurture. However, from the Ancient Wheel Universe Kingdom to the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, it required 200 billion universe dollars and took a long time, at least half a year to arrive. If he was in a rush, he could spend twice as much and arrive in 3 months. Of course, if he was in a rush, he could spend 10 times as much and arrive in a few days. Zhou Hao wasn't in a rush. Nurturing clones required time. The better the genes and stronger the bloodline, the longer it would take to nurture. Hence, he chose the slowest way and spent the lowest amount of money. Milky Way Galaxy, by Land Star. The Ganwu auction items had arrived. A virtual universe company ship was parked not far away. Customer identity confirmed, we can proceed with the transaction. The AI robot's voice sounded. The waiting staff moved the metal boxes out of the ship. Zhou Hao waved his hand and used his space ring to store all the boxes. Then, he returned to Earth on the same day. West Lake Courtyard Castle. Hong, Luo Feng, and Thunder God drank as they waited. Big brother, fourth brother, you and third brother all have cloud contact vines. Only I don't, Thunder God complained. Hong drank his wine and deliberately touched the cloud contact armor on his arm. He smiled and said, it's a matter of luck. There's nothing I can do about it. Thunder God was speechless. Seeing Hong deliberately showing off, he felt a toothache. When third comes back, I'll tell him to buy the Cloudscraper vine seed for me the next time he comes across one at an auction. The cloud contact vine was not considered too precious, but in a remote middle-level civilization like the Black Dragon Mountain, it was very difficult to find the means to purchase it. Of course, if the 4 of them were to become internal members of the Virtual Universe Company, then they would be able to easily purchase these life forms. Luo Feng smiled. Big brother, second brother, when are you going to sign up for the Universe Mercenary Trainee exam? Hong muttered, the day after tomorrow. Haruo sent an email a few days ago urging me to sign up for the internship assessment. Whoosh, a spaceship quickly hovered above the castle. Zhou Hao walked out of the spaceship and landed on the rooftop. Did you get it? Hong and Thunder God asked. Got it, Zhou Hao waved his hand. Metal boxes containing the ripple fruit and universe leaves of life appeared on the rooftop. At the same time, he reminded, the ripple fruit is 100 pieces per unit. Let the cloud contact vine consume 1 every 10 days or half a month. As for the universe leaves of life, use 1 every month. We'll each get 25 pieces. As he said that, he distributed the items. Babata reminded, Zhou Hao, don't improve too quickly. Right now you're already a star level 9. If you break through to the universe level, you won't be able to participate in the genius battle. Breaking through from the star level to the universe level was a huge threshold. This process required the soul to undergo a transformation. Under normal circumstances, only 1 universe level could appear in 1 galaxy. If it was anyone else, Babata wouldn't have reminded him. However, Zhou Hao was a freak. His speed of improvement was completely different from Earth's human bloodline. Zhou Hao nodded, I know. Luo Feng said at this time, third brother, we've discussed it. The day after tomorrow we'll sign up for the mercenary trainee exam. Prepare yourself then. All right, Zhou Hao replied. The mercenary trainee exam actually didn't have much meaning to him. The entire world within a world added up to only 200 to 300 mixed elements. However, he was clear that this exam was still very important to Luo Feng and Hong Leishan. Whether it was the bottleneck of techniques or the increase of wealth. To the 3 of them, this was the first time they ventured into the universe. Staying in the killing fields every day, coupled with bitter cultivation, was very boring. Zhou Hao also wanted to go out and try his luck. Moreover, now that he had bought the Imperial God armament, the head of the controller's 9 godly armaments, it was time for him to properly train and control it. After Hong, Luo Feng and Thunder God left. Zhou Hao couldn't wait to take out the metal box containing the Imperial God armament. After opening it, an oval-shaped weapon appeared in front of him. So this is the Imperial God armament. Zhou Hao looked at the Imperial God armament as if it was a new toy. The Imperial God armament was dark purple and azure blue, and the two colors were clearly separated. The edges of the Imperial God armament were lined with light golden patterns. 1.4 meters in diameter, 20 centimeters thick, extremely heavy. There was a thin line in the middle, like the black and white line of Tai Chi. It was placed horizontally in the metal box, without any aura leaking out. However, the air around it was slightly distorted. Moments later, Zhou Hao took it out of the metal box. With his current star level 9 strength, holding it with both hands, he felt a little strained. Not using the Nanshen armament's 9-layer Hun Tian Yan. The Imperial God armament only had 7 layers. The first layer was called Drizzle. The second layer was called Sword Edge. The third layer was called Arc Disc. The fourth layer was called Suppress the World. The fifth layer was called Trap the Heavens and Earth. The sixth layer was called Imperial Star River. The seventh layer was called Even Undying Can Be Defeated. Sensing the last layer, Zhou Hao laughed. As expected of the head of the 9 godly armaments, the Nanshen armament dared to call itself Even Undying Can Be Defeated, while the Imperial God armament dared to call itself Even Undying Can Be Defeated. However, since the Imperial God armament was able to control 80% of its power, it could match an Undying Can Be Defeated with all its power. After all, this was the time and space laws of the universe. If it didn't have this bit of power, then it wouldn't live up to its name. Next, I need to properly nurture the Imperial God armament for a period of time. Zhou Hao muttered. With his current law comprehension, he could control the first layer, and could even barely reach the second layer. However, the Imperial God armament was different from other spirit weapons. It had its own consciousness. Only when one's spirit imprint was imprinted on it would it recognize its master. Hence, the day after tomorrow, when they went to the Universe Mercenary Alliance's base on Dragon Star, Zhou Hao carried a normal metal box. Hong Lei Shen, Luo Feng and the other 2 were very curious. They all asked. Babata suddenly said, "That's the spirit weapon Zhou Hao bought. It needs to be nurtured and recognized as its master." Luo Feng was shocked. A spirit weapon needs to be nurtured. Normal high-level spirit weapons do. The one I bought is one of the controller's 9 godly weapons. Fourth brother, you'll need to buy one in the future. Zhou Hao said. The trainee mercenary exams are all held in the Sector Lord's world. The elimination rate is extremely high. The 4 of you only brought 4-star level 9 guards. Isn't that too little? Babata changed the topic. Hong and Thunder God saw this and didn't continue asking. Thunder God joked, "It's not too little. Third brother is also a star level 9. Adding it up, it's like the 3 of us have 5-star level 9 guards." Hong also joked, "That's right. Actually, third brother alone is enough. He's a law genius. Crushing people of the same level is easy." Big brother, when did you learn from second brother? Zhou Hao was speechless. The 4 of them chatted and laughed. The Universe ship arrived at Dragon Star. They arrived at the Universe Mercenary Alliance base. A large number of star levels were crowded. However, most of them were here to register as adventurers. There were very few who were here for the trainee exam. However, to apply for the trainee exam, one had to register as an adventurer first. Hence, Zhou Hao and the other 3 lined up obediently. After spending close to 2 hours, they received the adventurer card and immediately went to apply. Chapter 86. After a while, within a bar beside the Universe Mercenary Alliance base, Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Hong Leishan and the other 3 sat at a table. Ao Jiyu, Tai Nanhe and the other guards sat at another table. They ordered some drinks. Zhou Hao and the other 3 began to look at the mission description for the trainee mercenary exam. Just like the original plot, the mission was to enter the Kang Land Star's Sector Lord's world and obtain 3 wind cornerstones and a horn of the horned iron rhino, handing it to the staff at the entrance of the Sector Lord's world to complete the exam. Almost every trainee mercenary would have to go through a mission like this. And Kang Land Star's Sector Lord's world was the Universe Mercenary Alliance's exclusive exam grounds in the Black Dragon Mountain star field. Hence, many people started to do all sorts of businesses related to the exam, like selling the map of the mission world, providing the exact location of the wind cornerstones and other items. Zhou Hao and the other 3 bought 2 maps. Comparing them, they discovered that the environment of the Sector Lord's world would change after a while. While they were shocked, they carefully read the rules of the assessment. After which, they took the universe ship and rushed towards Kang Land Star. With a law genius like Zhou Hao in the exam, Luo Feng, Hong Leishan and the other two felt a sense of security. Their expressions were much more relaxed compared to the other teams. The Sector Lord's world was located in a villa in Kang Land Star's Thunder City. With the quantum computer providing the accurate map, the group of 8 didn't spend much time flying from the docking port to the villa's surroundings. The Black Dragon Mountain Star Field had many star levels participating in the trainee mercenary exam, amongst which were the geniuses and elites of the 2 sacred lands, as well as the Black Dragon Guild, 3 Axe Mountain, 100 Tiger Building, North Dragon City and the other 4 large organizations. These star-level elites all had their own escorts. Those who were familiar with each other would form small teams. However, the death rate of the trainee exam was extremely high. Of these people, more than half would fall in the Sector Lord's world. Over countless years, who knows how many elites have fallen in the Thunder Sector Lord's world, but every exam would still have large amounts of star levels participating. Everyone was clear that those who were afraid of death would never become strong. Zhou Hao had the automaton Undying Ship. Even if he was surrounded by thousands of star levels, he could easily escape into the ship. And Luo Feng had the Yunmo planet ship. His soul was hidden within the core of the Golden Horn Beast. His life wouldn't be in any danger. The two of them could be said to have the strongest trump cards among the participants. He entered the second floor of the villa. The 8 of them saw a woman in bright silver armor with purple patterns on her face guarding the door of a room. This woman's name was Chiniten. She was the disciple of the 3rd Army commander of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Inside the room is the World of Thunder, Chiniten said and opened the door. Immediately, a suction force gushed out. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and the rest of the 8 immediately held hands and quickly entered the World of Thunder. Several days later, in a forest beside the Demon Moon Lake in the World of Thunder. Zhou Hao's group of 8 had been waiting here since they arrived a few days ago. After all, the World of Thunder was too dangerous. Not only would the teams fight for the mission items, but there were also many dangerous environments within the world. Just like the death sandstorm they encountered when they first entered, once they were sucked in, even the universe level couldn't escape. Other than that, they also had to be alert for signs of thunder in the sky. This often meant that lightning would fall. If they were struck by lightning, the weaker domain lords would be left without a corpse. So rather than taking the risk to look for the Horned Iron Rhino, it was better to just stay here and guard. And there were traces of the Horned Iron Rhino's activities beside the forest. Even though there were other ferocious beasts, there weren't many of them. Plus, they were very careful, so even if they occasionally encountered them, they would quickly deal with them. Thunder God sat on a branch of a tree, holding a weed with energy in his mouth. He was relaxed and content. Over the past few days, they had the detection device that Luo Feng had dismantled from the Yunmo planet ship. They had avoided many dangers and hadn't encountered a single bloody battle. Hong glanced at Thunder God and reminded him, "If you have time, then use it to train." Thunder God shrugged helplessly, "It's too difficult to raise my domain by 1 level. I've been studying it all this time, but the results are minimal." Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask, "You still haven't broken through?" A while ago, he heard Thunder God say that he was stuck at the critical point between the first and second stage domain. This step couldn't be crossed by hard work. One could only rely on comprehension. Maybe he would suddenly have an epiphany and smoothly break through to the second stage domain. But if he couldn't figure it out, then he might be stuck for a lifetime. And in the genius battle, the difference between the first and second stage domain ranks was very big. Actually, Zhou Hao knew that if Hong and Thunder God didn't have any great fortuitous encounters, they wouldn't be able to improve much in 3 years. The reason why he told them about the genius battle in the Killing Field meditation room was to use this kind of pressure to encourage Hong and Thunder God to work hard to break through and obtain better results. Thunder God jumped down and said with a worried face, "No, Big Brother also taught me before. In the Killing Field, I often fought with the second stage domain, but I just couldn't cross it." Zhou Hao comforted him, "Don't worry, this is the World of Thunder. Maybe there will be a fortuitous encounter for you." "I hope so," Thunder God said casually. At this time, Luo Feng suddenly said, "A Horned Iron Rhino is coming." Shua shua shua. The group suddenly stood up, each of their eyes shining. After waiting for 7 or 8 days, it finally arrived. Su. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and flew towards the depths of the forest. Zhou Hao and the rest followed closely behind. Not long after, the group arrived at a lake. After waiting for a while, they saw 20 or so truck-like horde of horned iron rhinos leisurely walking to the lake to drink water. The creatures in the world of thunder were all considered ferocious beasts. Their intelligence was very low, unlike the demonic beasts of the demon clan. Apprentice-level demonic beasts were no different from humans. A total of 21. Third brother, are you confident? Hong asked in a low voice. Luo Feng, Thunder God and the 4-star level 9 guards all looked towards Zhou Hao. If not for Zhou Hao, just the 7 of them wouldn't be able to kill this horde of horned iron rhinos. Any one of the horned iron rhinos was comparable to a star level. An adult horned iron rhino was even stronger. Zhou Hao smiled, no problem. He was a star level 9 spirit reader. Not to mention the space and time laws, just his fire origin law comprehension was close to the standard of a normal sector lord. And the controller was famous for not being afraid of group battles. Killing this horde of horned iron rhinos was no problem at all. When Luo Feng and the rest heard this, they all revealed smiles. Third brother said no problem, let's charge. Thunder God grinned. However, just as they were about to charge forward to hunt, a small team of 10 rushed into the horde of horned iron rhinos before them. This small team was led by the 9th prince. Luo Feng, Hong and the rest immediately frowned. Under such circumstances, if they were to charge forward, it would obviously be a robbery. The opponent had 9-star level 9 warriors. Among them were 5 spirit readers. If they were to clash, they wouldn't be afraid with Zhou Hao here. However, if the opponent were to fight to the death, then they would suffer losses. Hong said calmly, if there's no other way, let's wait. Just as he said that, Babata's voice transmitted through his watch, what are you afraid of? Zhou Hao alone can slaughter this small team. The terror of a law genius is something you can't even imagine. Zhou Hao laughed, Babata is right. Aoji Yu, Tai Man He, when the battle starts, you guys protect Luo Feng and the rest. Aoji Yu, Tai Man He and the rest nodded. Charge. Su Su Su. Zhou Hao and the rest quickly charged out of the forest. The 9th prince's team moved quickly. When Zhou Hao and the rest reached the lakeside, half of the horned iron rhinos had already been slaughtered. Sensing Zhou Hao's team, the other 9-star level 9 warriors stopped their actions and gathered around the 9th prince. The 9th prince's expression didn't change. As a prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he came to participate in the exam this time. Of course he brought his trump card. Hand over the 8 horns and you can leave. Once he came over, Thunder God shouted. To be able to get the horns without killing, of course that would be the best. The 9th prince's face had a strange expression. Out of the 8 of you, there are only 5-star level 9 warriors. The rest are star level 2 or 3. I have 9-star level 9 warriors by my side. If we want to rob, I should be the one robbing you. Zhou Hao said indifferently, numbers don't mean strength. Hong reminded, third, don't waste words with them. Just do it. It wasn't just their 2 teams that were watching the lakeside. No one was stupid. How could they not know that the horned iron rhinos would come to the lakeside? Rumble rumble rumble. Suddenly, the forest started to shake. Not good, it's more horned iron rhinos. The 9th prince's bodyguard's expression changed. Luo Feng's expression changed as well. Zhou Hao's expression remained calm, 3 seconds. If you don't hand over the horns, then stay. The 9th prince immediately cursed, are you crazy? If we don't run now, we won't be able to. 3. Give it to them. The 9th prince gritted his teeth. The bodyguard hastily threw out the horns he had collected. Then, he grabbed the 9th prince and ran for their lives. The horned iron rhino's charge was extremely terrifying. Third brother. Seeing that Zhou Hao didn't move, Luo Feng and Hong Leishan didn't move as well, they believed in Zhou Hao's strength. Master, let's run quickly. Aoji Yu Tai Nan He was extremely anxious. Over 50 horned iron rhinos charged over. Raising a large amount of dust, it looked extremely terrifying. The escaping 9th prince's team turned around and saw the team that was still standing by the lakeside. Their faces were filled with shock. Are they scared silly? The 9th prince's bodyguards still had lingering fear. They didn't understand. However, with Zhou Hao's team attracting the aggro, they were actually safe. But very quickly, the 9th prince's team saw a shocking scene. At the side of the lake, a spirit weapon suddenly appeared, this spirit weapon instantly transformed into a lifelike peacock. In that instant, like a rain of golden flames, the beautiful peacock opened its tail and instantly drowned the charging horned iron rhinos. Poo poo poo. In just a few seconds, the horned iron rhinos that were previously terrifying had their corpses strewn all over the ground. The Ninth Prince's team were all stunned. A law genius, definitely a law genius. Regaining his senses, the Ninth Prince's eyes were wide open. His voice was filled with shock and fear. No wonder the opponent dared to rob them with just 5-star level 9 warriors. So there was such a terrifying genius. The rest of the star level 9 warriors looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and joy. Too terrifying. Luckily, the horned iron rhinos suddenly appeared and forced them to hand over their horns. Otherwise, if there was a conflict, their outcome would be the same as the horned iron rhinos. We definitely cannot provoke them. Let's go, we'll go find the other horned iron rhinos. The Ninth Prince took a deep breath. His heart was thumping. He didn't think that during the mercenary trainee exam, he would actually meet a law genius. This was a super elite that even the various powers of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom wanted to recruit. Beside the lake, Ao Ji Yu and Tai Nan He were stunned. This was the first time they saw a law genius in action. Luo Feng and Hong Lei Shen were also stunned. Zhou Hao waved his finger. The curved blade that pierced through the horned iron rhinos' heads quickly flew back, forming an advanced version of the soaring shuttle. Damn, this is the terror of a law genius. That's too scary. Lei Shen reacted and said with an exaggerated expression. Hong laughed bitterly. Now I kind of understand why Babata said that it would be hard for us to even enter the top 100,000 of the Ganwu universe. Luo Feng stared at Zhou Hao. He muttered in his heart, so this is third brother's true strength. Babata curled his lips. He thought to himself that if they saw the power of the imperial armament Zhou Hao was carrying, they would probably be scared to death. However, the shock in his heart was no less than Luo Feng and the others. After all, with his knowledge, he could naturally see that the fire origin law Zhou Hao displayed was already very profound. This brat is too abnormal. Could it be that he can really use the imperial armament? He muttered, but quickly shook his head. The imperial armament was publicly recognized as the most difficult to control. Many sector lords didn't have the ability to use it, otherwise, it wouldn't have been continuously unsold in the Ganwu auction. Zhou Hao laughed and mocked, "Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, don't be affected by me. Don't worry, it's hard to find a second genius like me in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Go, third brother, you're so arrogant, hurry, let's collect the horns and go find the wind cornerstone." Lei Shen said casually. The 8 of them hurriedly collected the horns and rushed towards the Valley of Wind and Thunder in the World of Thunder. Only this place had the wind cornerstone. While they were rushing, Luo Feng, Hong Lei Shen, and the others also took advantage of the rest time to enter the virtual universe to train. Zhou Hao wasn't in such a rush like the other 3. Now, he was using all his energy to nurture the imperial armament. It was extremely difficult to control the imperial armament, and it would take much longer than other imperial armaments through spiritual energy nurturing. Other than nurturing the imperial armament, he still insisted on signing in every day, even though there wasn't anything good in the World of Thunder. The group used more than 50 days to rush from Demon Moon Lake to the Valley of Wind and Thunder. During this time, even with Luo Feng's warning device, they were still attacked by ferocious beasts a few times. However, they were all easily killed by Zhou Hao. Whoosh whoosh. The Valley of Wind and Thunder was the core area of the World of Thunder. It was extremely dangerous here. Not only were there thick thunder clouds in the sky, but there were also strong winds above force 12 on the ground. Zhou Hao and the rest of the star levels couldn't even walk properly. They rushed to the Valley of Wind and Thunder. Just like the original plot, the group quickly found a cave and waited inside for the wind to sweep the wind cornerstone out. They then relied on their spirit energy and genetic power to pull the wind cornerstone into the cave. This method was the most reliable and safest. They were lucky enough to find this hidden cave. The other groups could only stick to the mountain walls and forcefully search for the wind cornerstone. As for digging a hole in the mountain walls, even a star level 9 would need 1 to 2 years of effort. They stayed in the cave for a few days. The entire World of Thunder suddenly shook. The Valley of Wind and Thunder cracked open and a huge black hole suddenly appeared. Oh my god, it's the world within a world. This is the entrance to the world within a world. We are going to be rich. In just a moment, many of the exam groups shouted excitedly. The world within a world was a hidden world that the Sector Lord created in his internal world. To stabilize this world within a world, large amounts of universe crystals were needed. Normally, Sector Lords who did this would hide their treasures inside. In the past, every time a world within a world was discovered, many treasures would appear. Hence, the star-level teams who knew about the world within a world went crazy, all of them rushing into the black hole. Zhou Hao and the others rushed in after Babata explained what the world within a world was. At the same time, the news of a world within a world spread out in an extremely short amount of time. Black Dragon Mountain's 2 sacred lands, the 4 large civilian organizations and many families all received the news. Universe level, Domain Lord level and even Sector Lord level warriors all rushed towards Kang Lan Star's World of Thunder. However, it was a pity. Guarding the world entrance was Chinny Tan. She was a rather stubborn girl. With her undying teacher as her backing, she guarded the entrance and blocked many warriors who wanted to enter. Zhou Hao was clear that the competition for the world within a world was extremely intense. However, he didn't mind. 10 days ago, the Cloud Contact Vine, under the nurturing of the Tide Fruit, broke through to the universe level. In the world within a world where only star levels could enter, the universe level was invincible. Of course, the most important thing was, he could still sign in the world within a world. System, sign in. The moment he entered the world within a world, Zhou Hao muttered within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the world within a world, you've been rewarded with a complete space technique inheritance crystal ball. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've received 200 mixed elements from Sector Lord Kabu's account. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've received the Domain Lord Bloodline Potion. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've received the D9 Grade Automaton Armor. Quote. Quote, 10 consecutive explosions. Zhou Hao's face immediately revealed a smile. No wonder this was the place where Sector Lord Kabu Bread hid his treasures. The resources were indeed plentiful. Not mentioning the other items, just the account funds alone reached 200 mixed elements. This already exceeded what he had sold in the past 10 years on Earth. Of course, there were some things like the automaton undying ship that he didn't sell. 10 consecutive explosions in one go. Looks like I can completely get all the treasures here, he muttered within. Sector Lord Kabu left a total of 68 treasures and 312 items. According to the rate of rewards, he would be able to get all of them in a month. Chapter 87. 8 days later, nighttime, within the silent world within a world. Zhou Hao and the group who had just finished digging out the universe crystals were so tired that they were all lying on the ground, not caring about their image. Digging out the universe crystals was a physical activity. However, Thunder God, Hong, Luo Feng and the rest were all smiling happily. A cube of universe crystal was equivalent to 1,000 universe dollars, and 1 universe dollar could be exchanged for 3,000 over Ganwu dollars. 3,000 cubes of universe crystals could be exchanged for 10 billion Ganwu dollars. The Yunmo planet master Huyan Bo left Luo Feng's first account only had this amount of money. Hence these few days, Luo Feng and the other two were all crazy. They didn't even care about training, digging for universe crystals without rest. System, sign in. Lying on the ground, Zhou Hao said in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've obtained a life fruit. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've obtained a heart of stars. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've obtained a lightning technique. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've obtained a D6 grade laser cannon. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've obtained 10,000 cubes of universe crystals. Quote. 5 consecutive bursts. Ever since the 7th day, the system rewards had shrunk. The main thing was that Sector Lord Kabu's 68 treasures had all been given out, the rest were all repeated. However, even so, Zhou Hao was still extremely happy. Every additional treasure meant that he could sell them for more money. As for the hard work of digging out the universe crystals, he was the same as Luo Feng and the other two. They were all crazy, experiencing the joy of earning money. 30. How many cubes of universe crystals did we dig out? Thunder God asked almost every day. Today was no exception. 165000 cubes of universe crystals. Zhou Hao replied, he was the strongest, hence the universe crystals were all stored in his space ring. And his cloud contact vine had reached the universe level, bringing along the Yunmo planet ship fragments. Its drilling speed was extremely fast. Thunder God grinned, counting with his fingers. 165000 cubes of universe crystals is equivalent to 165 million universe dollars, that's about 550 billion Ganwu dollars. Tisk tisk, we're going to be rich this time. Luo Feng laughed. We are indeed going to strike it rich. However, the biggest part is still the treasures of the world within a world. Treasures that can be hidden by a sector lord are definitely extremely valuable. Any one of them would probably be worth more than the universe crystals we dug up. Hong nodded. Fourth brother is right, but with the strength of our little team, being able to dig out some cosmos crystals is already not bad. As for treasures, don't even think about it for now. The moment we entered the world within a world, the powerhouses Hiruo and the others have already started to gather. It has been 8 days, and I reckon they have all gathered at the core region, guarding it strictly. A little team like us can't even enter. Zhou Hao's heart skipped a beat. Because of him, the person they recruited back then wasn't the domain lord Ming Yu, but the person in charge of the killing fields, Man Luo. Therefore, if Luo Feng and Hong Leishan wanted to go to the core area to exchange for treasures, it would be a bit troublesome to take them out. He could rely on Hiruo to join the North Dragon City, but if he wanted to bring the treasure out, he would need someone to protect him. He thought for a moment. His consciousness entered the virtual universe and arrived at the Hall of the Killing Fields. Man Luo often stayed in the corner and drank by himself. Seeing Zhou Hao walk over, his lazy expression immediately became more energetic. He valued Zhou Hao a lot. Zhou Hao, is there anything I can help you with? He smiled and went straight to the point. Zhou Hao immediately told him about what happened in the world within a world. Man Luo's eyes gleamed. The world of thunder belonged to Sector Lord Kabu. After he died, it was transformed into a mission world by the Universe Mercenary Alliance. I didn't expect Kabu's treasures to be hidden in the world within a world. Since you are going there to train, I won't interfere. Right now, I will tell Ming Yu to let you guys join the Three-Axe Mountain. Forget it, I will directly send an email to Zhang Tian Chen to let your little team lead the Three-Axe Mountain team. When Zhou Hao heard, he quickly said, Lord, this isn't good, right? Man Luo smiled. Don't worry, Zhang Tian Chen will still give you face. I think once the news of the world within a world reaches his ears, he will rush over and take care of you. As for the treasures in the world within a world, however much you can get is yours. Others won't snatch it from you. Thank you, Lord. Zhou Hao laughed bitterly. How could he not know that Man Luo wanted to do him a favor, which was equivalent to investing in their relationship? However, the treasures in the world within a world weren't like what Man Luo imagined. Whoever was strong could get it. Within the world within a world. Zhou Hao's consciousness returned. Seeing Luo Feng and the others looking at him, he couldn't help but briefly explain what happened in the virtual universe. What? Let us lead the Three-Axe Mountain team. Luo Feng and the other two were shocked. Hong quickly said, this is an opportunity, but there are also drawbacks. If we suddenly join the Three-Axe Mountain and become the leader, it will definitely cause the other star-level teams to be unhappy. Luo Feng and Thunder God nodded. They were worried about this too. Babata however mocked, what are you worried about? Zhang Tian Chen is a sector lord. If he says so, would the Three-Axe Mountain dare not listen? What's more, it doesn't matter who is the leader. Since Man Luo said that the treasures you get belong to you, then Zhang Tian Chen won't say anything. There is a favor involved, and Zhang Tian Chen can't wait for you to get more treasures. Quote. Hong, Luo Feng and Thunder God heard and felt that it made sense. Zhou Hao stood up. Since it's like that, then let's head out now to the core region. At this time, the core region was densely packed with star-level teams. Zhou Hao and the others had just arrived when Hiruo came up to welcome them. Zhou Hao, Hong, I was just about to look for you. Right now, the various powers have already discovered the location of the treasure and are preparing to enter. When the time comes, the more people there are the better. Hence, everyone is trying to rope in independent adventure teams. If you join my North Dragon City, you'll be protected. Zhou Hao said apologetically, Hiruo, we've already decided to join the Three-Axe Mountain. Hiruo frowned. Three-Axe Mountain? There aren't many from the Three-Axe Mountain this time, they've basically been excluded. Quote. The Three-Axe Mountain's power was very strong. However, they didn't recruit star levels, the lowest was the universe level. Hence, the participants this time were all universe-level disciples. Hong walked up and explained the situation to Haruo. Haruo was immediately envious, so it's like that, you can actually get to know such a big figure. Alright, then go to the 3-Axe Mountain team. When we leave the world within a world, if everyone is still alive, I'll treat you to a drink in the killing fields. Immediately, Zhou Hao and the group of 8 arrived at the 3-Axe Mountain team. Compared to the other powers, the 3-Axe Mountain only had a few thousand star levels. However, the number of star level 9 guards was much higher. You must be Zhou Hao. His Excellency has already told me that this time, the fight for the treasures in the world within a world will all be decided by you. A purple-skinned strong man, he was the leader of the 3-Axe Mountain team. When he saw Zhou Hao in the group, he immediately walked up and said passionately. His teacher had repeatedly reminded him that he had to listen to Zhou Hao's orders no matter what. He had also subtly revealed that the absolute warrior of the 3-Axe Mountain, Zhang Tianchen, had personally instructed him. This caused the purple strong man to be shocked, understanding that the opponent's background wasn't small. Zhou Hao immediately said, "You're too polite, we don't have any experience in this area. When the time comes, we'll still need your help." The purple strong man smiled, "Relax, if there's anything to take note of, I'll remind you." Following that, just like the original plot, after the 9th prince met up with the star level 9 team from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, his guts grew. He immediately declared that the treasures in the world within a world belonged to him, and whoever snatched them would die. Even though the other powers weren't happy, they had all heard of the 9th Prince Bu Luo Lin's name, and his strength was indeed very strong. Thunder God was even more unhappy, this fellow sure is arrogant. Last time at Demon Moon Lake, didn't he still obediently hand over the horned iron rhino? Hong laughed bitterly, he has the strength to be arrogant. We better hope that he forgets about that. Damn, what's there to be afraid of? We also have a background now. Thunder God was speechless. Second brother, we do have a background. But look at the 3-Axe Mountain, they only have a few thousand people. Furthermore, didn't you hear what the others said? In 7 days, there will be over 1 million star levels rushing to this world within a world. When the time comes, the 9th prince will rely on his advantage, and the others will have a hard time contending against him. Luo Feng said helplessly. Thunder God was stunned. Zhou Hao didn't say anything. He knew that the 9th Prince Bu Luo Lin wanted to monopolize the treasures of Sector Lord Kabu. As expected, after the 9th Prince sent his subordinates to open the castle gates, the abnormal AI old man white fog that had been waiting for thousands of years appeared in a beam of light. Little fellows, you want to obtain the treasures within the castle? Sure, as long as you can find a large amount of thunderstones, you can come in exchange for any treasures you want. The white fog old man displayed a list of 312 treasures as he spoke. When the various factions saw the treasures, their eyes almost popped out. Luo Feng, Hong Leishan, and the others were breathing heavily. Every single treasure inside was priceless. This Sector Lord Kabu definitely obtained an undying being's inheritance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many treasures. Babada exclaimed. The 9th Prince Bu Luo Lin's face was gloomy. This was something he never expected. After the white fog old man announced the Thunderstone map, he laughed loudly and said, "Go, little fellows. Work hard to dig for thunderstones. I don't care if you kill each other or snatch them. As long as you can obtain thunderstones, you can come in exchange for treasures here." Rumble. A large number of star-level square formations immediately rushed towards the distribution of thunderstones on the map. Zhou Hao didn't really want to lead the 3-Axe Mountain square formation. He informed the purple brawny man and went to search for thunderstones with Luo Feng and the others. Just like the original plot. With Luo Feng's advanced scanning device on Yunmo planet, the group of people dug for thunderstones extremely quickly. Faster than many little teams. And with Zhou Hao's help from time to time, even if they were to face other little teams, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they increased the speed of accumulating thunderstones. After the first exchange, Luo Feng used the life fruit to raise the cloud contact vine to the universe level. Now, their little team had 2 universe level support life form cloud contact vines. Their strength increased greatly, hence, their second exchange for treasures was brought forward. Hong also got his wish of exchanging for the last life fruit. Haha, our 3 cloud contact vines have all evolved to the universe level. We can do whatever we want in the world within a world. Luo Feng laughed excitedly. Even though Thunder God was also excited, looking at Luo Feng and Hong Leishan's 3 cloud contact vines, he said with jealousy, "Third brother, if there's a cloud contact vine seed in the next auction, you have to get me one." Zhou Hao laughed, "Sure, no problem. Ninth Prince Bu Luo Lin's tent. His subordinate, Cthulhu, said respectfully, "Your Highness, I've already sent people to keep an eye on the little team of law geniuses you asked me to keep an eye on. They've already entered the castle 3 times. I'm not sure if they're really here to exchange for treasures." Bu Luo Lin frowned. "Send a team of 1,000 to rob them. See if they have any treasures on them. If not, then forget it." He originally didn't want to provoke these law geniuses. Who knew if they had some powerful teacher behind them? However, this time, his grandfather had asked him to get the full set of spatial techniques. Under the pressure, he had no choice but to set his eyes on the other little teams. And Zhou Hao's little team, which had entered the castle 3 times in a row, naturally aroused his suspicion. "Yes, Your Highness." After Zhou Hao's group of 8 left the Allied forces camp, Cthulhu secretly sent a team of 1,000 to follow Zhou Hao's group. Luo Feng's group, who were in a state of joy, didn't notice the team of 1,000 at first. Zhou Hao was confident in his strength and trump cards. He didn't care about the other teams at all, nor did he notice them. "The first time, we exchanged for 4 treasures. The second time, we exchanged for 10 treasures. The third time, we directly exchanged for 21 treasures, a total of 312 treasures. Just our little team alone has already exchanged for 10% of the treasures." Thunder God was extremely excited. Luo Feng was also excited. "The third time I went to exchange, there were still quite a few treasures on the list. Let's hurry up and get more thunderstones. I estimate that we'll have enough after exchanging for one more time." Hong nodded and said softly, "However, we've already dug up most of the thunderstones. If we want to quickly get more, we can only rob the larger teams." With the strength of the 3 universe-level cloud contact vines, robbing small teams or independent teams like theirs was very easy. However, against large teams with more people, it was completely impossible. Furthermore, they would sometimes have to deliberately avoid these teams of over 10,000 people. Zhou Hao muttered to himself, "Let's first continue looking for the hundreds of teams. If we can't, we'll return to the 3-Axe Mountain camp and bring the large team to rob." Luo Feng and the other 2 heard and nodded. However, just as they were about to rob others, they realized that there was a team of 1,000 following them. Initially, they didn't care. After all, the core region of the Allied forces often had over 1,000 people or even tens of thousands of people moving about. However, when they left the Allied forces, this small team continued to follow them. This situation caused their faces to change. Teams of 1,000 and tens of thousands, they couldn't afford to offend them now. The 3 universe-level cloud contact vines could deal with a few hundred star level 9s. However, against 1,000, they couldn't completely block them. "They're coming for us." Thunder God's eyes revealed a sense of anxiousness. "There's a forest ahead, let's speed up and see if we can shake them off," Luo Feng suggested. After which, the 8 of them swiftly flew. "Not good. They've discovered us. They're escaping. Chase after them." The team of 1,000 star level 9s all exploded with power, becoming beams of light as they swiftly chased after them. Luo Feng, Lei Shen and Hong's faces changed. The 3 of them were weaker. Their speed couldn't compare to the team behind them. Aoji Yu Tai Nan He and the other 3-star level 9s all grabbed onto Thunder God and the others and quickly fled. However, they couldn't shake them off. Furthermore, the distance was getting closer and closer. After passing through the forest, the group was blocked by a small mountain range. If they wanted to pass through, they had to slow down. "What do we do?" Thunder God and Hong were extremely anxious. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and prepared to take out his universe ship. However, he heard a calm voice, "Looks like we can only destroy them." Shua shua shua. Hong Lei Shen and Luo Feng along with Tai Nan He and Aoji Yu all looked towards Zhou Hao. "3D, you, what are you doing?" Seeing Zhou Hao slow down, Thunder God anxiously shouted. "3D, don't take the risk. That's 1,000 star level 9s. Hong also anxiously shouted. Zhou Hao shook his head. Looking at the team behind them getting closer and closer, his face suddenly revealed a smile. "You guys rush into the mountain range first. Don't worry about me. 3D. Hong Lei Shen and Luo Feng were also anxious. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. As though he had thought of something, he immediately shouted through his watch, "Luo Feng, listen to Zhou Hao. Hurry." Luo Feng's entire body shook. He gritted his teeth and said to Hong and Thunder God, "Let's go." Hong and Thunder God gritted their teeth as well. They quickly rushed into the mountain range. Zhou Hao unhurriedly took off the royal god armament on his back. Of course, he wasn't being impulsive. The reason why he stayed behind was because he wanted to test the might of the imperial armament that he had nurtured for 2 months. Just now when he was escaping, his spirit had sensed the imperial armament's thirst. As the head of the 9 great godly armaments, the imperial armament had its own pride. Kill him. The 1,000-man team leader saw that Zhou Hao's speed had slowed down. He didn't hesitate to give the order. Shoo shoo shoo. The spirit readers in the team all controlled their spirit weapons to attack Zhou Hao. Immediately, the weapons were like a rain of arrows that enveloped Zhou Hao. Seeing this, Hong Lei Shen and Luo Feng's eyes turned blood red. "Babata, you better give me a reason." Luo Feng coldly transmitted his consciousness. Babata stared deadly at Zhou Hao. His voice suddenly became low, "Watch carefully." Luo Feng was stunned. His gaze once again shifted to Zhou Hao. Suddenly, a dark purple light and a blue light appeared in front of him. Immediately after, the entire space around them began to distort. Time seemed to have stopped. The rain of spirit weapons suddenly slowed down. The dark purple light and the blue light suddenly exploded. Countless specks of light shot out in all directions. They were like snowflakes that slowly covered the 1,000-man team. "See you." Just at this time, a calm voice resounded in the area. Like snowflakes, countless purple and blue specks of light suddenly burst forth with an incomparably fierce aura. Space and time instantly became weapons that devoured people. The countless specks of light seemed to transform into Sha Lei's explosion of dense raindrops. In an instant, it covered the entire 1,000-man team. Clang 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 clang. The 1,000-man team still had smiles on their faces as they died. However, the spirit readers' weapons all fell to the ground, letting out a crisp sound. After the sound, under the silent heaven and earth, the 1,000-man star level 9 corpses were strewn all over. Chapter 88. At this moment, Hong Lei Shen Luo Feng was completely speechless. Ao Ji Yu, Tai Nanhe and the other 3-star level 9 guards were stunned, their eyes filled with uncontrollable shock. This was over 1,000-star level 9 warriors. Under their attacks, even a universe-level warrior would have to avoid them. However, right now, they had all died in an instant at the hands of a star level 9 spirit reader. How terrifying was this? Within the watch space, Babata's blood-red eyes were filled with shock. The Imperial God Armament's first-level silk rain, he actually unleashed it. Time and space, the 2 most unfathomable universe origin laws, he actually managed to learn them all. It had followed the master of Yunmo planet, the undying being Hu Yanbo, for tens of millions of years. It had seen countless universe geniuses, many of which were super geniuses who comprehended the origin laws at the star level. However, it was the first time it had met such an abnormal absolute genius like Zhou Hao. Why didn't I hold on a little longer? Maybe Zhou Hao, that brat, would suddenly have the guts to enter the ship. This is an abnormal absolute genius who comprehended time and space. I missed it just like that. Babata was filled with regret, his heart roaring. Shoo shoo shoo. Under the control of his spirit energy, the purple and blue spots of light between heaven and earth quickly converged, forming an oval-shaped weapon that looked like a Tai Chi symbol and flew back to Zhou Hao. Looking at the star level 9 corpses lying on the ground, Zhou Hao rubbed the Imperial God armament, letting out a sigh of relief. Even though he was confident in the Imperial God armament's first level, before unleashing it, he wasn't too sure. If he couldn't instantly kill the 1,000-man team, then he would have to put on the D9 grade automaton armor within a breath's time. Of course, with the universe-level support life form Cloud Contact Vine's armor protection, he could hold on until he put on the automaton armor. It was because of this trump card that he had the guts to stay behind and test the Imperial God armament's power. Otherwise, without enough preparation, he wouldn't have done such a rash action. Zhou Hao put the Royal God weapon back on his back, then waved his hand and put all the rings and weapons of the 1,000-man troop into his own space ring. After that, he quickly returned to Hong Lei Shen, Luo Feng, and the others. "Phew, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you," he said half-jokingly. Thunder God was the first to react. slapping hard on Zhou Hao's shoulder, his expression extremely exaggerated. Damn, 3D, I know you're powerful, but you're too perverse, that's over 1,000-star level 9 warriors. Hong took a deep breath, his gaze landing on the spirit weapon on Zhou Hao's back. He could not help but ask, what weapon is that? Luo Feng also looked closely at Zhou Hao. He still remembered that Zhou Hao had said that this was the controller's 9 godly weapons, and that he himself would be able to use it. Thinking that he could be like the third brother, possessing such a powerful spirit weapon, his breathing quickened. Zhou Hao smiled, the royal god weapon, only those who have comprehended the origin laws can use it. Luo Feng's eyes immediately gleamed. The golden horn beast he had possessed had a natural talent in the gold origin laws, no wonder the third brother said he would be able to use it in the future. Hong laughed, gently patting Zhou Hao's shoulder. 3D, you did well. Thunder God laughed loudly, joking, 3D, why didn't you make a move earlier, causing us to run so far and be so worried? Zhou Hao rolled his eyes, the enemy wouldn't just stand there stupidly, waiting for me to use the royal god weapon. I had to make them let their guard down. Only then would I be able to unleash my power. Hearing this, Hong, Luo Feng, and Luo Feng all laughed loudly. Ao Ji Yu and Tai Nan He looked at Zhou Hao with incomparable respect. They suddenly felt that being the guard of such a genius was a huge honor. After a while, the group passed through the mountains, arriving at the edge of a canyon. During their rest period, the few of them began to discuss their next plan of plundering. With 30 here, we can actually set our sights on those 1,000-man teams. This is the fastest way to accumulate thunderstones. Hong suggested. Thunder God agreed, Big Brother is right, we have 3 universe-level cloud contact vines, and we also have 3D, this crazy group-killing warrior. Firstly, the 1,000-man teams won't put us in their eyes, this will give us a chance to ambush them, first injuring a few hundred, the rest will definitely obediently hand over their thunderstones. Luo Feng nodded. However, he also expressed his worries. Big brother, second brother, third brother, this plan is good, however the moment we plunder too many times, the other teams will definitely know of our strength, maybe there will be a 10,000-man team surrounding us, or they will avoid us. Fourth brother's worries aren't without reason. Zhou Hao muttered, how about this, we'll still be a 100-man team, occasionally plundering the 1,000-man teams, also I'll go back and pull in some of the 3-axe mountain teams as cover. At most we'll pay them some money to cooperate. Hong laughed, pulling in a team is the safest, anyways 3D already owes you a favor, it'll be a waste not to use it. Within the 9th Prince Brolin's tent. Hearing his underling Cthulhu's report, Brolin's eyes revealed shock. What did you say? Over 1,000 people instantly lost contact. Quote. Cthulhu was extremely ashamed. I've always been in contact with the team leader in the virtual universe, however suddenly, over 1,000 people all disappeared. I didn't dare go check the situation immediately, waiting for half an hour before sending a team over, discovering their corpses. Brolin felt his back break out in cold sweat, instantly killing over 1,000-star level 9 warriors. Even if he had AC-grade laser gun he couldn't do it. Cthulhu glanced at the 9th prince, gritting his teeth and saying softly, Your Majesty, I'm afraid the enemy has a large-scale weapon trump card. Right now the competition for the Thunderstones is getting more intense. If we use our energy on them, I'm afraid. Brolin raised his hand to cut him off. I understand, don't take revenge on them, order the other teams to do their best to plunder the Thunderstones. Yes, wait, Cthulhu had just walked to the entrance of the camp when Brolin suddenly shouted, tell the other teams to be careful, increase all of them to over 1,000 men teams. Cthulhu's body shuddered, saying quickly, yes, Your Majesty. The enemy had the trump card to wipe out 1,000-man team, even if it couldn't be used many times, it was still a huge threat. As time passed, the abnormal white-bearded old man Wu's Thunderstone map was completely dug up by large amounts of star-level teams, hence to fight for the Thunderstones, the various powers fought even more intensely. It was far from the peaceful situation from before. As more and more people died, the hatred between them grew deeper. Sometimes, even if two teams knew they didn't have any Thunderstones, they would still fight madly. A month passed, world within a world, in a mountain cave. Zhou Hao Luo Feng, Thunder God and the others gathered together, while Ao Ji Yu, Tai Nan He and the others guarded the cave entrance. Hong sighed, they've all gone crazy, the closer we get to the core area, the more corpses there are. Thunder God sighed, I didn't expect the mercenary trainee exam this time to be so intense. the death rate is probably the highest in the past. Treasures move people's hearts, even Sector Lord level warriors are guarding outside, much less star levels, just casually taking one out and their wealth would soar. It would be worth a lifetime of hard work. This kind of situation would make them go crazy. Luo Feng said softly. Zhou Hao waved his hand. We can't care about other people's matters, let's first count our gains. Hearing that, Hong Lei God and Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. In this month and a half, they relied on the cloud contact vine, as well as Zhou Hao's confidence. They gradually increased their target from a 1,000-man team to a 10,000-man team, constantly plundering. Every time ambushing and killing the team leader, they would obtain large amounts of thunderstones. Especially the Ninth Prince's men, they were the focus of their attention. However, later on, the various powers learned their lesson, no longer placing the thunderstones on the team leader, but randomly giving it to a star level in the team. This caused Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and the others to be unable to identify which star level had the thunderstones, greatly reducing their harvest efficiency. Right now, we have a total of 13.28 million Thunderbolt stones. I reckon that the top 10 treasures have all been exchanged for. As for the remaining treasures, there aren't many Thunderbolt stones that can be exchanged for. The number of Thunderbolt stones that we have is enough. Zhou Hao laughed. It is indeed enough. After such a long time, there probably aren't many treasures left. Let's clear it all out. Hong laughed. Yes, clear the treasures. Thunder God grinned. Luo Feng laughed. That white-bearded old man will probably stare, but I suggest this time, let Ao Ji or Tai Nan He go. We don't need to look at the treasures. As long as there are any left, we can exchange them all. Zhou Hao nodded. Okay, let's do that. The group immediately rushed towards the core area. At this time, the core area was filled with intense killing, but Zhou Hao had already informed the Three Axe Mountains men to come and receive them, hence they safely entered the allied army's camp. Brother Zhou Hao, how's your harvest? Bendy, who broke through to the universe level in the world within a world, smiled. Even though he broke through to the universe level and was in charge of a large group of men from the Three Axe Mountain, in front of Zhou Hao, he didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, he had the backing of a sector lord. Zhou Hao smiled. Not bad, we got some thunderstones, but we can only exchange them for the lower ranked treasures. Their team had entered the castle 3 times in a row. They couldn't hide it from others. Instead of hiding it, they might as well admit it. Since they had Man Luo's connections, even if Zhang Tianchen knew, he would still follow the rules. Bendy said enviously, to be able to exchange for even one treasure is a huge profit. I am under Master Ming Yu, and Master Ming Yu knows that you are in the world within a world, so he specially ordered me to listen to your orders. Also, Master Ming Yu said that if you want to sell your treasures, you can go through him, and he will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Zhou Hao nodded, replied and walked into the camp. Man Luo had already done him a favor. Even if he wanted to sell his treasures, he wouldn't go through Ming Yu, but directly use Luo Feng's teacher Huyan Bo's 5-star account. Wouldn't that be better? 2 hours later, Tai Nan He returned after exchanging for treasures. The few of them directly entered the virtual universe. No one in the allied army dared to fight. How was it? Thunder God couldn't wait to ask. Tai Nan He quickly replied. 13.28 million thunderstones exchanged for 27 treasures, leaving us with 180,000 thunderstones. Thunder God was instantly excited. Haha, we really struck it rich this time. The first 3 times we exchanged for a total of 35 treasures, plus this time it's 62 treasures, taking up 20% of the total treasures. Hong and Luo Feng were both excited. This was a huge amount of wealth. According to Babata's estimation, the total value of these treasures was between 45 to 60 mixed elements. The 4 of them were split according to 3-3-2-2, each of them would get at least 8 to 12 mixed elements, which was equivalent to the threshold of a 3-star client. Actually, Hong and Thunder God originally wanted to get less. After all, they didn't put in much effort, but Zhou Hao insisted on splitting according to this method. The 2 of them understood that Zhou Hao wanted to give them more, so they kept it in mind and didn't say anything. Of course, they would still give Ao Ji Yu, Tai Nan He, and the other guards more or less. Let's sell the remaining 180,000 thunderstones. After a while, we probably won't be able to sell them anymore. Zhou Hao suggested. Yes, quickly sell them, and there aren't many treasures left. Thunder God said. They exited the virtual universe. The group directly went to Bendy to sell the 180,000 thunderstones. They didn't leave the allied army and stayed in the core area. Another 7 days passed. In the air above the Thunder Castle, the white-bearded old man laughed loudly. "Ha ha, little rascals, all the treasures have been exchanged, this time's treasure exchange is completely over." After which, the entire castle rumbled and completely shut down. World within a world, it's over. Zhou Hao, Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng and the others felt their bodies relax. They stayed in the Three-Axe Mountain group. Outside there was also a strong warrior like Zhang Tian Chen supporting them. They didn't have to worry about not being able to bring the treasures out. And when they returned to the world of thunder, the ninth prince Bu Luo Lin still made his move, however this time his range was smaller. After all, out of the 3D 6th grade laser cannons, 2 of them were exchanged by Zhou Hao and the others. As for the laser guns, with the protection of the universe-level cloud contact vine, they couldn't harm them at all. After leaving the world of thunder, Zhou Hao dealt with the 2 level 5 genetic energy weapons through Zhang Tian Chen, after which he and Luo Feng and the others took a ship and returned to Bai Land Star on the same day. Following which, the group stayed on Bai Land Star, letting Luo Feng sell all the treasures in the world within a world through Huyan Bo's 5-star account on Yunmo Planet. 1 month later, Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. 9-star Bay District. Zhou Hao, Thunder God, Luo Feng and Hong sat on the sofa, their faces filled with anticipation. Luo Feng laughed. "We sold a total of 56 mixed elements, according to what we discussed before. Big brother, second brother, you guys get 11.2 mixed elements each. Third brother, you and I get 16.8 mixed elements each." Thunder God immediately laughed out loud. "The 4 of us are now all 3-star customers of the Universe Star River Bank. Not bad, we'll attend the next Ganwu auction together." Hong's face revealed a smile. Luo Feng clicked his tongue. "I don't even dare to imagine that scene." Babata jumped out, saying disapprovingly, "Just this bit of wealth, look at how excited you all are." However, a white-bearded old man suddenly popped out from Thunder God's shoulder. "What do you little brats know? The 4 of them are only star levels, with so much wealth all of a sudden, how can they not be excited? You all have to thank my master." Luo Feng and Hong were immediately shocked. Babata was a bit stunned too. "Isn't this that sick old man from the Thunder Castle?" Thunder God laughed bitterly. "That, the Thunder Secret Techniques auxiliary quantum computer, is this old man." White-bearded Wu stared. "Call me Lord Wu, you don't know manners." Zhou Hao and the others were all speechless. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. Milky Way, Earth, West Lake Courtyard's basement. Zhou Hao, who was inside the golden horn beast egg, fiercely opened his eyes. He revealed an excited smile on his face. 4 months after the Kang Land Star Sector's middle world ended, the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree seedling that the Ice Mountain Beast Finhun entrusted to the Universe Galaxy finally arrived. After which, he couldn't wait to start nurturing the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree body. As a special life form and a top-notch plant life form bloodline, the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree's potential was indeed very strong. However, it was a plant life form after all, different from a flesh and blood life form. The nurturing time exceeded Zhou Hao's expectations, as it only took 2 years to be nurtured. Within the internal world, an oval-shaped egg shrouded in golden mist suddenly cracked open. Surging life energy surged out of the cracked eggshell, becoming denser and denser. In the end, it gradually condensed into a green treant that was more than 3 meters tall. This treant looked exactly like Zhou Hao, with large amounts of green engravings on the surface of its body. They flashed like genetic codes and entered the body of the treant, forming a life crystal. This life crystal had 10,081 faces, and every face was filled with large amounts of green engravings. It was the true essence of the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree. Shua, the 3-meter-tall ancestral tree body, came out of the internal world. Zhou Hao stood up and looked at the ancestral tree body that looked exactly like him. The ancestral tree body also looked at Zhou Hao. "No wonder it's a top-notch plant special life form," said Luo Feng. "Whether it's growth potential or talent bloodline, they're all insane," Zhou Hao exclaimed. The moment it was nurtured, he knew the talent of the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree in his mind. Like the Golden Horn Beast and the Ice Mountain Beast, it had 3 great talents: Withered Tree Comes to Spring, Savage Growth, and Body-Splitting Technique. Savage Growth was similar to the Golden Horn Beast's strengthening ability, as it could instantly enlarge its body and increase its overall power. As for Withered Tree Comes to Spring, it was an incredible life-saving talent. Even if its life crystal was destroyed, as long as there was a fragment of the life crystal left, it could automatically absorb energy from the universe and gradually recover. Strictly speaking, the sapling in the auction was not dead. It just needed to rely on the withered tree comes to spring to recover, which required a very long time. The last talent, transformation technique, was more insane. It was different from the golden horn beast's body splitting technique, as it continuously created other clones by cutting off the original body, and each clone could unleash 60% of the original body's power. Most importantly, if the original body was completely dead, the clones would gather energy in a short period of time and become the original body. Of course, the more insane the talent, the more restrictions there were. The minimum requirement to use the body splitting technique was to be at the universe level, and the number of clones would slowly increase as one's power increased. Chapter 89. Putting away the doppelganger. Zhou left the basement and quickly arrived at the rooftop of the castle. In the past 2 years, apart from the 2 hours he spent in the killing fields, he spent most of his time studying the time origin laws. His genetic energy training had stopped long ago. He left some time to train in the control chapter and miscellaneous chapter. His entire person was in a tense state every day and rarely rested. Thus, while the first 1000 Abyss Tree doppelganger was born, he prepared to rest for a day. Sitting on the rooftop and looking at the rippling water surface of the West Lake, Zhou's mood gradually calmed down. He could not help but begin to think about his training arrangements. With a doppelganger, without a doubt, there would be one more person to share his training. He would have more freedom to make arrangements. First, because of his human body's talent in the time origin laws, he could study the time origin laws including comprehension and secret technique training while also controlling the first 2 layers of the royal god armament. Next, the giant iceberg beast Finhun originally focused on the space origin laws and the water origin laws as support. Now, he could change it to focus on the water origin laws and the space origin laws as support. The space origin laws were mainly comprehension and would not mix in the 10,000 threads secret technique training. Finally, the 1000 Abyss Tree doppelganger could mainly be used to train the 10,000 threads. At the same time, he could occasionally train in the control chapter and miscellaneous chapter. Like this, his time would not be as tight as before. Moreover, after training, he would have time to accompany his family and relax. After all, on the path of training, one had to work and relax. Like Hong and Thunder God, although they trained hard, they would take time out to drink and chat every day. Luo Feng spent most of his time training, but he would occasionally take time out to accompany his family. The 3 of them were not like him, spending almost all of their time training. Su. Suddenly, 3 rays of light came from the horizon and landed beside Zhou. Thunder God looked at Zhou who was sitting comfortably on the chair, his expression strange. Third brother, something's wrong. Why are you so relaxed today? Luo Feng laughed and joked. Third brother should be preparing to prepare for the Ganwu auction the day after tomorrow. Ah, the next Ganwu auction is the day after tomorrow. Zhou was startled. Seeing his expression, Hong shook his head speechlessly. See, I already said before we came that third son must have forgotten about the Ganwu auction. You guys didn't believe me. Thunder God and Luo Feng suddenly had bitter expressions. They each took out a universe coin and threw it to Hong. Seeing this, Zhou glared at them. The 3 of you are too much. How dare you use me as a bet? Thunder God laughed. Third brother, who told you to cultivate every day for the past 2 years? You didn't even come to the regular drinking parties. It's my fault. Zhou quickly admitted his mistake. Alright, it's fine if you admit your mistake. But today, you are not allowed to stand me up. Let's have a good drink. After saying that, Hong sat down. With a flip of his hand, he produced a bottle of wine in a wine cup, which he placed on the table. Luo Feng and Thunder God sat down one after another. They drank and chatted, and the topic of their conversation naturally had to do with cultivation. Hong said softly, Third son, what you said 3 years ago was right. The pinnacle genius battle organized by the Virtual Universe Company is indeed about to begin. From last month onwards, the number of geniuses in the slaughterhouse battle space has obviously increased. Looks like they are warming up for the genius battle. Thunder God nodded. Right, in the past, we wouldn't even meet a domain genius for 2 to 3 months. But now, one appears every 2 to 3 days. The person in charge of the slaughterhouse, Man Luo, would occasionally remind us to seize the time to train. Luo Feng drank a mouthful of wine and casually said, however, with more experts, the battle space is more interesting. It's not like before where we couldn't even find a decent opponent. Zhou Hao wasn't clear about this. These 2 to 3 months, he had been training in the 1,000-layered waves to break through to the second level. Even if he went to the slaughterhouse, he didn't go to the battle space. After all, with his strength, he couldn't even find a same-level opponent. In the battle space, he was simply bullying noobs. It didn't help his battle strength at all. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, how's your training during this time? He asked. Thunder God smiled. Even though that white-bearded old man is extremely strict, his teaching ability is indeed not bad. My domain has already broken through to the 4th level. The white-bearded old man's voice immediately resounded. Little punk, you have to call him Lord Wu. Hong shrugged helplessly. Thunder, you and fourth brother both have a teacher to teach you. Your improvement is very fast. As for me, I'm a little slower. However, right now my domain is about to break through to the 6th level. Luo Feng laughed. Big brother, second brother, your improvement is very fast. I'm only at the 2nd level of my domain. No problem, fourth brother, you are still young. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Thunder God consoled him. Luo Feng laughed. However, I've barely comprehended a bit of the origin laws. Ever since his golden horn beast body broke through to the universe level, his comprehension of the gold origin laws had increased by leaps and bounds. However, the space origin laws were still hard to progress. Thunder God stared. Damn, fourth brother, you're doing this on purpose. The white-bearded old man Wu's voice resounded once more. Little punk, your fourth brother is younger than you and has already comprehended the origin laws. And you've wasted so many years. From tomorrow onwards, I'll continue to increase your training. Lord Wu, don't, I've already worked hard enough. Thunder God howled. Hong, Luo Feng and Zhou Hao all laughed. Right, third brother, will you be going to the auction the day after tomorrow? Hong asked softly. Zhou Hao didn't even think before saying, I'll go, of course I'll go. Such an event isn't enough to satisfy me. The last time he bought the water cocoon fruit was almost finished. This time, going to the auction would buy a few more units. After all, he had money. As for the others, if there was something suitable, he wouldn't miss it. Thunder God said casually, I hope there'll be cloud contact vine seeds auctioned. He still couldn't forget about the cloud contact vine. The next day, Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. 9-Star Bay District. The four informed their families and rode their Pegasi to Qianwu Continent's teleportation point and teleported to Floating City. As they queued up, they attracted quite a few sector lords' attention. After all, anyone could tell that their relationship wasn't bad. Under such circumstances, for them to be able to attend the auction, their backgrounds must be huge. And in the auction, just like in the original storyline, the Nanshen weapon and the Moshe clan's incomplete skin appeared. Zhou Hao didn't go and snatch the skin. Instead, after the auction ended, when he was exchanging items on Bai Land Star in reality, he signed in and received the skin. However, even though he had the chance to create a clone, he wasn't in a rush to do so. The first clone was a special life form, becoming undying. Its body was naturally much bigger than humans. As for the remaining 2 spots, he had to carefully consider them. The Moshe clan's space law talent and cloning ability was indeed very attractive. It would be of great help to him for now. However, the moment it became undying, the Moshe body would be much weaker. Hence, Zhou Hao hesitated and decided to wait. If he didn't find a better choice, then he could create the Moshe body. Of course, he was only star level 9, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Year 2066, 15th day of the first month, Lantern Festival. Wuxia was filled with the atmosphere of family reunion during the Lantern Festival. Zhou Hao didn't train that day, instead, he stayed at home with his mother and sister. Speaking of which, his sister Zhou Ying, was already Star Traveler level 8, the special ability she had after breaking through to Star Traveler level was Ice. However, compared to Luo Feng, Hong Leishan and the other two, Zhou Ying, comprehension talent was more average, and she still hadn't comprehended a domain. However, ever since Zhou Ying, broke through to Star Traveler level, she became much more relaxed. She didn't train as hard as before, instead, she spent more time on managing Zhou Hao's Hope Dojo. And after 10 years of development, the Hope Dojo had long surpassed the Dojo of Limits and Thunder Dojo, just the Star Traveler level council members under them exceeded 100. The number of Star Traveler level spirit readers also reached 32. It was simply a colossal power on Earth. Ying. In the evening, Shen Hong came. She was the same as Zhou Ying, putting all her effort into managing the dojo. However, Shen Hong liked the various virtual games in the universe more. Almost every once in a while, she would drag Zhou Ying along and let her fight in the game. The two even formed a girls' group in the game. Sister Shen, you didn't spend time with your family today. Zhou Hao smiled. Shen Hong wasn't married, but she adopted a daughter, and her daughter had a family now. Seeing Zhou Hao, Shen Hong was surprised. Dojo master, you're here too. I wasn't afraid that Ying would be bored alone, so I came to accompany her. Zhou Hao nodded. Okay, then you accompany my sister for a while, I'll go out for a walk. Then, he left. On the 15th night of the first month, snowflakes floated down from the sky. He left the brightly lit headquarters city alone and came to the remote wilderness. With the current strength of the warriors on Earth, they had already killed most of the monsters in the wilderness, leaving only a portion of the wilderness as a warning to those who came later. Walking on the streets of the wilderness, the flourishing weeds were densely packed, and the buildings and shops were also covered with green plants. Beast roars could be heard from afar from time to time. However, none of them dared to come within 1,000 meters of him. Zhou Hao looked at the snowflakes floating down from the sky, and suddenly flipped his hand, holding a battle sword, and started practicing sword techniques. Ever since he had a spirit weapon, he rarely used weapons, and his sword techniques were even more neglected. However, tonight, he really wanted to practice sword techniques. Shua shua shua. Along with his footsteps, the sword technique was sometimes as sharp as metal, sometimes as hot as flames, and sometimes as continuous as splashes of water. At the same time, illusions began to appear on the entire street. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see a large number of Zhou Hao appearing on the street, at least a few thousand of them. The movements of these illusions were exactly the same. For a moment, in the snowy world wrapped in silver light, the sword light was as bright as day. Clusters of snowflakes floated down even slower, as if it was a slow-motion picture, and in the picture, only the sword light was getting faster and faster. Chi chi chi. The saber technique that Zhou Hao displayed was very crude, like a child playing. There were even sounds of metal striking the air. However, when these thousands of sounds gathered together, it was like a surging wave, like the clang of metal colliding. Suddenly, it was like a raging fire burning. If one listened carefully, it was quiet like a seedling that had sprouted out of the ground. The different sounds kept overlapping, and the waves seemed to be shaking. The snowflakes floating down from the sky slowed down. In the end, it almost stopped. Suddenly, Zhou Hao stopped his movements, and the thousands of illusions suddenly condensed into one. He raised his head, once again looking at the snowflakes in the sky, his face revealing a knowing smile. The battle sword in his hand disappeared. He turned and walked away. The extremely slow snowflakes that seemed to have stopped in mid-air, rustling down, but when they landed on the weeds on the street, they formed a wave shape. If there was an undying being who trained in the time origin law technique thousand-layered waves, they would be able to recognize that this was the effect of the second-level thousand-layered waves. And studying the time origin laws was extremely difficult as ascending to the heavens. After training in the time origin laws for 5 or 6 years, on this day of the Lantern Festival, snowflakes flew everywhere. Zhou Haosai finally broke through to the 9 heavy waves as if he had been enlightened. Chapter 90. Spring, March. Beside West Lake, tens of thousands of willow branches fell. The water rippled and a warm wind blew over. Sitting on the balcony of the castle, gazing at the lake and the spring scenery, it was a unique experience. Zhou Hao lazily laid in his chair. Beside him was a freshly brewed tea. Steam rose from it, causing the fragrance of the tea to spread. Ever since his breakthrough in the snow night, he had become more relaxed. Whether it was the space origin laws or time origin laws, his comprehension of them had reached a deeper level. Wanting to rely on hard work to raise them in a short period of time was very hard. Hence, other than checking in daily, his human body would occasionally take out 1 or 2 hours to relax and enjoy the scenery. Such a relaxed state of training made Thunder God and Hong, as well as Luo Feng envious. Before, they were still complaining that Zhou Hao trained too hard. Now, They were all busier than Zhou Hao. This was especially true since March. The number of geniuses in the virtual universe killing fields had soared, the number of star levels with domains had suddenly increased, and the number of warriors in the battlefields had increased. Under such circumstances, the day of the genius battle was almost here. Hong, Luo Feng, Thunder God and the others trained even harder, wanting to make a name for themselves in this once in 10,000 years universe gathering. Evening. The setting sun shone down, covering the entire West Lake in a layer of gold. Su. Several beams of light shot over from the horizon and landed on the balcony. Zhou Hao didn't even look up. You guys came too late, the tea's already cold. As he spoke, with a flick of his finger, the flame domain enveloped them. Immediately, the tea began to boil. Thunder God didn't hesitate to raise the cup and gulp it down. Refreshing, he praised. Good tea. Hong and Luo Feng sat at the side with their eyes closed, slowly savoring the tea. After a while, only then did they open their eyes. Hong smiled and said, "This tea contains the concept of fire. It is indeed good tea." Luo Feng nodded. Only third brother can casually brew such tea. Zhou Hao sat up straight and said speechlessly, "That's enough. Even if you flatter me, I won't forgive you for standing me up for an entire day. Third brother, you have to understand. We're under a lot of pressure. It's already not easy for us to rush here." Thunder God smiled bitterly. "Recently, I've been trained to death by that perverted old man." Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Babata stared at him. Every day, there was a lot of training, and the time for rest was pitiful. Although Hong didn't have a teacher to train him, he didn't stop studying the field. The number of geniuses in the slaughterhouse made them realize that the battle of geniuses was about to begin. "Looks like you guys have been working hard during this period of time. Good, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you guys for standing me up. Come, let's enter the slaughterhouse together. Let me see your progress during this period of time," Zhou Hao said with a smile. Luo Feng and Hong Laishan's eyes lit up. Zhou Hao rarely sparred with them. Regarding this, they didn't say anything. After all, they knew that Zhou Hao was very strong, and sparring with him would only result in them being abused. However, now that the battle of geniuses was about to begin, they wanted to see the strength of the law geniuses. Shua. The four immediately entered the virtual universe. Within the slaughterhouse space, after setting up an environment, the four entered together. On a grassland drizzling with rain, Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and Hong Laishan suddenly appeared in the middle of a huge black arena. This was the slaughterhouse's independent mode, where they could invite friends to spar. "Third brother, one by one, or all together?" Thunder God shouted. Hong and Luo Feng looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shrugged. "Of course all together. If you guys come one by one, aren't you just looking for a beating?" Hee. Thunder God pretended to be angry. "Third brother, remember to go easy on him later." Zhou Hao laughed. "Second brother, don't worry. I'll definitely take care of you." Shoo. As he spoke, the dark golden long rod behind Luo Feng's back shone with a golden light, transforming into 9 thin little swords. These little swords were surrounded by golden threads. "Condense," he roared. His spirit energy surged out and the golden threads quickly converged, forming the 9 little golden swords into a golden illusory blade. Thunder God's movements weren't slow either. He waved the blade in his hand and a bolt of lightning shot out. Following which, he moved quickly, crossing a few hundred meters in one step towards Zhou Hao. Hong's speed was even faster. The long spear in his hand seemed to have become one with his body, bringing with it a dazzling light. Like a sharp arrow, he pierced towards Zhou Hao. The three of them had completely erupted. Zhou Hao stood in place with a smile on his face. Not bad. Just from your aura, your improvement is obvious. Fourth brother, you're already so familiar with the first form of the Nanshen armament. Very good." His voice resounded. The rain within 100 meters around him evaporated, and large amounts of steam filled the air. The flame domain spread out, as if turning the entire arena into a magma purgatory. Hong and Thunder God, who had just rushed to Zhou Hao's side, immediately felt their speed slow down. "Big brother, second brother, I'll lead the way," Luo Feng roared, his expression extremely solemn. His star-level spirit energy surged wildly. The sharp and domineering golden illusory blade was like a steel blade piercing into the flame domain. Waves of golden light flickered. Hong and Thunder God immediately felt the pressure on their body decrease, and their speed soared once again. Seeing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. The curved blades of the soaring shuttle quickly condensed into a lifelike flame peacock. Go! Accompanied by a light roar, the flame peacock opened its tail. The dazzling flame golden rain fell, covering Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong. Dang dang dang, the three of them hurriedly blocked. Thunder God's blade danced, and arcs of lightning flickered, blocking the golden rain. Hong's spear turned into a round shield, charging and blocking at the same time. Luo Feng's golden illusory blade shook under the bombardment of the flame golden rain, and the golden threads gradually began to disintegrate. He gritted his teeth, and his spirit energy surged out. The golden illusory blade suddenly burst out with a burst of golden light, piercing toward Zhou Hao at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Hao, who stood motionless, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God obviously didn't cooperate, but now they tacitly tore through the flame golden rain from an angle, forcibly tearing it apart. Of course, the most important one was Luo Feng. His golden illusory blade was accompanied by the metal origin law, and he rushed them most fiercely, sharing a great deal of pressure for Thunder God and Hong. It's indeed the most ferocious and indestructible metal origin law. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his finger, the flame golden rain disappeared, but in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a demonic dragon bathed in flames in front of him. The demonic dragon spun wildly, and directly turned into a flame golden light beam, colliding with the golden illusory blade. Bang! The golden illusory blade directly disintegrated into 9 ice golden small swords, while the flame dragon trembled a few times, and once again attacked Luo Feng at an extremely fast speed. Luo Feng's spirit energy was shaken, but he still calmly condensed the soaring shuttle to resist. Clang! However, the flame dragon was too fierce, and Luo Feng was drowned in an instant. After dealing with Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God seized the opportunity and quickly approached Zhou Hao. Thunder God laughed and said, "Sanzi, you're finished." The saber flashed with lightning and quickly slashed toward Zhou Hao. Hong's light spear was even faster, and had already pierced toward Zhou Hao's body. Kai! However, Hong's face changed the moment the spear pierced through. Thunder God's eyes also revealed a look of astonishment. Zhou Hao stood behind them without them noticing, and said with a smile, "Big brother, second brother, you've lost." Thunder God was speechless. "Sanzi, can't you give us some face and let us touch you?" Hong put away his spear and said in a low voice, "Sanzi, how much strength did you use?" Luo Feng reappeared on the stage. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Hao. Don't be too shocked if I tell you." Zhou Hao laughed dryly. "It's okay, Sanzi. Don't worry, we're mentally prepared," Thunder God said casually. Zhou Hao coughed. Less than half. He was telling the truth. After all, he had stopped studying and cultivating the law of fire a long time ago. His true strength was the law of time and the law of space. Just now, he had only used a bit of the law of space's movement technique. Thunder God's eyes widened. "Damn, Sanzi, are you going to let us live? We went all out, and you didn't even use half of your strength." Hong smiled bitterly. "It's a bit of a blow." Luo Feng was stunned too. "Third brother, you're really a blow." "You guys made me say it." Zhou Hao waved his hands helplessly, consoling them. "Of course, even though I didn't even use half of my strength, your improvement is indeed very fast. You should be able to make it into the top 100,000 of the Ganwu country. Especially fourth brother, your illusory blade is so stable, you definitely have the strength to make it into the top 1,000 of the Ganwu country." The four left the killing field space and returned to the Great Hall. Thunder God was still depressed. "Sanzi, luckily not all the law geniuses are as sick as you. If they were all like that, we wouldn't even be able to make it." Luo Feng said awkwardly, "Second brother, maybe my skills aren't good enough." "Fourth brother, don't listen to Thunder's nonsense. Even Babata said that Sanzi's strength can't be found in the entire Ganwu country. You being able to use the Nan Shen armament is already very powerful." Hong smiled. The four had just sat down when they heard many people discussing excitedly. "Haha, the pinnacle genius battle is finally here. All the universe country star level geniuses battling. That's crazy." Quote, "This kind of universe gathering, we definitely cannot miss it. Crazy, quickly go sign up. In such a short time, there are already a few billion people signing up. Damn, this is too ferocious. This time it's organized by the Virtual Universe Company, the rewards will definitely be generous." Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and Hong Lei Shen all stood up and walked out of the Great Hall. As expected, raising their heads, they saw the incomparably glaring notice floating across the entire Black Dragon Mountain Island. The notice flashed with lines of words. Universe Human Pinnacle Genius Battle. Once every 10,000 years. It's about to begin. Organized by the Virtual Universe Company and all the universe countries. You are a genius, can't find an opponent of the same level? Then come join the Pinnacle Genius Battle. Seeing the huge notice, Zhou Hao and the other three looked at each other, and their eyes flickered with a fiery passion. The Universe Human Pinnacle Genius Battle, they had prepared for a long time, and now it was finally here. Chapter 91, Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay District. After returning from the killing fields, Zhou Hao and the other three couldn't wait to open the Virtual Universe's official website, looking at the topic of the Universe Genius Battle. The Genius Battle was split into 2 stages. The first stage was the Universe Country Selection Battle, where the 1008 universe countries would pick out the top 1000 star-level geniuses from each universe country. The second stage was the Final Pinnacle Battle, where the geniuses from the various universe countries who made it to the first stage would gather and compete for the overall universe ranking. And the final top 1000 star-level geniuses would receive 3 great rewards. One was to receive 10 mixed elements worth to 10,000 mixed elements. The second was to receive a slot to enter the primal universe. The third was to become a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. These 3 rewards were extremely generous. The slot to enter the primal universe was the most valuable, even many Undyings would fight madly for it. Thunder God couldn't help but take in a deep breath. We worked so hard in the world within a world and only managed to get 50 mixed elements worth of wealth, yet the lowest reward for the top 1000 is 10 mixed elements. Babata curled his lips. What's there to be shocked about? This is the Virtual Universe Company, one of the 5 Leviathans, humanity's sacred land of technology. Such rewards are normal. The funds and core member rewards are normal, only the primal universe is not bad. The white-bearded old man Wu rarely didn't pick a fight with Babata. His master Caboose Sector Lord wasn't even close to the Undying level. Alright, let's hurry and sign up. I'm afraid there'll be a lot of people signing up. Zhou Hao clapped his hands and opened the official website. That day, the 4 of them signed up for the Genius Battle. All the star levels in the universe country could participate, hence the registration period would last for a few months. A month later, Zhou Hao and the other 3 received an email from the Virtual Universe Company almost at the same time. The content was pretty much the same as the original plot. This time, the Ganwu Universe Kingdom had over 800 billion star levels. As the participating star levels were all different in strength, the Virtual Universe Company set everyone's strength to star level 9, allowing them to choose any genetic energy weapon, spirit energy weapon, no more than 10, and genetic energy armor no higher than level 2. The selection battle in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom was split into 2 stages. The first stage was the elimination round, and the second stage was the arena competition. In the end, more than 800 billion star states would be selected to participate in the Pinnacle Battle. The elimination tournament will be divided into 100 world regions. The top 1001 rankers in each world would advance to the next stage of the challenge tournament. The first place of each world's ranking would automatically advance and would not need to participate in the single elimination tournament. The remaining 100,000 would fight in the single elimination tournament to determine 900 slots. He briefly browsed through the mail. Zhou Hao's consciousness exited the virtual universe. He sat on the rooftop and stroked the oval-shaped weapon. Currently, his comprehension of the space origin law had already reached the level of the 100 threads, allowing him to unleash more than 1,000 phantoms at full power. As for the time origin law, he had broken through to the second level of the 1,000 layered waves, allowing him to fuse the second level of the Imperial God armament. The first level, Silk Rain, only required the controller's comprehension of the laws. As long as one's comprehension reached a certain level, they would be able to use it. However, the second level was different. This was where the true power of the Imperial God armament began to be revealed. Not only did it require comprehension of the laws, but it also required the controller's comprehension of the laws to a proficient level. This was also the reason why Zhou Hao was only able to unleash the second level of the 9 layered waves. The battle of geniuses doesn't put any pressure on me, but my other split soul, the giant iceberg beast, is also participating in the battle of geniuses. His strength is also extremely abnormal. I wonder if my split soul can easily crush him when the time comes. He mumbled as a look of anticipation flashed across his face. Fighting against himself, that would be interesting. As for Burin, he didn't care much about her. Gu Lun Universe Country. Water Spring Planet. Within a large manor. Zhou Ice Mountain Beast Finhun disguised as Sari sat crossed-legged. After decades of hard work, coupled with his incomparably compatible talent in the law of water, as well as the comprehension of the law of water that he constantly obtained from signing in, his study of the law of water had already reached an extremely deep level, even surpassing many sector lords. However, the Ice Mountain Beast's forte was still close combat. Thus, he decided to focus all his energy on the warrior's secret technique, Galaxy. This, Star River, secret technique was a secret technique of the water origin law. It was suitable for both the iceberg behemoth and the human body. There were a total of 9 levels, and he had reached the 5th. One had to know that many sector lords were only at the 4th level. Big Brother Sari. Suddenly, a few silhouettes flew in from the distance and landed within the manor. Zhou Hao's iceberg beast split soul opened its eyes and a smile appeared on its face. Ban Shao, by you, how come you have the time to come here? On Water Spring Planet, such a manor required a lot of money. Normal universe levels couldn't afford it. After buying the manor, he naturally got to know a few star levels from Water Spring Planet. The main thing was that he would occasionally find them to drink when he was relaxing. Ban Shao was close to 3 meters tall and handsome. He also had a domain. His strength was within the top 3 of Water Spring Planet in the same level. Many powers tried to recruit him. However, ever since he was defeated by Zhou Hao, he had always wanted to acknowledge Zhou Hao as his big brother. Big Brother Sari, the Universe Pinnacle Genius Battle is about to begin. The official website has already announced the exact time. It's in 3 days. When that time comes, we'll know the exact distribution of the worlds. My teacher said that if I can make it into the top 10,000 of the Gu Lun country, he'll reward me with over 100 middle-grade life planets. He also recommended me to train in the Gu Lun country's royal family. Bai Yu and the others looked at Ban Shao enviously. His teacher was a sector lord. Ban Shao said while clenching his fists, top 10,000, it's still quite stressful for me. If I work hard, I might be able to make it. What about you, Big Brother Sari? What's your teacher's target for you? Me. Zhou Hao smiled. Of course it's the top 1,000 of the Gu Lun country. Bai Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh. They naturally thought that Sari was joking. The entire Ice Star Empire hadn't had a genius make it into the top 1,000 for tens of years. Ban Shao however said seriously, good luck Big Brother Sari, I believe you can do it. Zhou Hao casually said, let's hope so. Of course, they didn't know that Zhou Hao's target wasn't just the top 1,000. As the day of the selection battles of the various universe countries drew closer, many universe country leaders who hadn't shown themselves before began to appear. The tall figure of the Ganwu universe country leader looked down at the black mass of undying world lords and even the star-level royal family geniuses kneeling on the ground. An ethereal voice that caused one to shudder resounded, you are all the most exceptional geniuses under me this time. This selection battles have 100,000 spots, I request that you all take at least half. After which, the tall figure gradually vanished. Yes, country leader. The black mass of star-level geniuses all had expressions of worship and excitement. The various powers and families within the Ganwu universe also began to encourage their star-level geniuses, giving them all sorts of rewards. Year 2066, May 16th, the Ganwu Universe Kingdom selection battles officially began. Over 800 billion star-level geniuses all entered the virtual universe, heading towards the meeting point set up by the virtual universe company for this genius battle. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were amongst them. And as soon as they entered the plane, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Every one of them received their own message. Looking down, Thunder God's voice resounded, haha, I'm in the 88th world, this number is very auspicious. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, what about you all? I'm in the 72nd world. Hong said softly, I'm in the first world. Luo Feng laughed. The three of them looked towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked towards Thunder God, second brother, what a coincidence, I'm in the 88th world too. Chapter 92, Thunder God's smile grew even wider, Hehe, like I said, the 88th region is definitely a good sign. Even 30 is in this world, this means that we are going to advance together. Hong couldn't help but tease, Thunder, in terms of good signs, fourth brother's number in the first region is better, right, and 30 has no pressure at all. As for you, you better work hard and try not to get eliminated. Big brother, I'm still very strong, plus, don't I have 30's protection? Thunder God laughed out loud. Of course, everyone knew that his words were purely a joke. The world ranking was related to points, even if he met up with Zhou Hao in the world, it could only guarantee that he wouldn't be eliminated early. To advance, he still had to rely on himself. The four of them chatted amongst themselves. A majestic voice reverberated across the entire world, attention everyone, the qualifier is about to begin. When the time comes, you will be transported to your own world. Please check your equipment, once it begins, you won't be able to choose. Zhou Hao and the others hurriedly lowered their heads to check. Most of them only brought 2 to 3 weapons along with shields and battle armor. No one would bring so many weapons in. As for high-level weapons, they were only star levels and couldn't unleash power beyond level 3. They might as well use their level 2 and level 3 weapons. About to be transported, the countdown begins. Good luck, good luck. When the countdown reached 1, Zhou Hao and the others encouraged each other. Shua, in an instant, the 800 billion star-level participants all disappeared. The 88th region, Zhou Hao's vision blurred for 3 seconds before becoming clear. He was currently standing in a room in a tall building, and opposite the window was another tall building. Through the rows of windows, he could see the large amount of people that had just been transported in. He scanned the screen on his arm. On it were the rules of the qualifier. At the same time, it showed. Participant. Zhou Hao, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points. None. Ranking. None. World. 88th region. Note. The 88th region is modeled after the Ganwu Universe Kingdom's Zanluo planet. The planet has large amounts of mountain ranges and basins, within the basins are all sorts of tall buildings and cities. Outside the basins are mountains and rivers. Following that was the points and ranking rules. He browsed through it briefly. Zhou Hao had just retracted his gaze when he heard the sound of a large number of windows shattering outside. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the sounds of fierce fighting and collisions spread out. Obviously, after many people familiarized themselves with the rules, they couldn't wait to attack the rankings. He calmly did some chest-stretching exercises and then walked out of the room. Crack. Before he could take a step forward, a green light flashed from the door of the opposite room. Clang. Zhou Hao didn't even lift his eyelids. The soaring shuttle on his body quickly condensed into a flaming demon dragon. In an instant, it swept away the cyan light axe blade. At the same time, it directly tore the spirit reader opposite him into pieces at an extremely terrifying speed. Killing a star level 9 spirit master, to him, was simply too easy. Next, he began to sweep through the contestants in the tall building. Of course, he didn't deliberately look for them. He killed all that he came across and saw. Not a single contestant in the entire skyscraper could withstand his flaming demon dragon. Even some domain realm participants who could have made it to the top tens of thousands were eliminated on the first day without any resistance. After spending half an hour, Zhou Hao walked to the lowest floor of the building. Compared to the inside of the building, the killing on the streets below was even more intense. Many spirit readers wouldn't foolishly stay in their rooms. After all, the wide streets and plaza were the best places for them to display their strengths. Pooh. Almost every second, there were contestants dying. Large amounts of corpses littered the streets. No choice. One world region had 8 billion contestants. They were spread out over 90 cities. Every city had close to 100 million contestants. The number of contestants was terrifyingly high. Zhou Hao didn't look at the screen on his arm. It was only the first day. No matter how much he killed, there was no meaning. Leaving the building, he walked to the streets. Before he even took a few steps, a few spirit weapons shot out from a few rooms on the second floor. They all wanted to kill Zhou Hao, who had just left the building. Pooh. It was a pity that they had the wrong idea. The flaming golden light wreaked havoc. Its speed was shockingly fast. After sweeping one round, it completely cleaned up the entire second floor of the skyscraper. Come out. Zhou Hao was too lazy to look for anyone. He stood in the middle of the street and used his origin force to spread his voice out. Instantly, it covered a few skyscrapers. Shua shua shua. The contestants in the surrounding skyscrapers all noticed Zhou Hao. However, no one dared to make a move, daring to shout like that on the first day of the qualifiers and walking to the middle of the street safely. Without a doubt, this was definitely an expert. Seeing that no one made a move or stuck their heads out, Zhou Hao frowned. He thought to himself that no one was an idiot. There wasn't even a hothead. Shouting once was fine, but if he shouted a second time, then he would be an idiot. He continued to walk along the street. He believed that there would be some hotheads. As expected, walking to the next street, many contestants hid in their rooms and ambushed him. Their outcome was quickly the same as those who ambushed him before. They were eliminated. A few hours later, Zhou Hao had already walked all over the east side of the city. His harvest was not small. After all, everyone was killing intensely at the start. He would occasionally encounter many star-level battles. This gave him a chance to harvest. A day passed. He casually found a shop on the street to rest. He glanced at the screen on his arm. Contestant: Zhou Hao, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points: 31,872. Ranking: 47,903. His face was calm. Obtaining 30,000 points on the first day was not bad. In truth, there weren't many experts like him sweeping around in such a large area. The main reason was that the density of the contestants was too high. Even those who were confident would not come out. If they were surrounded, they did not have 3 heads and 6 arms to defend themselves. However, Zhou Hao was not afraid of being surrounded. His peacock spreading tail was originally a secret technique for killing in a large area. Furthermore, his comprehension of the space origin laws was very deep. Even if there were 1,000 people attacking him, he could easily destroy them. Furthermore, he was also carrying the Imperial God weapon. Tomorrow I'll just wait. This way I won't have to run back and forth. He muttered and closed his eyes. On the first night, there were not many who came out to hunt. They were all resting in one of the skyscrapers. At dawn on the second day, the intense killing began once again. Zhou Hao walked out of the shop and began to clean up the contestants who were killing on the streets. The cleaning was complete. He simply sat cross-legged on the street plaza, guarding the surrounding 5 to 6 skyscrapers. As long as there was one who came out, his soaring shuttle would directly wreak havoc. Puff puff puff. One by one, the confident contestants who came out were all killed without exception. This caused the contestants in the 5 to 6 skyscrapers to be terrified. They all hid in their rooms and did not dare to come out. What do we do? This guy is definitely a high-level spirit reader with a fire domain. The speed of the golden flames is too fast. Don't worry, let's first clean up the small fries in the skyscrapers. Then we'll think of a way to rush out. There were many domain experts in the skyscrapers. Among them, there were also members of the Ganwu Empire's royal family. They had the most contestants among all the big powers. Hence, at the beginning of the qualifiers, they gathered together. Some in 2s and 3s, some in 4 or 5, and some in 10. They relied on the power of the team to clean up the surrounding contestants. However, they met an unreasonable contestant like Zhou Hao. He was guarding 5 skyscrapers by himself. During this period, there were a few small teams that did not believe him. However, they all became corpses on the ground. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours passed. Intense fights broke out in the 5 skyscrapers. Many teams cleared up all the solo contestants. However, these teams had a tacit understanding and did not kill each other. On the evening of the second day, the teams of contestants in the 5 skyscrapers all locked their eyes on Zhou Hao, who was on the street square. They did not know each other, but their goal was the same. Only by killing Zhou Hao in front of them could they rush out of this area and hunt in other areas. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the dark night, many teams could not wait any longer. They all rushed down from the 5 skyscrapers. The small team of the Ganwu Empire's royal family who stayed in one of the skyscrapers looked through the window at this mixed team of hundreds of contestants. Should we go down? No hurry. Once that guy starts fighting with these people, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. These teams are wary of each other. They can't possibly work together. I estimate that at least half of them will be killed before they can. The small team of the Ganwu Empire's royal family stopped talking halfway. Pairs of eyes stared at the street below. In the dark night, the moment the mixed team of hundreds of people made their move, a lifelike peacock formed. A dazzling golden rain of flames fell. Poo poo poo. The mixed team of hundreds of star level 9 warriors was instantly pierced through like a sieve. Their weapons fell to the ground with clanking sounds. At this moment, the dark night in this area was close to day. It reflected the dazed faces of the Ganwu Empire's small team. Chapter 93. Within the room, there was a deathly silence. The 4 members of the Ganwu royal family team held their breaths. A team that could clear a skyscraper was almost all domain realm masters. Although each of them couldn't make it into the world's top 1,000, it was still possible for them to make it into the top 10,000. However, it was such a mixed team of experts that was wiped out in an instant. Such strength, even the geniuses of the Ganwu royal family who comprehended the origin laws couldn't do it. This person is definitely a genius who stepped into the fire origin laws, and his comprehension isn't low. What do we do? The second day of the elimination competition hasn't even passed, we don't have enough points. The atmosphere was tense. The 4 of them all had anxious looks on their faces. They were the geniuses of the royal family, they had the confidence to enter the world's top 1,000, but they were unlucky enough to meet an abnormal genius. More importantly, this abnormal genius was still guarding them. Wait, continue to wait. This kind of genius must be aiming for a higher ranking, he can't just stay in this area and guard. The strongest royal family genius in the team gritted his teeth and said. The other 3 were silent. The only thing they could do now was to. All of you come out in 10 seconds, otherwise I'll drag you out one by one. The voice that was infused with genetic power reverberated within the 5 skyscrapers. It extinguished the hopes of a few small teams. The faces of the royal family team were terrifyingly dark. Too arrogant. Someone gritted his teeth, but it was useless. Kill. Fight it out with him. Even if we die, we'll take him down with us. Including the royal family geniuses, the small teams all charged out. They were all geniuses in their own powers, they were all very arrogant. After being provoked like this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Poo poo poo. In an instant, all sorts of domains were unleashed, all directed towards the figure standing in the middle of the street. 60 to 70 domain masters, there was no lack of domain level 7 and 8 geniuses. However, after the flaming golden rain, the 5 skyscrapers became completely silent. The streets were filled with large amounts of corpses. Shoo shoo shoo. The small sword with the golden engravings returned, once again forming the soaring shuttle. Zhou Hao's gaze swept across the 5 skyscrapers, his genetic power spread out, sweeping through them one by one. After confirming that there were no more competitors, he went to the next area. His points ranking was crazily rising. In the air above the 88th world, outside the barrier. Within a universe ship, Wang Rong, Zhou Ying, Shen Hong and the others, as well as Thunder God's family and children, were all sitting in the hall. As expected of the world's #1 expert, Chairman Jian Guang. It's only been 5 days since the preliminaries, and he's already in the top 1,000. That's right, it's charging too fiercely. In these 5 days, Headmaster Zhou's points have been soaring. The Thunder God family members couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Shen Hong couldn't help but say, that cute little kid back then has already grown to this level. It's really hard to believe. This is the top 1,000 in the world, with over 8 billion star states. Zhou Ying, said softly, my brother has always been outstanding. From the moment he was born, I knew he was different from the rest. Shen Hong nodded and then said, the 3rd chairman, Gym Master Lei, is also doing well. He has already made it into the top 20,000. It seems like he should be able to make it into the top 1,000. Outside the membrane of the first world, Luo Feng's family sat in the ship as well. Wah, Uncle Zhou is too ferocious. It's only been 5 days and he's already in the top 1,000. Luo Hai's tender voice resounded, why is Daddy's ranking still behind? Hurry and charge. Luo Ping snorted, Daddy must be hiding his strength. Who in the entire world region is Daddy's match? Why hide his strength? Charge, be like Uncle Zhou and charge into the top 1,000. Zhou Hai said unhappily. Haha, Luo Hongguo, Luo Hua, Shu Xin, Shu Gang and the others all laughed. In the air above the 66th world, many of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom's middle-level civilization countries' royalty were gathered here. As Zhou Hao's points continued to soar, many members of the royal family noticed this. Bu Luo Lin, this Zhou Hao from your Black Dragon Mountain is too ferocious. He's been soaring since the first day of the preliminaries, and hasn't stopped in these 5 days. He's advanced by another 300, charging into the top 500. He must have met other geniuses. Even if this person dies now, he'll still be able to enter the top 1000. Right, the battles of the preliminaries are very intense. If you're not careful, you'll be surrounded and attacked. However, this Zhou has been soaring, meaning he's not afraid of being surrounded. He's at least a domain level 8, or even a level 9 genius. Many princes and princesses discussed amongst themselves. The 9th Prince Bu Luo Lin laughed loudly with pride. However, within he thought, this Zhou shouldn't be the genius he met in the Kanglan Star's world of Thunder, right? And Zhou's point ranking was rising so quickly, it attracted the attention of many large powers in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Many of them began to check on Zhou's information. Within the Killing Fields Hall, it was empty, only occasionally a few universe levels would enter. In the corner, the green-skinned old man Luo had a smile in his eyes. This punk is rising rather quickly. Who knows if he'll be able to get first place in the world region. Being first place in the world region allowed one to directly enter the pinnacle battles, not needing to participate in the arena battles. However, to reach first place, other than strength, one had to rely on luck. On the 12th day of the elimination battles, Luo Fenghong began to completely explode, his point ranking madly rising. And in the 88th world region, 7th city's most central street, large amounts of star-level corpses were piled up, the stench of blood permeated the air. All of you come out. The sound of genetic energy gathering continuously spread in all directions. Some of the warriors in the larger districts of the city all had a change of expression. They hurriedly hid in their rooms within tall buildings. No matter how this voice provoked them, they would rather die than leave. After 12 days, the majority of the surviving competitors were all domain-level warriors. However, compared to that sick person in the middle of the street, they were like fireflies under the moon, completely not enough. Who knows how many newly risen warriors couldn't withstand the provocation and headed towards the city center, however they never returned. Such a situation caused many warriors to be terrified. At the highest point of the pile of corpses, Zhou used his spirit energy to isolate the stench of blood, his gaze sweeping towards the screen on his arm. Competitor: Zhou, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points: 5,123,890. Rank: 231. Seeing this, his brows furrowed slightly. After 12 days of non-stop killing, although he had been suppressing his opponents the entire time, the points ranking was getting harder and harder to break through. Especially since the strength he displayed was too strong. Many warriors in the 7th city didn't dare to fight with him. After all, if they didn't have enough points, the moment they died, they would lose half of their points. It would be hard to maintain their ranking within the top 1000. And this was only the 12th day of the elimination battles. Even if many warriors were confident in their own strength, they wouldn't risk their lives to fight with other geniuses so early. Of course, the main reason was that Zhou was too lazy to search one by one. Otherwise, if he really wanted to search one city after another and kill those experts with more points, his ranking wouldn't just stop at this point. Let's wait a little longer. If no one comes, then we'll search one by one, he muttered. In the blink of an eye, half of the elimination battles had passed. In order to fatten up the warriors in the other districts, Zhou didn't hunt at night. He also didn't provoke anyone. Instead, he obediently stayed in his room to rest. Hence these days, a few extremely powerful warriors rose up in the various districts. There were even warriors from other cities who rushed over to hunt for experts. 17th day of the elimination battles. Torrential rain poured down. The rain flowed down on the streets, washing a large amount of dried blood into the sewers on both sides of the streets. The entire city fell into a hazy rain and fog. In this kind of weather, many participants stayed in their rooms and didn't go out to fight. You're the super warrior who is known as invincible in this city. A tall figure slowly walked over from the torrential rain. He was surrounded by thunder and lightning, isolating himself from the torrential rain. His aura was like a rainbow, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Zhou, who was sitting in a shop, slowly opened his closed eyes. He saw the figure that appeared in front of him. The corner of his mouth slowly revealed a smile. Interesting. You actually dared to take the initiative to look for me. It seems that you have a lot of points. The tall figure was startled, and then he smiled. Boom. His 6 arms wielded the saber casually. Electric arcs surrounded him, and there was an explosion in the air. "I'm Thunderblade, Blood Cliff," he shouted in a low voice, and the force spread out through the curtain of rain. Many experts in the city were alarmed. "It's actually Thunderblade. He's the super warrior of number 8 city. Haha, this invincible is going to fall." Many experts hastily jumped to the rooftop, or turned the corner of the street, secretly watching the battle between the super warriors that was about to erupt. Zhou Hao stood up, and walked out step by step. The soaring shuttle floating in front of him split into 1008 curved blades, and then like a machine, they gathered together with a metallic sound. When he walked out of the shop, a lifelike peacock flew around him. The peacock's eyes emitted traces of flames, and a large amount of rain evaporated, and water vapor pervaded the air. The six-armed rushing thunder blade Blood Cliff's purple pupils constricted. Just this proficiency in controlling the spirit weapon had already far surpassed the spirit readers he had killed before. Furthermore, the spirit weapon clearly carried the power of fire laws. Zhou Hao's indifferent voice sounded, "If you can withstand this move of mine, then you'll have the right to know my name." Thunderblade Blood Cliff suddenly laughed out loud. Good, as expected of the controller who dares to call himself invincible, crazy enough. The moment his voice fell, he moved. A strong thunder domain spread out, and a large amount of rain poured down. Thunderblade took a step forward, and rushed in front of Zhou Hao. The 6 blades in his hands were surrounded by arcs of lightning, and they all slashed towards Zhou Hao. Boom! The air exploded, and the sound of thunder rolled out, causing the rain to stagnate. Although Zhou Hao was still in his original position, the flame peacock had already flashed behind Thunderblade, and at the same time a figure slowly condensed. Thunderblade's face froze, and his heart was shocked. Such a fast movement technique, when did he move? But although he was shocked, his reaction wasn't slow at all. After destroying Zhou Hao's afterimage, he fiercely stepped on the ground, and with a turn of lightning, he once again rushed towards Zhou Hao. But at this time, the flame peacock that had condensed in the sky had already opened its tail. A dazzling golden light flashed. Then like a storm, it pierced towards Thunderblade. And every little golden sword that pierced out carried a raging flame, and even the heat of the flame caused the air to distort. This was obviously a deep understanding of the fire origin law, and it had begun to affect space. Thunderblade obviously realized this, and he completely erupted. His 6 arms waved wildly, and the 6 battle swords flashed and connected into one, and with the power of the lightning law, they condensed into a lightning shield. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, a large number of small golden swords that were burning with flames blasted on the lightning shield. The sound of metal clanging could be heard continuously. Every little golden sword carried the power of the fire law, causing Thunderblade's arm to feel numb and hot, and the speed at which he waved his sword became slower and slower. "Block it for me, ah!" He roared in a low voice, as if he had gone crazy. The speed at which he waved his sword was even faster. But the impact of the little golden swords was continuously stacked, and the further they went, the more terrifying the power was. Bang bang! Thunderblade's arm finally couldn't withstand the burning and impact, and it broke. The breaking of one arm caused a chain reaction, causing the other arms to be unable to maintain the secret technique, and they broke one after another. PFFT. The little golden swords that couldn't block directly pierced through Thunderblade's body and head. Clang! The 6 sabers fell to the ground one after another. With a bang, Thunderblade Shuiya, a super expert from City 8, died in the hands of Zhou Hao on the 17th day of the preliminaries. The only sound left in the city was the sound of the rainstorm. Many of the experts who were watching the battle fell silent. Thunderblade was clearly a genius powerhouse who had comprehended the law of lightning, but he still died under the golden rain of fire. Furthermore, the fiery golden rain they saw today was completely different from what they had seen before. Obviously, for more than half a month, the attacks of a large number of experts did not make Zhou Hao, the guy with the title of Invincible, show his true strength. He looked at Thunderblade's corpse that was lying at the entrance of the shop. Zhou Hao shook his head lightly. "Unfortunately, you still don't have the strength to make me say my name." He glanced at the screen on his arm. Participant: Zhou Hao, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points: 9,631,288. Ranking: 125. After killing this super expert from City 8, he instantly gained 4 million points, directly moving up by 100 places. His lips could not help but curl into a smile. It's still killing these super experts that gives me more points. However, he was secretly speechless. It had only been 17 days, and this Thunder Blade had already accumulated 8 million points. There were definitely a lot of experts who had died in his hands. Following that, Zhou Hao began to sweep through, killing all the experts who had fattened up in City 7. And his ranking continued to rise. On the 24th day of the preliminaries, he finally entered the top 80 of the 88th world, attracting the attention of a few super experts who liked to wander around and hunt experts. The 25th day, once again, Zhou Hao killed another super expert who had entered City 7 and obtained over 12 million points, directly entering the top 50 of the world rankings. In City 13 of the 88th world, Thunder God, who had just killed a domain realm master, glanced at the screen. At the same time, he looked at the names of the top 100 domain realm masters. When he saw Zhou Hao's invincible name, he smiled. Third brother's strength is really abnormal. However, his points are a little low. He is probably just lazing around in a city. He understood Zhou Hao's personality quite well. To put it bluntly, he liked to stay at home and train hard. Now that he had entered the preliminaries, he still could not change this habit. Wah! Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall muscular man appeared in front of him. You are Thunder Blade. Thunder God's pupils constricted, looking at the muscular man in front of him. His lips were slightly pale. You, show me your full strength. As the 3-meter-tall muscular man spoke, he waved the battle blade in his hand. Kill. Thunder God gritted his teeth, exploding with all his strength. However, this muscular man was too strong, killing Thunder God with just one strike. After killing Thunder God, he shook his head. The experts in the top 2000 are still too weak. Next I have to continue looking for those in the top 100. He was Barbarian Rongjun, an almost invincible super expert in the 88th world. He liked to hunt experts the most, constantly looking for experts in various cities. Thunder God was just one of the experts he met. As the day of the preliminaries neared, many experts began to come out at night to hunt. However, in City 7, not a single expert dared to come out. They would rather hide than go out to hunt. This was because those who were discovered hunting all died. This invincible is simply not giving us a way out. The super experts in other cities would all leave to hunt, but this person, he has been staying in this city all this time, not leaving at all. I am really unlucky to meet such an expert. If it wasn't because I am weak, I would have escaped long ago. Many experts saw Zhou Hao patrolling the streets from afar. They all cursed in their hearts. However, although they cursed, they still immediately ran away. Day 28 of the preliminaries. Zhou Hao stepped on the cracked streets, slowly patrolling as usual. As long as he saw or scanned the experts with his telekinesis, they would all be killed by him. He glanced at the screen. His current points ranking had already entered the top 30, but there were only 2 days left until the preliminaries. If he did not meet any super experts from other cities, his ranking would basically stop. After all, the difference between the top 50 was a few million points. Kacha. Stepping on a rotten corpse, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. However, Zhou Hao suddenly stopped, looked up, and saw a 3-meter-tall figure at the end of the street. The other party also looked at him. The two gazes crossed 1,000 meters of the street and intertwined. You are invincible. A voice filled with origin force spread out. You are barbarian. Zhou Hao's voice was calm. Barbarian Rongjun laughed. Fight. Zhou Hao also laughed. Fight. The origin force gathered the word, fight, and it reverberated in the sky above the city. The surviving experts in the city were all shocked. It's the 3rd-ranked barbarian in the world. He actually came to our city. 2 super freaks have met. I wonder who will survive. One is ranked 3rd, and the other is ranked 30th. However, this freak invincible has been staying in the city and has never gone out. It's really hard to tell. Many experts had thoughts in their minds. Chapter 94. Hoo-hoo. The wind was howling. The smell of blood was no longer strong on the street that was covered with rotting corpses. But the 2 fighting spirits were burning even more fiercely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The soaring shuttle instantly condensed into the form of a demonic dragon. Boom. At the same time, the hot flame-filled airflow erupted, and the air, streets, and corpses were all burning. Zhou Hao's eyes were calm as he looked at the tall figure at the end of the street who was also bursting with a thick earthy yellow airflow. He waved his finger. The flaming demonic dragon spun wildly with a buzzing sound and turned into a golden light that suddenly shot out. Ha ha ha! The 3-meter-tall figure of the savage Rongjun laughed as he grabbed the short sword in his hand and rushed straight toward the golden light. Every step he took was heavy, causing the houses and shops on the street to rumble and tremble as if there was an earthquake. Boom! In half a breath's time, the golden light that the flaming demonic dragon turned into collided with the savage Rongjun who was stepping on the street. Clang! The invincible flaming demonic dragon was instantly sent flying by the short sword in the savage's hand. The flaming demonic dragon directly disintegrated, and a large number of curved blades flew out and pierced through the surrounding shops and houses. Barbarian Rong Jun took another step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Hao with a flash of several hundred meters. However, he didn't directly slash down. Instead, he quickly moved to the side and took another step forward. He appeared on the roof of the house on the left and slashed down heavily in the air like lightning. Almost at the same time, the air suddenly began to rapidly condense into curved blades, converging into a sword and a shield. And Zhou Hao, who was standing on the street, disappeared and appeared behind the sword and shield. Clang! Savage Rongjun's sword was extremely heavy, and a heavy blow sent Zhou Hao's body, together with the sword and shield, flying out and smashing into another street, sending a lot of gravel and soil flying. You are very good. Savage Rongjun stood on the roof and was not in a hurry to continue. Instead, he looked at Zhou Hao who had stabilized his body and grinned. Not only did you comprehend the law of fire, but you also comprehended the law of space. You really surprised me. Zhou Hao also laughed. Savage, you're not bad either. You can actually predict my next position in advance. I hope you can make me use my true strength. Savage Rongjun's pupils shrank. True strength? He was inwardly shocked. He had used both fire and space origin laws at the same time, yet this was not the full strength of this invincible being. If you can block this attack, you, Savage, will have the right to witness my true strength. Zhou Hao's voice gradually spread out. The sword shield in front of him instantly condensed into a flaming peacock. Many of the experts who saw this scene were shocked. Here it comes. This freakish invincible expert was about to use his most powerful unique skill. They all wanted to see if Savage Rongjun, who was ranked 3rd in the world, would be able to withstand this attack. Go! The flaming peacock spread its tail, and a golden rain of fire poured out. The air was burning. Savage Rongjun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Haha, good. You are indeed worthy of being called an invincible expert. Your comprehension of the law of fire is not inferior to my law of earth. To be able to meet an expert like you, it's really delightful, delightful. While laughing, he waved the short blade in his hand. A thick earthy yellow airflow rotated. Clang 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 clang. The saber was waved. The saber technique was steady and heavy, and it actually blocked all the golden rain of fire. Savage Rongjun felt his arm go numb. His fingers were shockingly hot. He stared at Zhou Hao, his heart trembling. What a terrifying law of fire. Almost couldn't block it. Many experts saw this. One by one, they were even more excited than Savage Rongjun. He blocked it. Someone really blocked this freakish invincible unique skill of the flaming peacock. On the street, Savage Rongjun jumped down from the roof. The heavy force caused the already cracked street to completely shatter. What other methods do you have? To be able to meet an expert like you in the preliminaries, it's really interesting. The earthy yellow airflow around him dispersed. His voice was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. He really wanted to see the true strength of this spirit reader in front of him. What was it? Shoo shoo shoo. The curved blades once again converged into the soaring shuttle. Zhou Hao stepped on the soaring shuttle and slowly rose into the air. Looking down at Savage Rongjun, he said in a low voice, Savage, you are indeed very strong, now I'll let you experience my true strength. His voice fell. The oval-shaped weapon on his back slowly split into two. One half was dark purple, the other azure blue. It revolved around Zhou Hao. Many experts in the city stared with wide eyes. What kind of spirit weapon is that? I didn't think that this freakish invincible expert actually had another spirit weapon. Too scary. He actually didn't use the other spirit weapon. Quote. Savage Rongjun's expression changed. He stared at the purple and blue spirit weapons. He said in disbelief, Imperial divine weapon. Zhou Hao laughed. That's right, Savage. To be able to see me use the Imperial divine weapon, you should be proud. His voice echoed out. Many experts who survived exploded. They all stared with their eyes wide open. Imperial Divine Weapon. This was the Imperial Divine Weapon of the controller's 9 godly weapons. If the Nanshen weapon was said to be invincible, then the Imperial Divine Weapon was said to be invincible. My god, this freakish invincible is actually able to control the Imperial Divine Weapon. It's said that to control the Imperial Divine Weapon, one needs to simultaneously comprehend time and space laws. Time and space laws are already extremely difficult. This freakish invincible has actually comprehended too. Invincible, no wonder he dares to call himself invincible. Many experts stared at the dark purple and blue spirit weapons in disbelief. Savage Rongjun's breathing became heavy. The short blade in his hand slowly disappeared. It was replaced with a pure black huge blade. I didn't think that a mere Ganwu country qualifier could actually make me take out the earth-splitting blade. However, against the Imperial Divine Weapon, if I don't use it, I really don't have any confidence. While speaking, the battle intent burning in his eyes seemed to have reached its peak. Come, let me see the power of the Imperial Divine Weapon. Let me see if it's as terrifying as the rumors say. His aura exploded. The earth-yellow aura became heavier. His spirit and willpower crazily rose. Against the Imperial Divine Weapon, even if it was Savage Rongjun who dared to fight for the #1 spot in the universe, he still had to use all his strength. As you wish, rumble. The half-dark purple and half-blue spirit weapon suddenly exploded. Countless purple and blue light years fell like rain, instantly covering the surrounding 1,000 meters. At this moment, the howling wind disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped. The entire heaven and earth were only left with these light spots. The Imperial Divine Weapon's first level, Drizzle. Go. Following a light roar, the purple and blue light spots were like summer rain. They formed into rain droplets and quickly fell on Savage Rongjun, who was enveloped by the earth-yellow aura. The thick and solid earth origin law domain was instantly pierced through by these light spots. The light spots that carried the power of space and time laws were crazily released. Dang dang dang. Savage Rongjun's body split into two. The huge blade in his hand quickly danced. Against such a concentrated attack, he could only defend. He couldn't rush out at all. The rain droplets seemed to fall straight down, but when they reached Savage Rongjun's side, they strangely dodged to the other side. Not only was the direction of the attack unpredictable, even the speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was hard to predict. This was the terrifying part of the Imperial Divine Weapon. The attack carried the mysteries of space and time, making it hard for the enemy to block. Unless one had comprehended space or time laws, only then would they be able to block it. Just like the current Savage Rongjun, he had a deep comprehension of the space origin laws. He was able to release two illusions. His blade techniques were extremely exquisite. He was able to accurately grasp the position of the rain droplets and quickly block them. But unfortunately, there were too many rain droplets. In an instant, they covered him. He couldn't completely block them. Pooh. A few rain droplets passed through the gaps in the blade techniques and pierced through Savage Rongjun's body. Pooh. In just a few seconds, Savage Rongjun's body had over 10 holes. Fresh blood flowed out. His blade techniques slowed down. His reaction also slowed down. Finally, when all the light spots were done, he used the blade to support himself. With a pung sound, he half knelt on the broken street, gasping for breath. Shoo. The purple and blue light spots quickly formed an oval-shaped spirit weapon. Zhou stepped on the soaring shuttle and slowly descended. He looked at Savage Rongjun. He didn't say anything. Savage Rongjun kept coughing. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face had a smile. I've lost in the preliminaries. The Imperial Divine Weapon is indeed the head of the 9 godly weapons. I didn't lose unjustly. After saying that, he fell to the ground. On the 28th day of the preliminaries, the 3rd-ranked absolute warrior Savage Rongjun died in the hands of Zhou. Many experts of the 7th city sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect that on the 3rd last day of the preliminaries, they would see such an exciting battle. But in the end, it was this abnormal invincibility that was even more powerful. The might of the Imperial Divine Weapon was an eye-opener for them. And Zhou, who had killed Savage Rongjun, glanced at the screen on his arm. Participant: Zhou, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points: 87,212,218. Rank: 3. Looking at the ranking, Zhou couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This Rongjun had directly provided him with 40 million points. In the end, he didn't even reach the world's second place. The competition in the points ranking was really intense. Looking at the top 10 rankings, the first place had already reached 160 million points. It was simply terrifying. And when he looked at the points ranking, the first place had more than 10 million points. Just how many super experts did this guy kill? He was speechless. To be able to accumulate 180 million points, he definitely hunted non-stop in various worlds. Continue to wait. I hope this guy can come to the 7th city. He looked forward to it. When Zhou Hao suddenly jumped from the top 50 to the world's 3rd place, it caused countless powers in the Ganwu Empire to be shocked. Just where did this Zhou Hao come from, to actually be able to kill the 3rd-ranked savage Rongjun? He is definitely a super genius who stepped into the origin law. It will be hard to rope him in. Such a super genius will definitely participate in the pinnacle battle. Even if he is eliminated in the final battle, he will still be recruited by the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Many powers sighed. Every world that was able to enter the top 3 were all geniuses who had stepped into the origin law. Such geniuses, if they weren't able to enter the virtual universe company, would still be recruited by the royal families of the various universe countries. It had been like this for countless years. And within the Black Dragon Mountain royal family's ship hall, over 1,000 officials were completely excited. Your Majesty, great news, great news. This time, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire actually produced 2 super geniuses who entered the top 100. There are even 4 people who have entered the top 1,000. That Luo Feng is already very ferocious, entering the top 100. In the end, this Zhou Hao actually made it to the 3rd place. Many of the officials, other than flattering him, were also extremely happy from the bottom of their hearts. For a remote empire like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, there weren't many geniuses who made it to the top 10,000 in the past. This time, there were actually 4 of them, and amongst them, there were even super geniuses who were ranked in the single digits. According to the past genius battles, those who were usually ranked in the single digits would definitely be able to make it to the top 1,000 of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. The Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire laughed excitedly. The 2 Sector Lord level warriors beside him also revealed smiles. Even though Luo Feng was ranked in the double digits, but to enter the top 1,000, it wasn't very stable. However, Zhou Hao's single-digit ranking was completely stable. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. It was the 30th day of the preliminaries. There wasn't a single strong warrior with a lot of points who came to this city. Zhou Hao also stopped patrolling. He obediently stayed in a shop. He calmed himself down and quietly waited for the preliminaries to end. From the first day, he had been killing people almost every day. Even though it was a massacre, but after killing so many people, he couldn't help but feel irritated and bloodthirsty. These emotions would affect his state of mind. Hence, on the last day, he had to calm his state of mind. After Zhou Hao kept his butcher's knife, the remaining experts in the city could finally take a breather. In the last few hours, they were all madly looking for opponents to kill, trying to get into the rankings. Following the countdown in the city, many of the experts who hadn't made it to the top 1,000 were extremely anxious. However, at the last minute, they couldn't make it. When the countdown reached 0, the preliminaries had ended. All the survivors were teleported away. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and Hong were teleported to the air above the Black Dragon Mountain Island. The three's consciousness disconnected from the virtual universe and then reconnected. They immediately appeared in front of their respective rooms in the 9-Star Bay district. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother. Thunder God shouted. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, and Hong couldn't help but walk over. Thunder God said helplessly, "I'm too unlucky. I met the 3rd-ranked savage. That punk was as sick as third brother. He finished me off with one blade." As he spoke, he looked at Zhou Hao. His face was filled with excitement. "However, third brother, you're still the strongest. You actually eliminated that savage. Not bad, you've avenged me." Zhou Hao laughed. That savage's strength was indeed very strong. However, he met me. He can only be unlucky. Damn, you really aren't polite at all. Thunder God stared. He then shook his head. "Big brother, fourth brother, you all made it to the top 1,000. Sigh, it's just that my luck is bad. However, with my strength, even if I didn't meet that savage, I would barely make it to the top 1,000. His strength was slightly weaker than Hong, and Hong was also ranked last. Hong patted Thunder God's shoulder. "All right, don't be depressed. Passing the preliminaries is only the first stage. There's still the second stage of the arena. That's the key." Luo Feng nodded. "The arena is purely dependent on strength. Luck is useless." Shua Shua. At this time, a group of people appeared. It was Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Thunder God and Hong's family. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. "Haha, since we're all here, let's go drink," Thunder God suggested. "Let's go, comma. After the preliminaries, there was a month's time for the participants to rest. And in this month, Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Hong Laishan and the other three received varying degrees of welcome. Especially when the citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire found out that they lived in the 9-star Bay sector, large amounts of crazy groupies waited at the sector entrance every day, cheering and shouting excitedly. At the same time, there were many large powers from the Ganwu Universe Kingdom and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire who came to invite them to join their powers. The conditions they offered were more and more generous. Among them, Luo Feng received the most offers. As Zhou Hao's ranking was too high, there weren't many powers who wanted to rope him in. Those who wanted to invite Thunder God and Hong were mostly from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. For example, the 2 Sacred Lands, the 3-Axe Mountain, the North Dragon City etc. On the 16th day after the preliminaries ended, the Emperor of the Silverblue Empire and the representative of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire came. This time, the representative of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire directly bestowed the Milky Way to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao became the leader of the Milky Way. After all, he was ranked 3rd in the world and had a 99% chance of entering the top 1000 of the Ganwu Empire. As long as such a genius didn't fall midway, he would become a sector lord in the future. Other than bestowing the Milky Way, the representative of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire also brought information on the outstanding experts from the 100 worlds of the Ganwu Empire. These information couldn't be obtained by normal powers, but the royal family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire could. However, in these information, most of them were videos of experts crushing other geniuses. For example, the battle between Zhou Hao and Rongjun wasn't shown. After the Emperor of the Silverblue Empire and the representative of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire left, Luo Feng and Hong Thunder God couldn't wait to watch the other experts' videos. Every world's top 10 geniuses wanted to know more about them. This way, during the initial stage of the competition, if they met, they would be able to avoid them in advance. When Thunder God saw Zhou Hao's information, it showed a video of Zhou Hao guarding 5 buildings. He laughed exaggeratedly. "Haha, this group of people meeting Third Brother is even more unlucky than me meeting Savage." They were directly guarded by Third Brother. Luo Feng and Hong tilted their heads and looked at the video. They couldn't help but laugh and joke. "Third Brother, these people are probably cursing you to death in their hearts. Many of them have domains. If it wasn't for Third Brother guarding, they probably wouldn't be able to enter the top 10,000. Some might even be able to charge into the top 1,000. Hong laughed. Zhou Hao shrugged. "They can only blame themselves for being unlucky. This savage's strength is indeed very strong. This guy with dual swords, his light domain is much stronger than mine. This person can actually control the Nanshen armament too." Luo Feng and Hong Thunder God continued to browse. Very quickly, it was July 16th. The competition officially began. Chapter 95, Virtual Universe, Huge Meeting Room. The 10,001 that had passed the elimination round were all densely packed in their seats. Loud noises could be heard everywhere. After a while, a silver-robed man appeared at the front of the meeting room. As the meeting room quietened down, he began to announce the rules and arrangements for the elimination round. Of which, the first place of the elimination round would directly advance. The remaining 100,000 would compete for 900 spots. The specific arrangements would be to split into 1,000 groups, each group having 100 people. After which, in the arena battles, each group would only have 10 survivors. The 1,000 groups would ultimately produce 10,000 victors. After which, these 10,000 victors would engage in 1v1 battles. After 4 battles, the final 625 victors would emerge. The remaining 9,375 losers would enter the loser group and begin a 3-year cycle of battles. Finally, 275 victors would emerge. It could be said, the arena battles were far more cruel than the elimination rounds. The elimination rounds could still rely on luck and teamwork. However, In the arena battles, one could only rely on one's own strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, no matter what, one wouldn't be able to advance. Leaving the meeting room, Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and Hong all understood their groups. Zhou Hao was in group 274, Luo Feng was in group 382 and Hong was in group 161. And the arena battles would be held every day for 200 rounds. In other words, Hong was on the first day, while Zhou Hao and Luo Feng were on the second day. The next day, in a huge space specially opened up in the virtual universe, a vast river flowed and within the river were many islands. Within the dojo of Island 01932, a huge number of spectators were cheering and shouting. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Lei Shen and Hong along with their families were all seated together, watching the battles on the island. The dojo was 10 kilometers wide and could hold up to 1 billion spectators. The four of them were accompanying their families to watch Nabini from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire who had passed the elimination rounds. His ranking was similar to Hong's, and in the arena battles, even though he lasted for a long time, he was still eliminated. Next was Hong's battle. Hong's light domain had already reached the 6th level. Using his long spear in conjunction with his light domain, his spear technique was at a very high level. However, there could only be 10 people in the arena free for all. Those who could pass were basically geniuses with a domain level 8 and above. Rao Shihong relied on his spear skills to survive until the end. However, the arena kept shrinking. Faced with the increasingly narrow space, he could only fight against the other domain stage 8 and 9 experts. In the end, when there were only 15 people left, he was killed by one of them. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "Big brother has already outperformed himself. Unfortunately, due to the difference in strength, he can only be eliminated." Luo Feng also felt sorry for Hong. Thunder God sighed, "During the Grand Nirvana period, Big brother and I had to kill monsters step by step. At that time, we didn't have any experience or secret technique to guide us, so we could only rely on our own secret techniques. After we discovered the ruins of the ancient civilization, this situation became a lot better, but it also wasted a lot of time." Zhou Hao and Luo Feng were silent. Indeed, Hong and Thunder God's comprehension was actually not low. Furthermore, their mental state was also very high. If from the beginning, they could have come into contact with secret techniques and domain knowledge, their achievements would definitely not be what they were now. Of course, Zhou Hao knew that even if the two of them didn't enter the core of the virtual universe company, they would still be able to walk on their own path. The second day of the arena free for all, Zhou Hao participated. His group only had 2 geniuses who had comprehended the laws. These 2 geniuses, comprehension had only just stepped into the threshold. He only used his flame peacock to completely suppress this group. Using an invincible stance, he shocked the other participants into avoiding him. Such a situation caused the millions of citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to be extremely excited. They roared crazily like a tsunami. When the other Empire spectators saw Zhou Hao's invincible intimidation, they also shouted excitedly. Thunder God heard the deafening voices and was shocked. "These spectators are really crazy." Hong laughed. "Looks like many of the Empire's citizens like this kind of tyrannical and invincible crushing battle. Third brother's strength is indeed abnormal. Just by using his fire laws, he was able to suppress many geniuses. If he were to use his Imperial God armament, I'm afraid the millions of spectators in the arena would go crazy." Luo Feng exclaimed. Thunder God looked at Luo Feng and joked, "Aren't you also an abnormal genius? When it's your turn, once you use your Imperial God armament, you'll also cause the citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to go crazy." Luo Feng hurriedly said modestly, "My strength is completely incomparable to third brother's." Hong shook his head, "Fourth brother, there's no need to compare yourself to third brother. You're already very outstanding." The day's arena competition was about to end. After Luo Feng went up on stage, he was like Zhou Hao, suppressing those of the same level, causing the top-ranked geniuses of the royal family to avoid him. This kind of number 1 ranker in the arena made the citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire equally excited. After the Ganwu Universe Kingdom's arena competition had ended, the Jiyu Lun Universe Kingdom's arena competition had only started for the first day. Amongst them, there were only 2 people from the Bingxing Empire who had entered the top 100,100 of the Jiyu Lun Universe Kingdom. One was Zhou Hao's Ice Mountain Beast Fan Hun, and the other was his little brother Ban Shao. Thanks to the 2 of them, the Bingxing Empire could have 1 million citizens watching the competition. Big Brother Sari, it was already very difficult for me to pass the preliminaries. In this arena competition, I have no confidence at all. Before entering the preparation hall, Ban Shao had no confidence at all. His ranking was at the bottom, and he had completely relied on luck to pass the preliminaries. In the arena competition, he would definitely be eliminated. Zhou Hao and Fan Hun naturally comforted him. Actually, he knew that Ban Shao was already very happy. As expected, Ban Shao was eliminated in the beginning of the battle. He was the weakest, and was easily targeted by others. The first day of Group 178's arena competition was about to begin. Within the preparation hall, 100 geniuses appeared one after another. Zhou Hao and Fan Hun's world ranking this time wasn't considered high, and he didn't purposely aim for the rankings. Hence, he didn't stand out amongst the crowd. However, his group had 2 very high-ranking geniuses. As time passed, the excited voice of the host of the dojo transmitted into the preparation hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the next Group 178 participants, the first is Ji Shan from the Ji Lun Universe Kingdom, ranked 5th in the preliminaries in the 3rd world. The 8th is Bai Shi from the Ji Lun Universe Kingdom, ranked 7th in the preliminaries in the 45th world. Every time the host called out a participant, there would be a crazy roar from the dojo. These roars were naturally from the empires of the participants. The 32nd is Sari from the Bingxing Universe Kingdom, ranked 127th in the preliminaries in the 38th world. Sari, go Big Brother Sari. The 1 million citizens of the Bingxing Empire cheered excitedly, each wave louder than the previous. Many of the upper echelons of the Bingxing Empire, including the sector lords and domain lords, were all staring at the broadcast of the dojo. This Sari is ranked 127th, not very high up. And his group has 2 geniuses who have stepped into the origin laws. It'll be hard for him to survive in the battles. Right, looking at the video, he has the water domain. He doesn't have an advantage in battle, let's hope he can pass the arena battles. The sector lords of the Bingxing Empire all sighed. Similar to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the Bingxing Empire hadn't had a genius make it into the top 10,000 for many years. This resulted in the Bingxing Empire not being able to get the resources from the Ji Lun Universe Kingdom. If this continued, the number of geniuses would decrease. The emperor of the Bingxing Empire silently cheered for Zhou Hao and Fan Hun. In the audience stands, Ban Shao and the others who were close to Zhou Hao and Fan Hun were all cheering for Zhou Hao. Rumble. As the countdown ended, everyone in Zhou Hao's group appeared in the arena. In the arena, the geniuses cultivated by the Ji Lun Empire were the most. They wanted to get familiar with each other and started to form groups, taking the initiative to attack the geniuses from the middle-level civilization countries. And weak countries like Zhou Hao and Fan Hun became their targets. The arena island wasn't small at first. 5 geniuses from the Ji Lun Empire surrounded Zhou Hao and Fan Hun from all directions. Bingxing Empire bastard, it's already not bad for you to make it to the arena battles. Stop here, kill. The 5 geniuses all charged towards Zhou Hao and Fan Hun. Seeing this, the citizens of the Bingxing Empire all cursed. Ban Shao and the others gritted their teeth. This is too much. They actually surrounded and attacked Brother Sari. Sari is finished. Facing 5 geniuses of the same level, he's not their match. The Bingxing Empire royal family was also worried. On the arena island, seeing the 5 geniuses charging towards him, Zhou Hao and Fan Hun smiled faintly. He didn't intend to hide his strength. Therefore, he completely exploded. Swoosh 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 swoosh. 1 illusory body, 2 illusory bodies. 100 illusions, 300 illusions. The number of illusions was still increasing. In just a few seconds, 1,000 illusions appeared on the arena island. The densely packed Zhou Hao waved the saber in his hand. The dazzling galaxy hung in the sky above the island, beautiful and dazzling. Thousands of illusory bodies cast the Milky Way, causing a large area of the arena island to be shrouded in dazzling Milky Way illusions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The 5 members of the Ji Lun Empire royal family surrounding Zhou Hao were in a daze as their bodies were drowned by the galaxy. The other geniuses who were fighting saw the sudden appearance of thousands of illusions from the corner of their eyes and were so shocked that their minds went blank. The 2 top geniuses of the law, Ji Shan and Wang Shi, had their mouths agape, their faces full of disbelief. The entire arena was completely silent at this moment. Absolute silence. Thousands of illusions shocked the entire audience. Sari, Sari. After the silence, the millions of citizens of the Bing-Xing Empire were the first to erupt. They all stood up and used all their strength to shout crazily. The rest of the audience came back to their senses. Hearing the name from the Bing-Xing Empire, they understood that the terrifying genius who suddenly exploded was called Sari. Sari. Therefore, a tsunami of crazed shouts spread out. The millions of spectators all stood up. My God, thousands of illusions, this, the sector lords and domain lords of the Bing-Xing Empire were all stunned. They were clear that to be able to produce illusions meant that one had a deep understanding of the space origin laws. However, to be able to produce thousands of illusions, it was definitely at the level of the 100-thread stream, and it was very deep within it. Some of the undying warriors of the Ji Lun universe country casually looked at the 178 arenas. If it weren't for the fact that there were the imperial family law geniuses Ji Shan and Wang Shi, they wouldn't have paid any attention. And when Zhou Hao suddenly exploded with thousands of illusions, they all stood up in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Who on earth nurtured such a peerless genius? To be able to produce thousands of illusions, doesn't that mean his space origin law comprehension has surpassed many sector lords? Star-level space origin law comprehension to this level, unbelievable. I didn't expect such an insane genius to appear this year. And not only is his space origin law comprehension deep, his water origin law Star River has also reached such a level. Such a genius, there might not even be one in thousands of sessions. He's definitely number one in this year's Pinnacle Genius Battle, number one without a doubt. The imperishable immortals were all shocked. They had lived for countless years, and had seen many geniuses. It was rare for them to be surprised by anything. But now, the power that Zhou Hao's sub-soul had unleashed was enough to completely stun them. Chapter 96. The arena battles had ended. The other 9 lucky geniuses on the island looked at Zhou Hao and Fan Hun as if they were monsters. They never would have thought that such abnormal geniuses would appear in their group. Sari. The hundreds of millions of Empire citizens in the arena were all excited. The countless citizens of the Ice Star Empire were even more excited. The entire nation was celebrating. The entire Ji Lun universe country's thousands of star fields watching the broadcast were all cheering Sari's name. For a universe country to produce such an abnormal genius, without a doubt, it made every citizen feel proud. Ban Shao and the others sitting in the audience were still in a daze. So Sari really has the strength to enter the top 1000 of the Ji Lun Empire. Ban Shao and the others still remembered Zhou Hao and Fan Hun's goal before the elimination rounds. Now it seemed that this goal was just a humble statement. The Ji Lun Empire's arena battles had ended in 5 days. The Ganwu Universe Kingdom's arena battles were also about to end. Just like the original plot, Luo Feng and Savage Rongjun were arranged for the first match, attracting the attention of countless big shots. Amongst which, Savage Rongjun's explosive power, as well as Luo Feng's Nan Shen armament's sky-piercing stance, attracted the attention of many undying warriors. In the end, Luo Feng was defeated by Rongjun. There was no other way. Facing Rongjun, who had comprehended both the Earth and space origin laws, Luo Feng's strength was not comparable. He completely relied on his strong awareness and calm decision to heavily injure Rongjun. After watching this match, many big shots, other than being shocked at Savage Rongjun's strength, were even more shocked at Zhou Hao's strength, who had eliminated Rongjun in the elimination rounds. After all, with Rongjun's strength, many Undyings felt that he had the confidence to enter the top 10. And to be able to defeat Rongjun, he definitely had the ability to enter the top 10 of the Virtual Universe Company's Genius competition. Hence many Undyings went to watch Zhou Hao's arena battles. However, Zhou Hao's fourth opponent was someone who had crossed the threshold of water origin laws. Against fire origin laws, he wasn't his match at all and was easily defeated. Such a crushing defeat made some Undyings frown. They still wanted to see Zhou Hao's true strength, but in the end, Zhou Hao didn't even use a bit of his strength. The arena battles ended. The 3 years of rotation battles had begun. And Hong had officially become the Time Sector Lord, and followed Luo and wandered the universe. After obtaining the top 1000 spot in the Ganwu country, Zhou Hao once again returned to the state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Earth. Jiangnan Base City, West Lake Castle rooftop. A beam of light landed. Zhou Hao, who was resting on a recliner, frowned and said with a hint of surprise, "Sister, you actually came to my place." Zhou Ying, Was dressed in a snow-colored armor. Her figure was curvy and her face was beautiful. Even though she wasn't young, after breaking through to the star level, she looked even younger than before. Especially with the cold aura she naturally exuded, it gave her a different kind of charm. I came to your place to hide for a while, she said softly and sat on the recliner, copying Zhou Hao and lying down with her eyes closed. Zhou Hao laughed silently. His sister's aura was getting more and more out of this world. Many Star Traveler level juniors in Hope Dojo were pursuing her openly and secretly. His mother had told him more than once to let Zhou Ying choose a husband quickly so that she could have a grandson. However, Zhou Ying didn't respond at all. His mother even wanted him to persuade her. On the rooftop, the spring breeze blew and the sun was warm. Both of them didn't speak at first, but after a moment, Zhou Hao suddenly asked, "Sister, what are your plans?" Zhou Ying shook her head lightly. "I don't know." Her talent and comprehension were average. Being able to break through to the star level was completely due to the accumulation of resources. However, genetic energy could be relied on resources, but secret technique cultivation was completely different. Hence, Zhou Ying, who knew this, had actually given up on the path of martial arts long ago. She focused on other aspects, such as nurturing the talented juniors in Hope Dojo or accompanying Shen Hong to build a force in the virtual universe online game world and explore the universe. In reality, she would still persist in her cultivation, but the time spent would be very little. From Zhou Hao's point of view, this meant that she had no goals and no direction to work towards. In fact, ever since Zhou Ying found out that he was Chairman Jian Guang, she started to act like a Buddhist. "Sister, let's go and explore the universe," Zhou Hao said softly. Although adventuring in the universe would lead to various life and death crises, it would often lead to an explosion of true life potential. Being born on Earth, his sister's soul was special. Her comprehension might seem average now, but once her potential was stimulated, it would lead to an explosion. "Okay," Zhou Ying agreed almost without hesitation, as though she had been waiting for Zhou Hao to say this. The next day, Zhou Ying moved quickly. She handed over all the matters of Hope Dojo to the guards to manage. Then, she pulled along Shen Hong, Team Rose's Zhang Yi, and the flat-chested girl Li Min, who was also single, and left Earth. However, before leaving, Zhou Hao gave her a space ring. There were many resources in the ring, including the Fruit of Life. In addition, he had another universe-level avatar, the Thousand Abyss Ancestral Tree. He used the clone technique to split off a sapling and let Zhou Ying carry it with her. Even so, Zhou Hao felt that it wasn't enough. He once again bought 2 universe-level slaves and let them accompany Zhou Ying and Shen Hong on by Land Star as bodyguards, plus liquid silver guards. It could be said that with such resources, even if she met a domain lord-level warrior, Zhou Ying would be able to keep her life. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed since the arena competition. August 1, 2070, Zhongnan Headquarters City. Another batch of fighters from Hope Dojo who were going to the Special Wilderness Area combat test set off. The current Earth had a large supply of resources. Many students easily became fighters after graduating from high school. The more outstanding ones could even reach the warlord level. The former wilderness area had long since become a home for humans. Only a few special areas still had many monsters. And the rules for fighters participating in the combat test were not changed by the 3 major dojos and the HR Alliance, allowing every fighter to truly fight against monsters. Zhou Hao stood in the sky and looked down at the children's immature actions as they fought against the monsters. He could not help but smile. The gloom that had formed in his heart after years of hard work slowly disappeared. A flash of light appeared. Luo Feng landed beside Zhou Hao. "Third brother, how come you have the time to come out today?" Zhou Hao smiled. "There's still a month before the pinnacle battle. My training won't have any effect at the moment, so I can relax a bit. What about you, these 4 years, how's your progress?" Before Luo Feng could say anything, Babada's voice came from his watch. "Average, I haven't completely mastered the Nanshen Armaments illusion blade. My space origin laws have barely crossed the threshold. Compared to a pervert like you, Luo Feng is still lacking." Luo Feng said helplessly, "Babada, you only know how to hit me. My progress in these 4 years isn't small. If I were to fight with Savage Rongjun again, I'd definitely win." Babada said unhappily, You're improving, but others aren't improving. Not to mention that freak Zhou Hao, he's definitely become even more perverted in these 4 years. Quote. Third brother, what level is your imperial armament at now? Luo Feng asked curiously. Fourth brother, are you sure you want to hear? Zhou Hao mocked. Luo Feng smiled bitterly, forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Su. At this time, another flash of light flew over. Thunder God's bald head symbol appeared in their line of sight. Damn, you two sure are free. You actually came here to watch a bunch of kids fight. Hurry, I'm hungry again. It's rare to see you two without training. Let's go to the virtual universe to drink. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, Big Brother is here too. Since Thunder God said they were going to the virtual universe, Hong would definitely be there too. These 4 years, Hong had followed the Time Sector Lord and roamed the universe. He rarely entered the virtual universe. Thunder God nodded. The three immediately returned to West Lake Castle's balcony and entered the virtual universe. Chapter 97, September 5th, that day. The virtual universe's various continents, islands, 1,008 universe countries, over 1 million absolute geniuses that passed the first stage were transported to the gathering grounds. Zhou Hao Luo Feng wasn't an exception. The two of them arrived at the floating island teleportation point above Ganwu Universe Kingdom. The teleportation point had a dedicated universe-level staff that arranged for geniuses like them to gather at the plaza not too far away. The two of them arrived at the plaza and many geniuses went up to greet them. Savage Rongjun was amongst them. Madman, Wind Wheel, Thunder Blade, Zhou Hao Luo Feng replied one by one. Savage Rongjun's gaze shifted to Zhou Hao. Invincible Zhou Hao, every time I call you that title, I can't help but want to have a rematch with you. Zhou Hao laughed loudly. Relax, when the time comes, there'll be a chance. However, it's been 4 years, I hope you've improved a lot and can make me use half of my strength. Your tone is still as arrogant as before, totally befitting of your title. Thunder Blade Blood Cliff walked up and laughed. The 1,000 geniuses gathered in a small circle and chatted happily. Rumble, a formless pressure enveloped over and covered the entire plaza. Very quickly, a giant dressed in a scaled armor walked over. The energy emanating from his body was incomparably terrifying, causing all the geniuses including Zhou Hao to go pale. This giant's gaze swept over, his voice cold. This time, the 1,000 geniuses of Ganwu Universe Kingdom will be led by me, you can call me Lord Shi. After which, he looked at Savage Rongjun and Zhou Hao. Rongjun, Zhou Hao, the two of you are Ganwu Universe Kingdom's most promising geniuses to enter the top 1,000, the country leader has high hopes for you too, do your best. Not long after, the scaly giants brought a group of geniuses through the teleportation point and arrived at the virtual universe world. Vast continent. There were 1,008 skyscrapers, the 1,000 participants from each universe country had to stay within. In the center of the building was a huge square. Zhou Hao Luo Feng and the other geniuses from the Ganwu Universe Kingdom were arranged to stay in Building 0825. After the scaly giants left, many of them familiarized themselves with their rooms before heading to the central plaza. Meanwhile, in restaurant number 1 of the square, like the scaled giant, the Undyings leading the team gathered and discussed. After Shi from the Ganwu Universe Kingdom entered, many Undying beings who knew him greeted him one after another. Undyings would only meet once in 1,000,000 years or even 10 million years. However, they wouldn't become strangers just because they met each other for such a long time. After all, they had been together for such a long period of time, and the friendship between them was even more precious. These Undyings gathered together, naturally discussing the absolute geniuses who stood out in the arena. The scaly giants Shi couldn't help but say, Blood Tears, I heard that the genius from your Ji Yulun country this time called Seri is already publicly recognized as number 1. The Ji Yulun country's leader Blood Tears, his entire body covered in the stench of fresh blood, was even more terrifying than the scaly giants. He nodded coldly, that's right, this Seri unleashed 1,000 images in the arena. His water origin law training Star River, he also unleashed the 3rd Star River. He's even more devilish than that Burin from the Noah Universe country. See, the moment he said that, many Undyings couldn't help but take in a deep breath. They had only heard that the Ji Yulun country had an absolute genius that might not even appear in 1,000 generations, but they didn't know the specifics. Now that they heard, he actually unleashed 1,000 images, it shocked many of the Undyings. The scaly giants stared wide-eyed, that Burin from the Noah Universe country, his comprehension of the space laws has already surpassed most sector lords. This Seri, I didn't expect him to be even more outstanding. The Noah Universe country's undying leader Severa sighed. Right, I originally thought that this Burin would definitely make it to number 1. In the end, there's someone even more outstanding than him. This year's geniuses are truly endless. Doesn't your Ganwu Universe Kingdom also have 2 fellows that can make it to the top 10? The white-robed man Te Luo laughed. The scaly giants nodded. Right, there are 2. One is called Rongjun, the other is called Zhou Hao. An undying couldn't help but say, I know about that Rongjun, I've also seen his battle with the other fellow, Luo Feng. However, that Zhou Hao, I didn't see much of his strength in the arena. Hurry and tell us, why did your Ganwu Universe Kingdom think he can make it to the top 10? Shui Qi, Te Luo and the other undyings all looked towards the scaly giants. They were all curious. After all, just from the arena, that Zhou Hao only had a deep comprehension of the fire origin laws. Geniuses like that, amongst the millions of geniuses, there were still a few. The scaly giants, she revealed a smile. She actually smiled. You cold punk, you can smile too. Looks like this genius called Zhou Hao is indeed very outstanding. Some undyings joked. The scaly giants then said, that Zhou Hao indeed didn't display much in the arena. However, in the elimination rounds of the world region, he directly defeated Rongjun. So it's like that, no wonder. To be able to defeat that Rongjun, his strength is indeed enough to make it to the top 10. The undyings all understood. The scaly giants then said, other than that, the spirit weapon he uses is a royal god armament. After these words, the other undyings in the restaurant all stopped talking. They all couldn't help but look towards the scaly giants. The white-robed undying Te Luo couldn't help but say, a royal god armament that can only be used by comprehending time and space origin laws. Right, you have to comprehend time and space at the same time. The scaly giant's tone had a hint of shock. When he had first seen the battle between Zhou Hao and Rongjun, he had been extremely shocked. Royal God Armament, the top of the 9 controller-level weapons. However, the number of controllers who used such a spirit weapon was extremely small. Not only would it not be sold in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom auction, it would also be sold in the other universe countries. The reason was naturally because it was too difficult to control. Most of the sector lords below the undying level, even if they could comprehend time and space origin laws, wouldn't waste their energy on studying them at the same time. After all, studying just one of them would take them countless amounts of time. With their lifespan limited, how could they study them at the same time? And those above the undying level wouldn't use it at all. Even though they didn't have lifespan limits, the Royal God Armament was a spirit weapon that didn't increase their strength by much. Rather than using the extremely difficult Royal God Armament, they might as well use other weapons. Even though such a situation caused the Royal God Armament to be an empty name, no one dared to question its terrifying power. Hence when they heard that Zhou Hao, a star level, was able to control a Royal God Armament, they were all shocked. However, the Undyings were all experienced and knowledgeable. After being shocked for a while, they all reacted. Seri, Burin, Zhou Hao, there sure are a lot of geniuses this year. Haha, when the time comes, it'll definitely be exciting. Isn't that so? Even the controller of the Royal God Armament has appeared. Even though the Royal God Armament's power is extremely strong, only by using the second level will its power be fully unleashed. I still feel that Sai Yal will definitely take first place. Seri will definitely take first place. As for second place, it's hard to say. Burin can still take second place. The Royal God Armament's first level isn't that strong. If this Zhou Hao can use the first level, he can try for third place. The Undyings all laughed. The scaly giants heard the discussion and was secretly happy. Looks like the Royal God Armament was indeed very strong. Even if he could take third place, the country leader would still be very happy. Central Plaza. The geniuses from the various universe countries gathered together. When Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Rongjun and the rest of the geniuses from the Ganwu Universe Kingdom arrived, many people's gazes fell on Rongjun. It's Rongjun, the Ganwu Universe Kingdom's super genius who can enter the top 10. He comprehended the Earth and space origin laws. Many geniuses began to discuss in low voices. Wind Wheel stood beside Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and couldn't help but tease, Zhou Hao, you defeated Rongjun, but no one knows the result. The other universe countries only know about Rongjun. Rongjun heard this and turned sideways. I'd rather not let them know. But now, everyone knows that I comprehended the Earth and space origin laws. Wind Wheel laughed loudly. Who asked you to fight so hard against Madman? But then again, I'm very curious, how did Zhou Hao defeat you? Rongjun glanced at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shrugged, looking like he didn't care. Royal God armament, this fellow uses a royal god armament. Rongjun said helplessly. Wind Wheel heard and immediately stared wide-eyed, only regaining his senses after a while. His gaze went back and forth between Zhou Hao and Luo Feng. You two really come from the same place. One uses the Nan Shen armament and the other uses the even more powerful royal god armament. Suddenly, two figures walked into the plaza. One was a white-clothed youth with a blood sword on his back, the other was a handsome man with a blue battle blade. The moment these two appeared, the originally noisy plaza immediately became dead silent. Chapter 98, The Death God Burin, The Demon Monarch Seri. The two most unbelievable and terrifying geniuses that appeared in this genius battle. Especially the Demon Monarch Seri. The thousand rays of the spatial illusion made one's scalp numb with despair. Many undying beings said that the Demon Monarch Seri was the undisputed number one this time. To this, none of the geniuses were unconvinced. To be able to comprehend the spatial origin laws to such a terrifying degree at star level, many geniuses could only look up to him. The blood sword white-clothed youth's gaze ignored the surrounding geniuses, staring straight at the handsome man with the blue battle blade. Demon Monarch, Death God. There were only two people's voices in the huge plaza. The blood sword youth Burin's eyes were filled with cold battle intent. I will defeat you in the final battle. Zhou Hao and Fanhun disguised as Seri grinned arrogantly. Among the millions of geniuses, I only have one opponent, and you aren't one of them. Blood sword Burin's pupils constricted. The plaza couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Burin was so terrifying, yet he didn't have the right to be Seri's opponent. Could there be a genius even more terrifying than Burin? At this moment, whether it was the beautiful girl with the dream spiral wings, the prince of the Manga planet who was full of fighting spirit, or the fat giant with the blood-red axe on his back, all of the super geniuses had the same thought in their minds. Immediately after, they saw the demon monarch Seri walk in front of a black-haired youth. Invincible Zhou Hao, the final battle will determine the victor. Finishing, Fanhun carried the blue battle blade and left the plaza. The blood sword youth's gaze couldn't help but fall on Zhou Hao, his brows slightly furrowed. He didn't say anything else, leaving the plaza with a shua. The countless geniuses in the plaza all exploded, their eyes all staring at Zhou Hao. Invincible, the demon monarch Seri's opponent is him. How is that possible? Zhou Hao's performance in the group arena was very ordinary. Quote, could it be that this Zhou Hao is hiding a lot of his strength? HMPH, trying to be mysterious. Invincible, I will defeat him. Many super geniuses were filled with thoughts and guesses. Some were even disdainful, thinking that they were the strongest. Qian Shui and Zhongmo siblings from Augustus Planet also looked at Zhou Hao. The beautiful girl with long green hair, Qian Shui, whispered, brother, this person's nickname is Invincible. Isn't that too high profile? Zhongmo shook his head. Qian Shui, for a peerless genius like the demon monarch to be his opponent, this Zhou Hao must be extremely terrifying. If we encounter him, we have to be careful. No matter what, as siblings must get into the top 5. I understand, brother. Qian Shui nodded obediently. The Dream Shell Race's light sword icon was wearing a white feather robe. There was a crystal between her eyebrows and a pair of wings on her back. Her aura was otherworldly like an immortal. Her starry eyes shifted to Zhou Hao, and a trace of doubt flashed between her brows. Clearly, she didn't understand why the demon monarch would treat Zhou Hao as his opponent. Not only them, but the Monka Prince, Phantom Gillespie, Blood Axe Dao, and the other super geniuses who had the strength to enter the top 10 were also puzzled. However, they were puzzled, but they still took Zhou Hao seriously. Fourth brother, let's go. Zhou Hao and Luo Feng left the plaza. Rongjun, Wind Wheel, and Thunder Blade also left one after another. Back at the mansion, Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, third brother, does that demon monarch Seri know of your strength? Zhou Hao was helpless, I'm not sure either. Maybe it's the video of my battle with Rongjun that was leaked. That demon monarch's strength is indeed abnormal. I think the undying being let him see it, hence he treats me as his opponent. That should be the case. Luo Feng nodded, third brother, you have to be careful. I will. Zhou Hao said casually. Finhun's actions had a certain degree of autonomy. He wouldn't interfere too much. Of course, within his heart, the two Finhuns wanted to fight it out. Evening. A voice resounded in the consciousness of the millions of geniuses. All participants from the 1008 universe countries gather in the central plaza. Shua shua shua. In the huge empty central plaza, 1,008,000 geniuses quickly appeared. Many of the geniuses stood in the plaza in a daze. They didn't know why they suddenly felt like they were sleepwalking, arriving at the plaza. Zhou Hao and Finhun's expressions were calm. They naturally knew this was the work of a night. In front of the gathering formation, the undying leaders stood in an orderly manner. In mid-air, a silhouette suddenly appeared. He was dressed in a green battle robe. His head had purple scales. He smiled and said, "Welcome to our Virtual Universe Company's Pinnacle Genius Battle. Our Virtual Universe Company will select the strongest 1,000 from the millions of geniuses here." After which, the Nine Swords Venerable explained the rules of the training space ranking battles. There were 7 training towers in the trial space. Everyone would start from the first tower and continue until they died. Killing the universe life forms within the tower would earn points. Ranking 1 to 100, there was no need to filter and they would directly enter the virtual universe core. Ranking 101 7,300, they would enter the arena battles to determine the final 900 spots. All geniuses ranked below 7,300 would be eliminated. The Nine Swords Venerable disappeared after explaining the rules. Zhou Hao and the rest returned to their respective universe countries' skyscrapers. The next morning, after all the geniuses had finished their preparations, a formless peculiar energy enveloped the millions of geniuses and transported them into the training space. Training space. On the floating meteorite, there were 7 towering towers that were 10 kilometers tall and took up a few km of space. Zhou Hao walked straight to the first tower. Every tower of trials had 7 floors. The first tower gave a maximum of 10,000 points per level. 7 levels gave 70,000 points. The second tower gave a maximum of 100,000 points. 7 levels gave 700,000 points. The third tower gave a maximum of 1 million points. 7 levels gave a maximum of 7 million points. The seventh tower gave a maximum of 10 billion points. 7 levels gave a maximum of 70 billion points. The moment one died midway, the time ended. Within the tower, one had to kill all the targets on each level to pass. Or, one could stay on each level for 10 days. If one was still alive, they would be automatically transported to the next level. Zhou Hao didn't plan to be like Luo Feng and stay on each level for 10 days to buy time for himself to train. After all, he had already reached a bottleneck in all his laws and wouldn't be able to break through in a short amount of time. Glancing at the screen on his arm. Participant. Zhou Hao, Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Points. None. Rank. None. Current trial space. 0279376. Walking into the tower. A line of words flashed past. Training tower first level, 10,000 blood mammoths. Rumble. On the grass, 10,000 blood mammoths sensed the intruder's energy and rushed towards Zhou Hao. The entire grass field shook. Let's begin. Zhou Hao didn't plan on hiding his strength. The imperial armament on his back flew out under the control of his spirit energy. In mid-air, it exploded into blue and purple light spots. Shoo shoo shoo, they covered the 10,000 blood mammoths. The first level's blood mammoths were only normal star level 9 warriors. Not to mention an absolute genius like Zhou Hao, even the millions of geniuses here could easily kill them. Zhou Hao took less than a minute to pass the first level. Following that was the demon beast 9-headed python. It was extremely intelligent. Although this level only had normal star level 9 warriors, the 9-headed python had already begun its rhythmic attacks. However, with the power of the imperial armament, passing through this level was still extremely fast. The third level was the metal life form Tuo Luo clan warriors. There were only 1,000 of them. Their overall strength had increased by a lot. However, against Zhou Hao, they were all wiped out in less than a minute. The fourth level was the universe strange life form Fei Hu. There were also 1,000 of them. However, they were all wiped out in less than a minute. The fifth level was the automaton race. There were 100 of them. Zhou Hao took even less time this time. A wave of light spots fell and they were all wiped out. The sixth level was 10 Space Beast Kang. It was also a wave. The 7th level was the Bug Clan Mother Nest. There was only one of them. However, the Mother Nest speed of producing Bug Clan warriors was very fast. However, the first level's strength was very low. Zhou Hao's speed was the fastest. The first level only took him 5 minutes. After all, the Imperial Armament's first level was meant to kill groups. Compared to spirit readers like Death God Burin and Devil Lord Seri, they were much slower. They had to kill them one by one. Even Finhun Seri could only kill 1,000 at a time. The second level of the training tower increased the overall strength. Zhou Hao still took 5 minutes. The third level of the training tower increased the overall strength. Zhou Hao killed the Bug Clan Mother Nest. The Mother Nest speed of producing Bug Clan warriors was very fast. It took him 10 seconds. Following that was the 4th level. This level's difficulty soared. Just the first level's 10,000 mammoths were comparable to geniuses who had comprehended a bit of the laws. Especially the 7th level's Mother Nest, it produced over 10,000 Bug Clan warriors right from the start. This time, Zhou Hao took 7 minutes and 30 seconds. The 5th level of the training tower was extremely difficult. Most of the millions of geniuses had failed at the first level. The number of people who could pass the entire tower was less than 10. Zhou Hao relied on the Imperial Armament's first level this time. He couldn't crush them as easily as before. He had to familiarize himself with controlling the first level's Silk Rain. In the end, he took 15 minutes and 43 seconds. At the 6th level of the first level, the difficulty had increased by 10 times. Zhou Hao had completely exploded. The Imperial Armament's first level, Silk Rain, under his control, the raindrops seemed to have come alive. They were sometimes as dense as a storm, and sometimes they would gather into an oval blue and purple ball of light. They spun crazily, killing everything in front of them. 10,000 mammoths fell to the ground like harvested wheat under this kind of explosion. Just this level alone took him 18 minutes and 27 seconds. After the 6th level, the difficulty of the 6th level wasn't much higher than the first. Zhou Hao spent 10 times the time on the 7th level's Mother Nest. He took 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 30 seconds. There was no other way. This level's Mother Nest was simply too overpowered. The speed at which it produced Bug Clan warriors was almost as fast as Zhou Hao's killing speed. After passing the first 6 levels, Zhou Hao took a total of 6 hours. He stepped onto the first level of the 7th tower. Of the millions of geniuses who had participated, not a single one had been eliminated. Most of them were still in the first level. Even Burin and Seri, who were also very fast at passing levels, had only reached the 4th level. When most of them passed the first level and looked at the ranking on the screen on their arms, they couldn't help but rub their eyes and stare at the number 1 ranking. Zhou Hao, Ganwu Universe Kingdom, .77777000. Chapter 99. The Second Tower of Trials. The 5th level. On a barren planet, the tall prince of the Manga planet, Wuxia, brandished the heavy great Ecchi in his hand with large strides, sending the 100 mechanical golems flying one by one. But very quickly, a large number of mechanical puppets surrounded him again. Bang bang. The axe in Auka's hand slashed down heavily. The mechanical puppets that were hit a second time had their internal systems broken down quickly. After killing all the mechanical puppets, he was speechless. This tower of trials is really hard to pass. It's only the 2nd tower and the mechanical puppets' defense has increased so much. After taking 2 slashes from my axe, there are still some that are not broken, but my speed shouldn't be slow. It's only been 6 hours and I've already passed the 5th level of the 2nd tower. Thinking of this, he grinned and glanced at the screen on his arm. After looking at his points, he casually opened the leaderboard and the smile on his face froze. Similarly, in the 2nd tower of trials, the 7th level, in the middle of the vast desert, there was a huge ball in the middle of the green field. The surface of the ball was covered with poisonous liquid and emitted poisonous gas. It was also covered with many 1-meter-long holes. Green beetles covered in sticky liquid were crawling out of the holes endlessly. They were green beetles. In front of the round ball, there was a beautiful figure wearing a white feather dress. The long sword in her hand created many afterimages. Her entire person was like a dazzling white light, tearing apart a large number of Zerg soldiers, defense line and rushing towards the huge round ball. Kai, the light sword slashed out and the Zerg queen inside the huge round ball was completely dead. Icon put away the long sword in his hand. The pair of wings on his back were pure white and were not stained by the green sticky liquid at all. After killing the Zerg Queen, her starry eyes glanced at the screen on her arm. When she saw the points of the first place on the leaderboard, her dreamy pupils suddenly shrank. Not only Aoka and Icon, but also the Phantom Gillespie, Qian Shui, Zhongmo, Rongjun, and other peerless geniuses who could make it to the top 20. When they saw the points of the first place, they were all stunned. It had only been 6 hours. Even these peerless geniuses were still fighting in the second tower of trials. In the end, Zhou Hao had already passed the sixth tower of trials. This kind of speed made their heads somewhat unable to react. One had to know, there were more than 20,000 targets in each tower, and the total number of targets in the 6 towers was more than 10,000 in Shi. Putting aside the fact that each trial tower was harder than the last, even if he could kill 5 targets per second, Shi would still need 7 to 8 hours to kill more than 10,000 targets in a row. How did he do it? Isn't this too abnormal? Spirit Reader Master's killing speed is fast, but this guy is crushing all of them. The difficulty of each tower of trials rises exponentially, and the first floor of the 6th tower is probably even more abnormal. Yet, it still couldn't stop Zhou Hao. As expected of someone who dares to call himself invincible. No wonder even the Demon Lord treats this Zhou Hao as an opponent. The millions of geniuses were completely shocked. Virtual universe, on a huge plaza surrounded by skyscrapers. The undying leaders of the 1008 universe countries sat casually watching the screens floating in the air, commenting from time to time. Shi, your Ganwu universe kingdom is really impressive this time, that Zhou Hao's trial speed is too fast. The Imperial armament sure is intrepid, the first level Silk Rain, this punk's control is very stable, it's normal for him to be so fast. That's right, spirit readers aren't afraid of being surrounded, and the first level of the Royal God armament is a group attack. However, each tower is harder than the last. This little guy will slow down when he reaches the 5th tower. The 5th tower will indeed slow him down a lot. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding Undyings, the scaly giant's Shi's smile never stopped. He even chatted with his close Undying friends. Do you guys think this Zhou Hao from our Ganwu universe kingdom can fight Sai Yal? Fight for first place. Quote. Shui Qi said coldly, he's still lacking. Sari's water and space origin laws are very deep, he can defend against the Imperial armament's first level. It's a bit hard to say, however he can fight with our Noah universe country's Burin, it's hard to say who will win. Noah country's Sephora said softly. The other Undyings all nodded. Their gazes were still vicious. The Imperial armament's first level Silk Rain was after all a group attack, its power was much weaker. As time passed, Zhou Hao reached the 4th tower, his speed slowed down a bit. Many of the Undyings had a natural expression. At the 5th tower, his speed slowed down again. The Undyings didn't discuss anymore, they all stared at Zhou Hao, because this speed, from their point of view, was too little. At the 6th tower, his speed slowed down again. This time, the Undyings all stared wide-eyed. When Zhou Hao completely passed the 6th tower, they couldn't take it anymore. Damn, are the Bug Clan Mother Nest soldiers all made of paper? Is that an Imperial armament in this punk's hands? 3 hours and he's already passed the 7th level of the 6th tower, isn't this a new record? The last record was set 30,000 years ago by a peerless genius. It took him 1 day and 7 hours to do it. That peerless genius had created 5,000 apparitions. My god, if we calculate the first 6 towers, this punk only used 6 hours. Is the Imperial armament's power that strong? Continue watching, he's about to pass the 7th tower's first level. Very few geniuses can pass the 7th tower's first level, it's the benchmark set by the Virtual Universe Company. The number of absolute geniuses that can pass the first level can be counted on one hand. Many of the Undyings discussed while staring at the floating screen. On the screen, Zhou Hao stepped into the 7th tower's first level. On the endless grass plains, 10,000 blood-hair mammoths were leisurely strolling about, sensing Zhou Hao's energy, their blood-red eyes all stared at the intruder. The blood-hair mammoths on this level, every one of them had the power of a top 100 absolute genius, their attacks all contained origin laws, their explosive speed was even more shocking. When the virtual universe set up this level, it didn't even think of allowing a star level to pass. Su. Immediately, 10,000 blood-hair mammoths rushed towards Zhou Hao. As they rushed, their speed could instantly cross over 10,000 meters. Zhou Hao's calm expression changed slightly. With such speed, the moment he was surrounded, he definitely wouldn't have the time to control the Imperial armament. Slowly taking in a deep breath, looking at the 10,000 blood hair mammoths rushing towards him. At that moment, he had completely exploded. Rumble. The oval-shaped Imperial armament fiercely exploded, becoming a sky full of light dots. The purple and blue light dots, under the control of a star-level 9 spirit force, quickly congealed into extremely thin blades. There were a total of 10,081 blades. Every blade had large amounts of law engravings on it, and between the 10,081 blades, there were peculiar threads connecting them. These threads represented the two most unfathomable time and space origin laws. Just to condense these swords, one would at least need to comprehend the 9 threads of the 10,000 threads, the 9 heavy waves of the 1,000 heavy waves. The difficulty was extremely abnormal. However, the power was equally abnormal. The Imperial armament's second blade was the beginning of displaying its power as the head of the 9 godly armaments. Howl howl, the 10,000 blood mammoths had already rushed forward, that ear-piercing roar, bringing with it a terrifying force. Zhou Hao's gaze however calmed down. His mouth opened slightly. Go. Wang wang, the 10,081 extremely thin blades trembled. Shoo 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 shoo, after which, they were like shooting stars, in the blink of an eye, engulfing the 10,000 blood hair mammoths. Poo 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 poo. The 10,000 blood hair mammoths' attacks were infused with origin laws, their defense was shocking too. However, against the blades infused with time and space origin laws, their sturdy hairs and bones were like tofu, easily pierced through. In just half a breath's time, the endless grass plains were filled with blood hair mammoths' corpses. The 7th tower's first level passed. Time used, 5 seconds. Zhou Hao was immediately transported to the next level. The virtual universe's huge central plaza. It was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. The 1008 undying leaders were all like statues, staring hard at the floating screen in front of them. They never would have thought that Zhou Hao would actually pass the 7th tower's first level. And what was even more unbelievable was, it was the speed at which he passed this level. 5 seconds, excluding the second he entered, the second he pondered, the second he exploded, the second he condensed his spirit weapon. The time he truly used to kill the 10,000 blood hair mammoths. It was only 1 second. This was the benchmark set by the Virtual Universe Company. But now, a star-state prodigy used 1 second to do it. If news of this were to spread, the trillions of races in the vast universe wouldn't believe it. But now, it was really happening. The Royal Divine Armament is indeed the best of the 9 controllers, divine armaments. Who would have thought that in this genius battle, we would actually be able to see a controller who can unleash the second level. The first 6 levels of the 7th tower are nothing to this Zhou Hao. Now it's up to him to see if he can defeat the Bug Clan Queen on the 7th level. Right, the Imperial Armament's second level's power is shocking, the next 5 levels will be easily crushed, only the 7th level is different. The 7th tower's first level is the benchmark, and the 7th level is the limit of the laws a star level can comprehend. It's definitely impossible to pass. The undying leaders all reacted, all exclaiming, how many genius battles had it been? Finally, another peerless genius who passed the first level of the 7th tower of trials had appeared. And as these undyings exclaimed in shock, the Virtual Universe Company, the Huge Axe Dojo, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe First Bank, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the 5 great Leviathans all sent their attention over after receiving the news. Just as many undyings had said, the next 5 levels, Zhou Hao passed them all easily. Every tower's first level was the hardest, even though the difficulty of the later levels increased, it didn't increase by much. Hence, half a minute later, he stood in the vast desert of the 7th level. Chapter 100. The insectoid race was one of the 4 pinnacle races in the universe. Every time an insectoid mother nest appeared in the human territory, it would bring about a calamity. The Virtual Universe Company set the target of every level to be an insectoid mother nest. This was to let the millions of prodigies know how terrifying the insectoid queen was. Zhou Hao stepped on the desert and looked at the huge ball in the distance. His calm face had some ripples. This was the last level of the 7 trials. It was also the most difficult level. Even the combined difficulty of the previous 6 wasn't as high as this level. On the 7th level of the 6th tower, the insectoid mother nest produced green mantis, blood mantis, and other insectoid soldiers that contained origin law attacks. On this level, not only was each insectoid soldier comparable to the top 100 super prodigies, but they also had the most terrifying means of the insectoid race, group law attacks. It could be said that tens of thousands of star-state insectoid soldiers combined their law attacks into one point. The resulting power could even easily tear apart a domain lord. It was because of this that it was terrifying. There had never been a star-state prodigy who passed this level in the past. Wah! As the thought flashed through Zhou Hao's mind, the insectoid queen had already released the insectoid warriors she had been nurturing. There were 1,000 green insectoids in each wave, and there were 9 consecutive waves. The last wave had 100 blood insectoids. There were 9,000 green mantis and 100 blood mantis. Their bodies were covered in mucus, and they crawled out of the huge spherical hole. Different from the trial tower, these insectoid soldiers didn't attack immediately. Instead, they seemed to be in a formation. They all crawled to a fixed position and waited. When the 100 blood mantis were about to completely crawl out, the golden runes on each soldier began to flash. This was the sign of a group law attack. Almost at the same time, the royal god armament in front of Zhou Hao had condensed 10,081 slender swords. Go, shoo, 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 shoo. Each sword pierced through space and swept over with sharp law attacks. Ang, ang, ang. The 100 blood mantis suddenly opened their mouths and let out an ear-piercing sound. The sound wave that contained a soul attack was extremely fast. Before the swords reached the 9,000 green mantis, they swept towards Zhou Hao. Boom! Zhou Hao felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy blow. His sea of consciousness shook, and the sound waves were like fine needles piercing his sea of consciousness from all directions. The 10,081 swords immediately began to tremble, their speed greatly reduced, to the point where it was difficult to maintain. Suppress. In the sea of consciousness, the shrunken version of Zhou Hao, condensed from his soul, controlled the void pagoda, suppressing all the thin needles. His expression was calm. After experiencing the pain of the soul-stripping art twice, his soul willpower was incomparably tough. Coupled with his deep understanding of the origin laws, his consciousness was strengthened by the origin laws of the universe, and his soul defense was extremely strong. In addition, he also cultivated the Yunmo planet's soul defense secret technique. Under the layers of reinforcement. As a result, the defense of his soul sea of consciousness was indestructible. The Bug Tribe Queen Mother's Soundwave soul attack merely caused Zhou Hao's sea of consciousness to tremble slightly before it stopped causing any further damage. He came back to his senses. Zhou Hao's enormous spiritual power once again enveloped the 10,081 slender swords. The sword blade, which had been shaking unsteadily, became solid again. At this moment, the golden lines on the front of the 9,000 green mantis bug clan warriors lit up completely. Wang wang. The violent origin laws instantly gathered together and blasted out a golden pillar, clashing with the 10,081 swords that swept down. The swords, under the golden pillar, were like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, instantly crumbling apart. The huge central plaza of the virtual universe. The 1,008 undying leaders stared closely at the floating screen that displayed Zhou Hao. When they saw the 9,000 green mantis unleash a group attack, they all sighed in pity. What a pity. Still lacking by a bit, this Zhou Hao was able to recover almost instantly from the soul attack of the Bug Tribe Queen. This is already very commendable. However, the queen didn't even use the soul attack to kill him. Instead, it was just to buy a tenth of a second for the Bug Clan warriors to unleash their group attack. Even though the 100 blood mantis didn't participate in the origin law attack, causing the queen's attack power to decrease a lot, even so, it's still not something a star level like Zhou Hao can withstand. The difficulty of the 7th level of the 7th tower is indeed terrifying. If it were a fighter, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Right, no matter how fast a fighter is, no matter how many images he can unleash, it's useless. He won't even be able to kill the Bug Clan warriors. If the queen didn't give birth to the warriors beforehand, then there might be a chance. However, in reality, every queen that appears seems to bring a large amount of bug warriors with her. Hence, this setting isn't considered purposely increasing the difficulty. The powerful Undyings all felt pity as they discussed. Why was it that in the past genius battles, no one was able to pass all the towers? It was because of the last level's queen. No choice. The Bug Clan's group attack was too terrifying. The Bug Clan relied on this perfect group attack to dominate the entire universe, becoming one of the 4 pinnacle races. The Virtual Universe Company and the rest of the 5 tycoons all felt pity when they saw this scene. There had been a few extremely dazzling geniuses that had all stopped at this level. This Zhou Hao using the Imperial God Armament's 2nd level had already surprised them. However, the 7th tower, the 7th level, within the vast desert, the golden pillar of light brought with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Everyone thought that Zhou Hao had lost. However, at this critical moment, a voice resounded from the desert. The 3rd level of the Imperial God Armament. Arc Disk, Condense. The shattered Imperial God Armament, under the cover of a powerful consciousness and willpower. It condensed in front of Zhou Hao at an incomparably fast speed. Large amounts of blue and purple light formed a huge arc disk. On the arc disk, there were peculiar law engravings. As the law engravings flashed, the devastating golden pillar of light suddenly slowed down as if it was in slow motion. The entire arc disk began to madly revolve. Time and space, these 2 origin laws intertwined, causing the arc disk to slowly form a Tai Chi shield. Rumble, the golden pillar of light descended. The entire arc disk shield trembled, large amounts of law energy clashing. Zhou Hao's mind rumbled, his body seemed to have been hit by a high-speed truck, instantly flying backwards, his body crumbling. However, the power of the pillar of light had already disappeared. Aang, the Bug Clan Queen let out a furious shriek. The 100 Blood Mantis once again began their attack. However, at this time, Zhou Hao gritted his teeth. As his consciousness was about to crumble, he used his spirit energy to control the huge arc disk in the sky, slashing at the huge round ball. The Bug Clan Queen herself was extremely weak. Facing the 3rd level of the Imperial God Armament's attack, her body screamed as she crumbled. Almost at the same time, the points displayed on the screen on Zhou Hao's arm had changed. 777, 777, 0000. The Virtual Universe Plaza was completely silent. The 1008 Undyings all looked at the star-level silhouette that had suddenly appeared. If one died in the tower, they would be immediately transported to the central plaza. Before Zhou Hao died, he had killed the Bug Clan Queen on the 7th level. This meant, he had completely passed all 7 towers, becoming the first star-level genius in the human universe to pass all 7 towers in the genius battle. The scaly giants of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom couldn't help but laugh out loud. He immediately flashed in front of Zhou Hao. Good, well done, Zhou Hao, you are the first to come out of the tower this time, and also the first to pass all the towers in the history of the genius battle. Speaking of this, his voice was low and filled with uncontrollable joy. You are the pride of our Ganwu Universe Kingdom. The country leader has already sent me a mail. From now on, the Milky Way Galaxy, your home will forever be your land. Zhou Hao was shocked, quickly saying respectfully, thank you Lord Shi, thank you country leader. Haha, you deserve this, rest well, I think there will be many important people sending you mail. Don't be in a rush to choose. After the genius battle, you will enter the primal universe of the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters, you can choose then. The scaly giant's voice was extremely gentle. Yes, Lord Shi. Zhou Hao of course knew that passing all the towers would cause a huge commotion, perhaps even many Undyings and Emperors would want to take him in as a disciple, and since the scaly giant said so, then the Ganwu Universe Kingdom leader would definitely help him block the pressure. After all, he was only a star level, against so many important people, it would be hard. The scaly giant smiled, work hard, the genius battle is only the beginning. After speaking, he returned to his original position. The other Undyings couldn't help but explode. Chapter 101. Shi, you're going overboard. Such a genius naturally needs a teacher to teach him before he can grow. Yeah, a star level who can use the 3rd level of the Imperial God Armament, such an absolute genius can't be delayed. Shi, since we've been friends for so many years, can you give me a chance to recommend him? Don't worry, I guarantee that the person I recommend will be able to teach Zhou Hao. I've already sent an email to the king, I'm sure there'll be a reply soon. This is the first genius in the human universe to complete all the trials of the tower. Shi, can you bear to delay his growth? The 1008 Undyings quickly surrounded the scaly giants. They knew that the scaly giants' words weren't just for Zhou Hao, but also for them. After all, it was the 3rd level of the Imperial God Armament. To use it, One had to have comprehension of the space origin law to the level of the 100 threads, and the time origin law to the level of the 100 layered waves. Such a harsh requirement. Even a sector lord who had studied the laws for 1,000,000 years couldn't do it. However, Zhou Hao, a star level, did it. Everyone knew what this meant. It could be said, as long as Zhou Hao didn't fall along the way, once he broke through to the undying level, he would definitely be an absolute warrior amongst the undying level. He might even have a slight chance of becoming a knight. Of course, breaking through to the knight level was too difficult. With the talent that Zhou Hao currently displayed, there was only a slight possibility of that happening. However, even so, it was extremely rare. Hence, the scaly giants knew that the other undyings wouldn't be able to sit still. They would notify many important people, wanting to take in an absolute genius like Zhou Hao as a disciple. One had to know, in the human universe, the relationship between a master and disciple was the strongest. If they became master and disciple, an absolute genius like Zhou Hao would become their right-hand man. They would have an extra source of strength when exploring secret regions in the universe. Therefore, the scaly giants hurriedly sent a message to the Lord of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. He also sent an email to the Nine Swords Venerable, who was leading the team in this battle of geniuses. Be it the Ganwu Country Master or the Nine Swords Venerable, they immediately replied. That was why the scaly giants said those words. Bloodsub, what's the rush? Your ancient wheel cosmic country's Seri isn't bad either. Severa, why are you joining in the fun? Noah cosmic country's Burin is also very good. Scaly giants, she replied with a smile. The undyings were speechless. Seri and Burin were excellent, and even Sai Yal could pass the first level of the 7th tower, but the problem was that they couldn't pass the 7th level. And more importantly, Zhou Hao used the Imperial God armament. If he could comprehend the time and space laws so deeply at the star level, what would happen if he reached the sector lord level? Shua. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The voices of the undyings in the plaza immediately disappeared, and they all hurriedly stood up straight. Knight, they all said respectfully. Dressed in a green battle robe, the Nine Swords Venerable with green scales on his forehead said indifferently, Zhou Hao is currently participating in the Virtual Universe Company's Genius Battle. Don't disturb him for anything else. Yes, Knight. The Nine Swords Venerable slowly walked in front of Zhou Hao and smiled, little brat, you're not bad. Remember not to be arrogant. You're only a star level, you still have a long way to go. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, yes, Knight. Shua. The Nine Swords Venerable's figure disappeared. The plaza returned to its original atmosphere, and the undyings no longer discussed Zhou Hao's matter. After all, the knight had personally appeared, and the higher-ups definitely knew about this. These undyings naturally didn't have to fight for anything. Zhou Hao let out a sigh of relief, and looked at the floating screen in the air. Actually, at the last level, if it weren't for the 100 Blood Mantis Soul Sound Wave attack, and not participating in the Origin Law attack, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block the Golden Light Pillar. Of course, if the 100 Blood Mantis hadn't used their soul attack, the other Green Mantis wouldn't have had the chance to converge their origin laws. From reincarnation until now, the 30 years of experience I've accumulated haven't gone to waste. While watching the other geniuses' battles, he was pondering and concluding. Completing the 7 Tower of Trials had already taken all of his strength. And the 3rd level of the Imperial God armament was his limit. Luckily, this level had high requirements for the space origin laws, and wasn't so harsh on the time origin laws. Time and space origin laws get harder and harder the further I go. It'll be hard to improve as fast as before. Zhou Hao sighed within. Relying on the Golden Horn Beast and the Ice Mountain Beast's eggshell to sign in, as well as the time and space origin law talents, he was able to reach this level. But now, the information he gained from signing in the eggshell was of little help to him. As time passed, most of the geniuses began to attempt the 3rd tower. Compared to the first 2 towers, the difficulty of the 3rd tower was much higher. Hence, more and more geniuses were eliminated. Geniuses like Windmill, Rushing Thunder Knife, and the others who had comprehended a trace of origin source law were all stopped in this Tower of Trials and eliminated. And these eliminated geniuses all looked at Zhou Hao as though they were looking at a monster. Wind Wheel and Thunder Blade were even more exaggerated. Zhou Hao, you're too sick, you actually passed all the towers. Originally, we thought that after being eliminated, we'd still be able to watch your battles, but you actually came out earlier than us. However, We were eliminated and you came out straight away, do you have to be like that? Zhou Hao laughed and joked. Since I'm already out, the difference isn't that big. You're vicious. The difference isn't that big, it's only a difference of 7 million points. Wind Wheel and Thunder Blade were both speechless. The three of them chatted for a while and then looked at the screen together. They were naturally looking at Luo Feng and Rongjun's Tower of Trials battles. Zhou Hao, you and Luo Feng are indeed from the same place, each more vicious than the other. You're the fastest, while Luo Feng is the slowest. Wind Wheel said enviously, now more and more geniuses are being eliminated. Just watch, Luo Feng's ranking will continue to rise. Thunder Blade was just about to say something when he looked at Seri's screen. Quickly look, that ancient loon genius Seri is about to attempt the 7th Tower of Trials. Not only Thunder Blade, but the other geniuses were all staring at the screen. The undying geniuses were also looking at the screen. Seri was the undisputed number 1, but Zhou Hao used the 3rd stage of the Imperial God armament, suppressing Seri in terms of strength. Zhou Hao used the 2nd stage of the Imperial God armament to crush 10,000 blood-hairy mammoths. If this Seri only has 1,000 images, it'll be hard for him to pass this level. When a fighter is surrounded, he's not as good as a spirit reader. Let's see how Seri deals with this. I think he can pass. The undying geniuses were all watching and discussing. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao's expression was calm. He knew that a dividing soul tier would be able to clear this level. As expected, Zhou Hao, Fanhun, disguised as Seri, completely exploded the moment he entered the 1st level. Shua 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 shua, his images increased from 1,000 to 3,000, and it was still increasing. Poo 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 poo, the blue blade brought about a river of stars, and every blade light was like a shining star in the river of stars, killing large amounts of blood-hairy mammoths. 4,000, 5,000, as the blood-hairy mammoths attacked fiercely, surrounding Zhou Hao and Fanhun from all directions, the number of images increased to 5,000. The entire screen was filled with countless phantoms. The hundreds of thousands of eliminated geniuses in the plaza all held their breaths. Exploding with 5,000 images, it was unbelievable. Many undying geniuses stared wide-eyed. The space origin laws could be used to determine one's comprehension level through the number of images. After reaching 1,000 images, every 100 would require a large amount of time. Exploding with 5,000 images at once, one's comprehension level had already surpassed many sector lords. Poo 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 poo. The blade light formed a blade domain, killing all the blood-hairy mammoths that rushed over. Zhou Hao and Fanhun passed the 1st level of the 7th tower. Even though the following levels were getting harder, and Zhou Hao and Fanhun weren't spirit readers, with 5,000 images unleashing Star River, they could instantly kill thousands of targets, greatly reducing the pressure on them. Hence, Fanhun and Zhou Hao quickly passed the 6th level, arriving in front of the mother nest on the 7th level. On this level, facing the mother nest's 9,000 green mantis soldiers and 100 blood-hairy soldiers, Zhou Hao and Fanhun couldn't defend at all, stopping at this level. Even though many undying geniuses had expected this, they still couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Chapter 102, After failing, carrying his blue blade, Zhou Hao and Fanhun appeared in the plaza. Shua shua shua, the hundreds of thousands of eliminated geniuses all looked towards Zhou Hao and Fanhun, their eyes filled with shock. The 5,000 phantoms made this group of geniuses feel despair. Even though Zhou Hao and the human Fanhun were even more dazzling than the ice mountain beast Fanhun, directly passing through 7 towers, these geniuses didn't see Zhou Hao's 7th level image and couldn't feel the pressure. The undyings couldn't help but discuss. This Seri is terrifying too. Blood Tears, 13, your universe country's 2 punks are each more abnormal than the other. Right now it's hard to tell who will get 1st place. One has the Imperial God armament 3rd level, the other has 5,000 images, it's indeed hard to tell. I favor Zhou Hao, he's a spirit reader and has an innate advantage. It's hard to say, the Imperial God armament 3rd level is indeed powerful, but this Seri's comprehension of the space laws is unfathomable, his movement must be very fast, and his comprehension of the water laws is also very deep, he has the initiative in both defense and attack. On the contrary, I'm optimistic about Sally. In reality, Zhou Hao has a high chance of winning. But in the arena, that's not necessarily the case. Don't forget that the arena is constantly shrinking. If Zhou Hao can't instantly defeat Sally, he won't have a chance. She and Blood Tears heard the discussions of the surrounding undyings and couldn't help but laugh. The Nine Swords Venerable had already sent news that due to the emergence of unfathomable absolute geniuses like Zhou Hao and Seri, the Virtual Universe Company headquarters had an emergency meeting and decided to expand the primal region slots to 2. Which meant, no matter who won between Zhou Hao and Seri, they would both enter the primal region. Noah Universe Country's Severa laughed helplessly. Originally, with Burin's talent, she should have been able to enter the primal region in the past, but who knew that this time there would be 2 absolute geniuses even more abnormal than Burin. Maybe this isn't a bad thing after all. Severa muttered, that Burin, he had interacted with her before and knew that her personality was very prideful. Other than studying the space laws, she was also studying the wind laws, obviously wanting to borrow the wind laws to study the time laws. She was too ambitious. If there wasn't Zhou Hao and Seri, with Burin's personality, she would definitely continue studying time and space. However, now that there were 2 geniuses ahead of him, perhaps they could change Bulin's mind. Time slowly, in the blink of an eye, most of the geniuses had been eliminated. Especially at the 4th and 5th tower, some geniuses like Rongjun, Aoka and Aiken who had the potential to make it to the top 20 were all eliminated. Burin was also like the original plot, stopping at the 1st level of the 7th tower. Zhou Hao, you and Sai y'all are really abnormal. Originally I thought I could make it to the 1st place, but then I met you in the qualifiers, then I met Luo Feng in the arena, and now in the finals, there's Burin and Seri. My expectations are getting lower and lower. Rongjun's tone was gloomy. He was confident, but he knew his own limits. Whether it was Zhou Hao, Seri or Burin, they were all much stronger than him. Zhou Hao laughed, you don't have any hope of making it to the top 3, but you still have a chance to fight for the 4th place. Rongjun was speechless, you're not polite at all. While speaking, he looked at the floating screen. At this moment, Luo Feng had erupted. 9 phantoms appeared, causing a commotion. Luo Feng has improved a lot in the past few years. If we meet again, I'm not sure I can win. Rongjun couldn't help but say, feeling even more pressure. Zhou Hao nodded, not saying anything. Luo Feng's growth path had changed a lot because of his appearance, but the drive in his heart hadn't changed. Even with a dazzling genius like him suppressing him, the latter still continued to improve. At the 1st level of the 6th tower, Luo Feng was eliminated. After he appeared, Zhou Hao, Rongjun, Wind Wheel, and Thunder Blade went up one after another. Congratulations, your results aren't bad. Zhou Hao laughed. Wind Wheel, Rongjun, and Thunder Blade all congratulated him. Third brother, you really gave me a shock. When I was still at the 1st level of the 1st tower, you actually passed it. Luo Feng looked at Zhou Hao and couldn't help but say, compared to you, my results are far from yours. Rongjun stared at Zhou Hao. Luo Feng, let's not compare ourselves to this sick person. Wind Wheel and Thunder Blade agreed, that's right, let's not compare ourselves to this sick person. Zhou Hao was about to speak. The scaly giant's voice resounded, everyone return to your residences and gather. At the same time, the Undyings from the other universe countries all ordered the geniuses in the plaza to return to their residences. Very quickly, the 1,000 geniuses from the Ganwu country all gathered in front of skyscraper 0825. The scaly giant was in a good mood, his tone much gentler. The Virtual Universe Company's pinnacle elimination competition has ended. Our Ganwu Universe Kingdom performed well. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, and Rongjun have all made it into the top 100, and 3 others have made it into the top 7,300. The rest of you, your genius battles, have ended. However, don't be discouraged. Those who have made it this far all have decent talents. I believe you've all received an invitation from our Ganwu Universe Kingdom. When the time comes, you'll all be able to enter the Ganwu secret area. Once you're there, you can continue to work hard. The star level is just the beginning, you still have a long way to go. Alright, now you can leave the virtual universe and return to reality. You can also continue to stay here. After a while, the virtual universe system will send you back to your respective universe countries. After which, the scaly giants looked at Zhou Hao and the other 5, follow me. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Rongjun and the other 3 followed the scaly giants to a room on the 1st floor. The scaly giants smiled. This time's elimination competition, 7 of the top 10 spirit readers took up 7 of them. The remaining 3 are fighters. Hence, the results of the elimination competition don't mean much. Don't be complacent. Of course, since you're able to make it to the top, to a certain extent, it's a reflection of your strength. And tomorrow's qualification competition, you all have to give it your all and perform well. After which, the scaly giant specially made Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and Rongjun stay behind to say some words of encouragement. Returning to the corridor outside the room, Wind Wheel and Thunder Blade were waiting. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Rongjun, we'll be leaving soon. It's a pity that we weren't able to make it to the top 7,300. However, we won't admit defeat. Wind Wheel said seriously. Right, we won't admit defeat. You guys are strong now, but that might not be the case in the future. Thunder Blade nodded. Zhou Hao smiled and went up to hug the two. Good luck. Luo Feng also went up to hug them. Rongjun punched the two of them. Good luck. Wind Wheel and Thunder Blade glanced at the skyscraper and plaza before their bodies slowly disappeared. The next morning, the remaining 7,300 geniuses gathered at the plaza mountain. The Nine Swords Venerable appeared. His body naturally emitted an aura that made people want to submit to him. He glanced at Zhou Hao and the other geniuses and smiled. The trial has ended. Congratulations to the first 100 participants. You'll be able to directly enter the Virtual Universe Company. Of course, if there's anyone who isn't willing to join the Virtual Universe Company, you can say so. The crowd didn't make a sound. No one was stupid. A power like the Virtual Universe Company wasn't something that anyone could join just because they wanted to. If it wasn't for this genius competition, it would be very difficult for these star levels to become core members of the Virtual Universe Company. The Nine Swords Venerable continued, very good. Now, the 101-7300 participants, the Virtual Universe Company's system will automatically arrange your arenas and battle slots. Please prepare yourselves. When your arenas appear, you'll know your arena number by looking at the screen on your arm. Not long after, the 101-7300 participants began to fight for the remaining 900 slots in the arena. Challengers like Zhou Hao and Luo Feng, who were ranked in the top 100, sat on the side and watched the battle. The competition was very quick. After close to 2 hours, the remaining 900 slots were decided. After which, the Nine Swords Venerable explained the benefits of the 4 secret regions of the Virtual Universe Company. He also talked about the rewards for the rankings and finally announced the rules for tomorrow's competition. The rules were that from the 900 geniuses that emerged from this competition, the Virtual Universe system would directly select 100 exceptional geniuses according to their performance in the arena, to battle against Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and the others who were ranked in the top 100. The victors would then pick out 20 of the most exceptional geniuses from the Virtual Universe Company. They would battle 1v1 to determine the top 10. The top 10 would then enter the Virtual Universe Company's absolute beginning region. The top 2 would enter the primal region. The top 11 to 100 would enter the sky and earth region. The rest would enter the last phase region. Such arbitrary rules made many geniuses feel that it was unfair. However, the Virtual Universe Company didn't care about this at all. Even the Nine Swords Venerable said that if they were unsatisfied, they could choose not to join the Virtual Universe Company. Such a strong attitude made many of the geniuses stunned. Luo Feng and Rongjun and the other geniuses were all speechless. They sighed, geniuses are still geniuses. They haven't matured yet, it's better to keep a low profile. On the second day, the competition for the slots for the 4 secret regions had officially begun. Zhou Hao, Luo Feng and Rongjun easily defeated their opponents and entered the top 100, obtaining the right to enter the sky and earth region. While waiting for the top 20 names to be announced, Luo Feng, Rongjun and Rongjun became nervous. Chapter 103. The green-scaled Nine Swords Venerable glanced at the top 100 geniuses who had won. He began to read out the names. Zhou Hao, Seri, Buren, Guthro, Auka, Icon, Zhongmo, Qian Shui, Lancelot, Rongjun, Long Yun, Gillespie, Luo Feng, Dao, Opatra. The names of the top 100 geniuses were announced. Luo Feng, Rongjun and the others all let out a sigh of relief. As for the geniuses who weren't called out, they were unwilling. Even though they knew that half of the 20 geniuses would fail and enter the hidden domain of heaven and earth like them, they still felt aggrieved that they didn't have a chance to fight. The Nine Swords Venerable smiled and said, the 20 geniuses whose names have been called out can rest for a while. You'll know who your opponents are in a while. Shua Shua Shua. Zhou Hao, Sai Yal and the others sat to the side and rested. Luo Feng and Rongjun occasionally sized up Auka, Icon, and the other geniuses, secretly guessing who their opponents would be. Among the 20 geniuses, Only Zhou, Sari, and Burin remained calm. Actually, everyone knew that the three of them wouldn't meet in this battle. The virtual universe company wouldn't have arranged it this way. And no matter who they met, the result would be the same. I hope we don't meet Zhou, Sari, and Burin, those three freaks. It'll be over if we meet them. As time passed, Aoka, Icon, Xianxia, and the others became more and more nervous. Half an hour later, the names of the opponents were announced. Opatra against Zhou, Lancelot vs Sari. Dao against Burin. Other than Aoka and the other geniuses, the rest of the geniuses who rushed into the top 1000 felt pity for Opatra, Lancelot, and Dao because they were destined to be eliminated. As for Luo Feng vs Gillespie, although there were some people discussing it, there were not many. After all, Opatra and the other two were the unluckiest. Very soon, the battle began. Zhou, Sari, and Burin easily crushed their opponents, and the battle ended very quickly. Among them, Zhou was the spirit reader master and was the first to end the battle. Burin comprehended wind and space. Her attack speed was the fastest, so she was the second to finish. Zhou and Fanhun Sari were the third. The remaining Luo Feng Uka, Rongjun and the others also finished their battles. The overall order was Zhou, Sari, Burin, Xianxia, Luo Feng, Zhongmo, Aoka, Icon, Long Yun, Rongjun. The Nine Swords Venerable looked at the 10 geniuses who had won. Congratulations on entering the top 10, the prize money has risen to 1000 mixed elements, and you can enter the absolute beginning region. In a while, the 10 of you will continue to battle to determine the top 5, and the first and second will be decided from the top 5. The battle rules will be arranged according to the time you finished your battles, the fastest against the slowest, in order. After these words, the 1008 Undyings and 990 geniuses were all shocked. According to the battle rules, Zhou against Rongjun, Sari against Long Yun, Burin against Icon, Xianxia against Aoka, Luo Feng against Zhongmo. In other words, the top 10 geniuses Rongjun, Long Yun and Icon, who performed well this time, were destined to not enter the top 5. However, in truth, everyone understood that in this genius battle, other than Zhou, Sari and Burin, the others had no chance at all. Hence, whether it was Rongjun or Luo Feng and the others, their expressions were extremely calm. No matter the outcome, they could only enter the absolute beginning region. Rest time. Under Rongjun's messy hair, his eyes burned with battle intent. Zhou, we've met in the qualifiers. In this top 10 battle, we'll meet again. Even though I know my chances are small, I'll give it my all. I hope you can give it your all too. Zhou nodded. Sure, I'll let you see the true power of a royal god armament. Rongjun grinned. Luo Feng said enviously, Rongjun, you can at least fight with third brother twice. I haven't even fought once. Zhou smiled. What's the rush, there'll be a chance. Rest time passed. The central plaza's arenas shrunk to 5. Su. The top 10 geniuses all flew up. Rongjun stood in front of Zhou. The earth-splitting blade in his hand was even taller than him. He had displayed terrifying blade techniques in the top 10 battles, but against Zhou, he didn't have any confidence. Zhou, this time I won't wait for you to use your royal god armament. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, Rongjun stepped onto the stage and quickly charged towards Zhou. When a fighter fought against a spirit reader, they had to rely on their movement techniques to get close. Once they couldn't get close, they would be slowly ground to death by the spirit reader's spirit weapon. Royal God Armament's third stage, Arc Disc, Condense. Zhou's eyes flashed, the oval-shaped weapon on his back quickly flew out. Large amounts of light exploded, quickly condensing into a semicircular arc disc. The speed at which he condensed the spirit weapon was out of Rongjun's expectations. Go! The arc disc turned into a purple-blue light that slashed towards Rongjun. Rongjun was just about to raise his blade to meet it when he discovered that his movements had slowed down. Afterimages of the arc disc appeared in front of him, causing him to be unable to tell which one was real. He understood that he was affected by the time and space laws. Open for me, he roared. The Earth origin domain exploded, causing the surrounding space to become incomparably heavy. The earth-splitting blade in his hand unleashed a terrifying blade technique. This blade technique seemed to split the heavens and earth, causing the space to slightly distort. However, the arc disc wasn't affected at all. It quickly passed through the gaps in the blade technique and finally stopped at Rongjun's head. Pong! Rongjun's heavy blade fell to the ground. He looked at Zhou Hao with a bitter smile. I still lost. Many undyings watching this scene shook their heads. Rongjun's blade technique was indeed terrifying. It wasn't easy for a star level to create such a blade technique. However, when faced with the difference in laws, no matter how strong one's blade technique was, it couldn't make up for it. Zhou Hao and Rongjun's battle ended. The battles in the other arenas also ended. Unsurprisingly, Seri and Buren easily won. Luo Feng also defeated Zhongmo. Qian Shui's battle with Aoka lasted the longest. In the end, Prince Aoka unleashed his strength and defeated Qian Shui. The Nine Swords Venerable smiled. The battles in the top 10 are indeed exciting. The 5 who lost can rest. The 5 who won can rest for a while before continuing. The rules are that each person will fight one round against the other 4. The rankings will be based on the number of wins. Zhou Hao Luo Feng immediately walked towards the resting area. Luo Feng smiled happily. Third brother, I can finally fight with you. Don't hold back. Rongjun walked over and smiled bitterly. Luo Feng, if Zhou Hao doesn't hold back, you won't even have the chance to experience it. I know, but I want to experience third brother's full strength even more, Luo Feng said seriously. Sure. Zhou Hao nodded without hesitation. Prince Aoka also sat down. Hey, Luo Feng, we're in trouble. We met 3 big freaks. He was already prepared to be beaten. Rongjun smiled. We're really unlucky this time. We're just supporting characters. The other undying fighters are probably looking forward to the battle between Zhou Hao, Seri, and Buren. Aoka nodded and grinned. The stronger they are, the more interesting it will be. Luo Feng, Zhou Hao, and the other 2 aside, we'll definitely have a good fight. Luo Feng shrugged. Don't worry, I don't want to lose all of them. Haha, me too. Aoka laughed. Half an hour of rest passed. The reincarnation station for the top 5 began. This reincarnation station attracted a lot of attention. Not only did the 9 Swords Venerable and the 1008 Undying Fighters stare at the arena, even the 5 giants like the Virtual Universe Company were paying attention. The battle between Zhou Hao, Seri, and Buren, these 3 absolute geniuses made many people look forward to it. After all, in the previous years, any one of them could easily get first place. In the first round of the rotation battle, Zhou Hao fought against Wuxia and won easily. The second round, Zhou Hao vs Luo Feng, after using the Imperial God Armament's 3rd level, the arc disc easily broke through Luo Feng's Nanshen Armament's 9 golden blades and the sky-piercing stance, defeating Luo Feng. The third round, Zhou Hao vs Buren, in the arena. The white-robed Bulin, who had prepared a blood sword, had a calm expression. However, his eyes burned with a rising fighting spirit. Since the beginning of the genius battles, he had crushed everyone of the same level. However, when it came to the pinnacle battles, he was suppressed by Zhou Hao and Seri. Many undying beings even thought that he could only get 3rd place. Go, my disciple, your teacher has nothing left to teach you, go participate in the genius battles, with your strength, you can get 1st place. Buren stared at Zhou Hao, the last words of his teacher before he left rang in his mind. Teacher, I will prove that I am the most outstanding one. Rumble, the memories shattered, a blood blade flew behind Buren's back, and white-clothed figures appeared one after another on the arena. Fight, he roared. Thousands of white-clothed figures wielding blood swords, their figures like the wind, their swords flashing fiercely, they charged towards Zhou Hao. As soon as they came up, Buren completely exploded, not holding anything back. The Wind Origin Law made his speed shockingly fast, and combined with the Space Origin Law, it made his charge unpredictable. Zhou Hao stood in place. The oval-shaped Imperial God armament had unknowingly floated in front of him. Large amounts of blue and purple light gathered. 10,081 thin swords were instantly formed. Facing Buren, who was like the wind, his swords flashing like lightning, and thousands of illusions, the Imperial God armament's 2nd layer was the best way to deal with him. Shoo shoo shoo. The swords were like meteors, sweeping towards Buren from all directions. At this moment, time slowed down, space froze. Buren looked at the 10,081 thin swords, as though he was looking at a sky full of twinkling stars. They made him forget time, space, and even himself. The time and space origin laws quietly affected him. But Buren's comprehension of the space origin laws was very deep. He almost instantly broke free from the beautiful illusions, and the blood blade in his hand moved. Pung pung pung. Thousands of illusions brandished their blood swords at the same time, bringing out large amounts of sword light, converging together to form a white-clothed painting, and the blood blade light was like ink on a painting, drawing out mesmerizing lines. However, the lines contained an extremely sharp killing intent. Large amounts of swords were blocked by the blood blade, some were even directly destroyed by the blood blade, turning into blue and purple light. When Zhou Hao saw this, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of Bolin, he understood that this was the limit of his opponent's strength. The Imperial God Armament's second form, Condense. The moment the swords were destroyed, a voice came from Zhou Hao's mouth. Countless specks of light gathered in front of Zhou Hao, forming a huge sword blade. The surface of the sword blade was covered in azure blue and dark purple patterns. Go! A shout came out. The large sword was like a meteor, the light caused the space around the stage to faintly distort. Burin is about to lose. This is the power of the Imperial God Armament. Zhou Hao shouldn't have grasped the second form yet, using the sword against Burin is indeed the best choice. Right, Burin's comprehension of the space origin laws is similarly deep, there's a chance she can catch the arc disk's attack. This Zhou Hao didn't blindly use the Imperial God Armament, looks like his understanding of it is deep. It's not an injustice to lose, Burin is already very strong, a pity she's up against Zhou Hao. The 1008 Undyings were casually discussing. And many of the spectating geniuses were all bitter. One Burin was enough to make them feel despair, it was hard to catch up, and now there was Zhou Hao and Seri. Luo Feng looked at the huge sword descending from the stage, muttering within, third brother sure is strong, I have to work harder, only then can I catch up. Rongjun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with battle intent, only such a perverse warrior could give him more pressure, a goal to strive for. The rest of the geniuses like Aoka, Icon, Qian Shui, Zhangmo all felt the pressure. Dang! On the stage, over 1,000 images of Burin disappeared, the blood sword dropped, he said softly, I've lost. Shoo shoo shoo. The huge sword shattered into specks of light, once again forming an oval-shaped spirit weapon. During the rest period, Zhou Hao and Fanhun disguised as Seri began to battle Luo Feng, Aoka and Burin separately. As expected, Zhou Hao and Fanhun won. The explosion of 5,000 images combined with the water origin laws made it hard for Luo Feng and Aoka to defend, even Burin was only able to block a few times before losing. When Seri was resting, Burin and Luo Feng Uka were battling. The result was as expected. Luo Feng and Aoka fought for the longest time, the area of the stage was constantly shrinking, Aoka initially had the advantage, but Luo Feng was extremely calm, grabbing onto an opportunity and using his golden sword to end the battle. Aoka said helplessly, damn, Luo Feng, you're too patient. Luo Feng laughed, Aoka, I'm sorry you're last. It's over, last place is still first place. Hee, now it's up to those two monsters, Zhou Hao and Seri. Aoka said without a care. Yes, those two are indeed monsters. Luo Feng nodded, his gaze moving to the stage. At this moment, the 9 swords venerable and the 1008 undying leaders, as well as the other 998 geniuses, all looked towards the final stage. The number of consciousnesses in the plaza also increased. The final battle, Zhou Hao versus Seri, on the stage. The two stood facing each other. As the same soul, they were very clear about the limits of each other's strength. Whoever wins will be number 1. Sai Lai, who was carrying a blue saber, said slowly. Zhou Hao didn't say anything, he understood Fanhun's meaning. Sir, can you change the environment of the stage to ice and snow? He raised his voice. Yes, the 9 swords venerable smiled. The other undying leaders also smiled. Under the vast ice and snow. Seri said softly, actually, I prefer the rain. Zhou Hao said indifferently, that's just your imagination. As the two spoke, their consciousnesses had already begun to communicate with the origin laws. Shua 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 shua, as the snow fell, images appeared out of nowhere. Sai Lai waved the blue saber in his hand, and a river of stars hung upside down in the sky, accompanied by 5,000 phantoms. He didn't move, because Fanhun specialized in water and space origin laws, and his movement wasn't strong. It was impossible for him to reach Zhou Hao's side before he could use his spirit weapon. So he chose to defend. As long as he could wait for the stage to shrink, the final victor would be him. Zhou Hao obviously knew this, your calculations aren't bad, let's see if you can block the attack of a royal armament. Blades, condense, shoo shoo shoo, 10,081 thin blades instantly condensed, quickly covering the entire stage. Pung pung pung. The 5-star rivers unleashed by spirit-severing Psi-Li converged into a vast Milky Way under the 5,000 phantoms, blocking all of the sword blades. Zhou Hao's expression didn't change, and the 10,081 blades instantly condensed together, forming a huge blade that heavily pierced towards the vast river of stars. Boom! Like a comet crashing into Earth, the vast river of stars violently shook, and Finhun Sere's images quickly decreased, finally stopping at 1,000. Shua shua shua. After that, the images once again erupted with 5,000 images. Royal Armament's third stage, Arc Disc. Condense. The huge blade disintegrated, quickly condensing into a semicircular arc disc, fiercely slashing towards the vast river of stars. And the blue blade in Finhun's hand suddenly changed. 2 more images appeared in the vast river of stars. The newly formed rivers of stars quickly converged into the vast river of stars, causing it to spin crazily, forming a river of stars that collided with the sharp edges of the arc disc. 7th stage of Star River. This series' comprehension of the water origin laws is sick. The Star River technique has a total of 9 stages, and he has already comprehended the 7th at the star level. This, if he breaks through to the universe level, wouldn't he be able to finish the Star River? Not only has his comprehension reached the 7th stage, his understanding of the Star River is also very good, it's simply a perfect display. The crowd of Undyings watching the match were all shocked. Boom! In the arena, large amounts of origin law energies collided, forming a huge storm, blowing away the snow on the arena. The spinning vast river of stars brought with it a powerful tearing intent. Not only did it block Zhou Hao's arc disc attack, but it also caused cracks to appear on the surface of the arc disc. Zhou Hao's calm expression changed for the first time. Pung, pung, pung. The huge arc disc continued to crack inch by inch, finally collapsing into a large amount of light dots. Walala! The spinning vast river of stars quickly extended over. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, and the large amount of light dots immediately flew back to form the arc disc, quickly spinning, forming a blue and purple half-Tai Chi diagram. Seeing this, the 1,008 Undyings in the plaza all shook their heads. He lost. He's bound to lose if he keeps defending. I didn't expect that even against the head of the 9 controllers, the Imperial God Soldier, this Seri could still win. It's indeed unexpected. Sai Yal's comprehension of the water origin laws is simply too perfect. Zhou Hao's reaction was already very accurate, there's no other way. The other geniuses all stared wide-eyed as they heard the discussions of the Undyings. Even the Imperial God Soldier lost. Luo Feng clenched his fists, staring at the arena. Third brother, do your best. The 9 Swords Venerable's expression was calm. No matter who won or lost, as the leader of the knights, he had earned big. In the arena, time passed slowly. Just as the Undying said, he would lose if he kept defending. As the arena slowly shrank, Zhou Hao frowned slightly. He was clear. Once the arena shrank to a certain size, he would lose without a doubt. However, in the current situation, Finhun took advantage of the time when the arc disc shattered to close in on him. No matter what he did, he would be tightly chased. What should I do? Am I really going to lose to Finhun? Zhou Hao tried his best to maintain the Imperial God Soldier, his brain working at high speed. The impact of the galaxy's rotation collided with the arc disc, creating waves of law energy, causing the surrounding space to constantly distort. Give up, you're bound to lose. Finhun Sere said softly. I won't lose. Zhou Hao roared, a huge amount of spiritual force poured in, causing the arc disc to spin even more crazily. His comprehension of the time and space origin laws was displayed to the extreme at this moment. The arc disc's blue and purple veins kept flashing. At the same time, the arena shrank continuously. 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters. With such a short distance, even if Zhou Hao could resist, he would still lose. Many geniuses looked at Zhou Hao, who still did not give up and could not help but silently cheer for him in their hearts. The Undyings were also slightly moved. In this situation, everyone knew that Zhou Hao could not win, but he still persisted. Buzz buzz, the arc disc spun crazily, like a boulder resisting the galaxy. Zhou Hao used all his strength to control the Imperial God Soldier. Suddenly, his eyes looked through the distorted space created by the arc disc and the galaxy, and saw the snowflakes affected by the law energy in the distance. Large amounts of snowflakes were blown far away, but the sky continued to fall. The boundary between the two was filled with snowflakes, like a lone boat struggling in the waves. Time is like water, it's mighty and unstoppable. To comprehend time, one must grasp the moment of the waves in this surging river. At this moment, Zhou Hao's mind was filled with a large amount of information about 1,000 heavy waves. It was as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. The world in his eyes had changed. His gaze once again fell on Finhun Sere's face. He smiled and said, "The snow has slowed down." Finhun Sere's face suddenly changed. The third arc disc of the Imperial God Soldier, the second form. Heaven and earth is the disc. Boom! The crazily spinning arc disc suddenly became bigger, like a millstone crushing over. The tornado formed by the galaxy suddenly collapsed. When the arena shrunk to 100 meters. Zhou Hao, victory. Chapter 104. In the center plaza, there was a deathly silence. Whether it was the 9 Swords Venerable, or the 1008 Undyings and 998 Geniuses, none of them would have thought that the final victor would be Zhou Hao. The arena was only 100 meters wide, and there was no chance of winning at all. Zhou Hao actually managed to turn the tables and defeat Seri. This kind of battle caused many geniuses to be stunned, but it was also an eye-opener. Haha, third brother is too awesome, I knew he would win. Luo Feng laughed excitedly. Unbelievable, Zhou Hao actually won. Rongjun stared with wide eyes. Aoka couldn't help but ask, what was that final attack? Many of the other geniuses were also asking about what happened in the end, but no one knew, mainly because they were all unfamiliar with the Imperial armament. The Undyings were all sighing. Truly spectacular. That Zhou Hao actually managed to break through in the time origin laws. It's not that there aren't any breakthroughs in battle, but in such a desperate situation, he still managed to break through. Just how strong is his will to not admit defeat? I'm starting to think more and more highly of this little brat. The Imperial armament's third layer arc disc, its true power lies in its second form. The heaven and earth is a disc, it has the power to suppress everything. This Zhou Hao isn't far from controlling the fourth layer. Right, but even though Sai Yao lost, his strength is still abnormal. These two little brats are both very powerful. The intents in the air above the plaza were also conversing. The Virtual Universe Company really got a huge advantage this time. These kind of geniuses, we can't let the Virtual Universe Company steal them all. There hasn't been a single one of these geniuses in tens of thousands of batches, and now there are 2 in this batch. No, we have to steal one. These intents slowly disappeared from the air. The 9 Swords Venerable's smile grew wider. Looking at Zhou Hao and Seri leaving the arena, he clapped his hands and said, "You two had a very spectacular battle. Congratulations Zhou Hao for taking first place, Seri for taking second. Your rewards have risen to 10,000 mixed elements, and you've also received a spot in the Virtual Universe Company's primal region." After which, he turned to the other geniuses, his voice resounding. First to second, third to 10th, 11th to 100th, 101st to 1000th. These 4 levels have all been selected. This batch's pinnacle genius battle has officially come to an end, the curtains have been drawn. Your performances have been extremely outstanding, and geniuses like Zhou Hao, Seri, and Burin have all emerged. Our Virtual Universe Company is extremely gratified, and the other geniuses' performances have been similarly dazzling. I believe that after tens or hundreds of eras, some of you will become existences that will shake the universe. The green-scaled 9 Swords Venerable smiled as he continued, in a while, there will be specialized personnel who will contact you and bring you to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Once there, we will do our best to nurture you, and whether or not you can become strong will depend on your own efforts. Good luck, your path to becoming strong has only just begun. After which, he vanished. The other Undyings also left. The remaining 1,000 geniuses, including Zhou Hao, were brought to the second-floor meeting room of the plaza's number 2 restaurant, where a staff member called Mana introduced them to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. The introduction was complete. Every genius wrote down their own address, and when the time came, the Virtual Universe Company would send 1,000 F-grade ships to pick them up. Shua, Zhou Hao and Luo Feng's consciousness exited the virtual universe and reconnected. They appeared on Black Dragon Mountain Island, on the grass patch of 9-Star Bay. Seeing that nobody was there, Luo Feng smiled. Looks like nobody knows that our genius battle has ended. Zhou Hao nodded. Nobody's here, so it's very quiet, just the 2 of us. Let's go drink some wine and celebrate. Indeed, we should celebrate. Who would have thought that us two Earth aboriginals would be able to reach this stage? Luo Feng exclaimed. As the two spoke, they returned to their room to retrieve a bottle of wine and returned to the attic beside the grass patch to drink. Brother Joe, you're back. Not too far away, on the balcony of the villa, Luo Hua shouted in surprise, at the same time quickly walking towards the attic. Not too long later, Hong, Thunder God, Zhou Ying, and Wang Rong, as well as Luo Feng's family members all appeared. When they heard that Zhou Hao had gotten first place and Luo Feng had gotten fourth, they were all extremely excited. However, when they said that they were leaving Earth and heading towards the distant headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, they all revealed looks of reluctance. Especially when they found out that Zhou Hao and Luo Feng had entered the primal universe to comprehend, and that 100 years would pass in reality, they were all very reluctant. Of course, they all understood Zhou Hao and Luo Feng's feelings. Even though they were reluctant, they didn't say much. West Lake Villa Castle Hall. Wang Rong sighed. Xiao Hao, you and Ying have both left, leaving me alone. Why don't you learn from Xiao Feng? Their parents still have their wives and sons to accompany them. Zhou Hao felt very guilty. Mom, after I leave, you'll move over to fourth brother's place. Aren't you playing the game with fourth brother's parents? You can go together, pull in Shen Hong's daughter, wouldn't that be fun? Quote, forget it, I'm already used to living here in the castle, and I can even go to the dojo and help you look after it. Anyways, I can enter the virtual universe anywhere, it's convenient. What's more, there are many servants in the castle, and Xiao Feng's mother often comes over to sit, it's not boring. Wang Rong shook her head, looking at Zhou Hao. She couldn't help but say, Xiao Hao, I can't control that brat Ying anymore, but you can't learn from your sister. If there's something suitable, you should take the initiative. Zhou Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, saying, I know, Mom. September 18, 2071. Zhou Hao and Luo Feng sat in a ship together and left Earth, arriving on Bai Land Star. After instructing the servants on Bai Land Star, the two of them waited for the ship sent by the Virtual Universe Company. Not long after, two 600 meters long, 100 meters wide, 1,000 meters thick battle sword-shaped ships descended from the sky. Large amounts of snow floated about. The doors of the battle sword ships opened. Two Sector Lord-level warriors walked out of the two ships, along with large amounts of domain lords and universe-level guards. Jin Yu greets Your Majesty. Shao greets Your Majesty. The two Sector Lords, recognized by the origin laws, walked up to Zhou Hao and Luo Feng and bowed respectfully, and the group of domain lords and universe-level guards all shouted together, Greetings Your Majesty. Luo Feng looked suspicious. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. Your Majesty, let's talk inside the ship. Immediately, Zhou Hao and Luo Feng entered the two ships. Jin Yu explained the names of the 4 secret regions of the Virtual Universe Company, after which he brought him into the virtual universe, arriving at the main area, Yushang Mountain. Yushang Mountain had a diameter of 89,000 kilometers, exceeding Earth's diameter by 7 times. It was split into 5 large areas: Primal, Absolute Beginning, Heaven and Earth, Apocalypse and the Public Area. The 5 areas were all the same size. However, the number of people was different. Of which the Apocalypse area had the most people, with over 10 million people, living in tall buildings. Heaven and Earth area had over 10,000 people, living in villas. There were only a little over 1,000 people in the Absolute Beginning region, and they lived in manors. Finally, the Primal area had 120 people, living in a huge and luxurious villa. The treatment of the 4 secret regions was very different. Like the Absolute Beginning and Primal areas, they had their own training grounds and study areas. The Primal area even had undying beings stationed there for long periods of time. Heaven and Earth and Apocalypse didn't have such things. The way the Virtual Universe Company distributed it was to encourage the geniuses of the different areas to compete. Zhou Hao, under Jin Yu's lead, arrived at the Primal area. Standing outside the Primal area, Jin Yu stopped. Your Majesty, the Primal area is just ahead. I can't enter, there will be people to lead you to the villa. Zhou Hao nodded. Entering the Primal area, he saw a white-robed old man emitting warmth. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, I am I Tuo, in charge of the management of the Primal area. If you have any requests in the future, you can ask me. I will always be in the Primal area. The white-robed old man's voice was warm. Your Majesty, let's go to your villa now. Very quickly, the white-robed old man brought Zhou Hao to the entrance of Villa 113. At this time, there were already tens of thousands of people standing at the entrance, a blur of square formations waiting. After Tuo and Zhou Hao landed, the leading Undying along with a group of sector lords, domain lord guards and large amounts of servants all bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhou Hao nodded lightly. The Undying guard leader before him was about 2 meters tall, his entire body emitting fire energy, his pupils were a pale gold, and his forehead had a peculiar imprint. At this time, Tuo introduced, "Your Majesty, this Undying leader's full name is Huoi Shengyu, his strength as a pinnacle general. He took the initiative to request to be your guard leader, as he looks similar to Your Majesty's hometown, plus his strength is the strongest." The Virtual Universe Company approved his request. The Undying leader smiled, "Your Majesty, you are this year's most exceptional genius, and you've even passed 7 towers. Many Undying generals are fighting to be your guard. I'm rather lucky, my appearance is similar to your hometowns, you can just call me Huoi." "Huoi, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future," Zhou Hao said. Tuo smiled, "Your Majesty, Huoi is very familiar with everything within the villa, he'll introduce you, I'll take my leave first." After which, he flew off. Huoi said softly, "Your Majesty, I'll bring you into the villa." Zhou Hao nodded. The two of them immediately brought the group of guards into the villa. Huoi ordered the guards to stay, he brought Zhou Hao and flew above the villa. The entire villa has a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers, there's an independent training area, technique study area, training room, battle simulation area, entertainment area, etc. Other than that, you can also choose any official level Undying to be your long-term personal teacher. During the introduction, the two of them landed in a 3-story building. "Your Majesty, this will be your living room, I'll be right beside, if you need anything you can call me." Huoi pointed at the building not too far away. Speaking to this point, his expression became serious. "Your Majesty, choosing a personal teacher is very important, they can help you take fewer detours, and the Virtual Universe Company has considered that you're using a royal god armament, hence they've arranged a few official level Undyings that specialize in space and time, or time and space, for you to choose from." Zhou Hao very quickly received the mail from the Virtual Universe Company. Within the mail were information on the 7 official level Undyings. Chapter 105, the teachers of the primal region would be stationed here for long periods of time, and they could teach the Undying at any time. According to the requirements of the Virtual Universe Company, the teachers of the primal region members had to be at least official level Undyings. Anyone below that level wouldn't even have the right to apply. From this, one could see the status of the primal region members. In Zhou Hao, as the first star-level genius of humanity to pass the 7 towers, his status and treatment were even more extraordinary. For example, for the guard leader position, just the general level Undyings alone had hundreds of applicants. These applicants were all extremely powerful, and when fully unleashed, they were comparable to official level Undyings. The weaker general level Undyings didn't even have the right to apply. As for those applying for personal teachers, there were even more. After all, the relationship between teacher and student was the most stable. Even if it was just a long-term personal teacher in the villa, and not a true disciple, there would still be many Undyings fighting for him. To be able to comprehend time and space to such a level at star level, and even be able to control the Imperial God armament and unleash the 3rd level. Anyone could see the terrifying potential Zhou Hao had. Such a genius, a group of Undyings would fight to take him in as a disciple. Huoi stood to one side, looking at the serious Zhou Hao reading the mail. He was extremely glad that in terms of looks, he was able to crush the other applicants. After a while, Zhou Hao finished reading the mail. "Huoi, these 7 official level Undyings are all quite strong, but their styles aren't very suitable for me," he said tactfully. Huil's eyes gleamed when he heard this. His Majesty was giving him a chance to recommend someone. If it was a normal primal region member, the Virtual Universe Company would have arranged for personal teachers. They wouldn't have picked out 7 for him to choose from. However, His Majesty was different, and the Virtual Universe Company had specially said that if he wasn't satisfied, they would recommend him again. "Your Majesty, what do you need?" Huoi asked softly. "It's best if they are proficient in space or time, and have their own unique style. If they use a blade, that'd be even better." Zhou Hao thought about it and replied, "If there really isn't anyone, I'll choose one of the 7 official level Undyings." He knew his own situation very well. With the sign-in system, he was destined to be a little faster when it came to comprehending nomological laws. I don't want to be a venerable, but at the very least, a conferred king is fine. Of course, it wasn't that he despised the 7 marquis recommended by the Virtual Universe Company for being weak. Half of them were comparable to emperors. It was just that their specialties were too different. They seemed to specialize in space or time, but in reality, their paths had almost completely abandoned the other origin laws. Even though he knew that most immortal powerhouses took this path, after all, only by specializing in the path of space or time could they break through to the venerable realm faster. But he was different. Advancing the laws of time and space side by side was the path he should take. From the very beginning, he was determined. This was the only way to go further. Hence, these marquis-level undyings weren't very suitable. Huoi understood what Zhou Hao meant. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, there are indeed many king-ranked experts who have sent me emails. They also want to be your personal teacher. However, unlike the marquis-level undyings, king-ranked experts have a higher status in the Virtual Universe Company. They can't be stationed in the manor for long. Your Majesty, you have to be mentally prepared." At this point, he hurriedly added, "Of course, if you have any questions, they can come over to teach you at any time. They'll also take some time out to be stationed in the manor for a long time." "I understand." Zhou Hao nodded. With a teacher stationed there for a long time, cultivation would be much more convenient. After all, even if he came to the primal universe to find a teacher, he couldn't always trouble the teacher for small problems. At this time, the advantage of having a personal teacher in the manor would be shown. Hearing Zhou Hao say this, Huil's smile grew wider. He opened the email. "Your Majesty, there are a total of 18 pinnacle emperors and 52 high emperors. They all walk different paths. When you enter the primal universe in 3 years, you'll choose a path suitable for yourself. These paths are roughly split into," Huoi explained as he explained to Zhou Hao. This was the advantage of having an undying guard leader. After a while, Zhou Hao said, "Huoi, please list the pinnacle and high emperors of the universe path." Huoi understood. He had guessed that His Majesty would choose the universe path. He immediately listed out 12 emperors in the email. These were all from the universe path. It was hard to walk the universe path, but those who chose it were all ambitious and talented. Zhou Hao looked at it seriously. Even though he had the system to teach him, there was a huge difference between having a teacher and not having one. The system taught him the overall direction. When he was familiarizing himself with it, he would inevitably run into problems. At this time, he would need a teacher. Before, whether it was cultivating the 10,000 threads, 1,000 heavy waves, galaxy, flame star, and other secret techniques, he had completely relied on himself to explore the general direction. This was especially true for the 1,000 heavy waves. If he hadn't had 2 epiphanies, it would have taken him a very long time to reach the 100 heavy waves. Half an hour passed. Zhou Hao finally made his choice. Prince of 7 Colors. This was a pinnacle emperor. He was proficient in the time laws and used a blade. He had once used a royal god weapon when he was a sector lord. This was one of the main reasons why Zhou Hao chose the Prince of 7 Colors. Other than that, the Prince of 7 Colors had a unique understanding of the time laws. He had even created a powerful time law technique 7-colored realm. This was also where the Prince of 7 Colors got his title from. Huoi saw that Zhou Hao had made his choice and smiled. "Your Majesty, I've already sent an email to the Prince of 7 Colors. He will contact the Virtual Universe Company. You just have to wait. Also, as a Primal Region member, you will receive 100,000 points from the Virtual Universe Company. These points are extremely precious. Many things in the Virtual Universe Company require points to purchase. When you log into the Virtual Universe Company's website, you will understand. Your Majesty, I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, just call me." After which, he left. Zhou Hao entered the 3-story building. He ordered the AI to change the entire room into Earth style. Only then did he sit in front of the transparent desk and tap lightly. Shua, a virtual interface appeared on the surface of the desk. He logged into his own website. The first thing that came into view was the treasury. After clicking on it, there were secret techniques, weapons, rare treasures, technological weapons, etc. It was almost all-encompassing. Regarding this, Zhou Hao was not surprised. With 100,000 points, he could purchase many things. However, he was not in a rush to purchase them. Points were very precious. At this time, Suddenly, a message flashed. It was an email from the Virtual Universe Company. The content was roughly the same as the original plot. It mainly explained the use of points and suggested that Zhou Hao buy some secret techniques to cultivate during the 3 years of his journey. At the same time, it also advised Zhou Hao not to waste time cultivating his genetic energy. The Virtual Universe Company would directly use the nutrition cabin to raise his genetic energy to level 9. He casually browsed through it. Zhou Hao clicked on the secret techniques, weapons, and rare treasures in the treasury again and carefully looked through them. He had many secret techniques and weapons, enough for him to use. However, he did not have many rare treasures. Especially rare treasures that could quickly cultivate the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree, there were almost none. Thus, he began to purchase various low-grade rare treasures that were suitable for the Cloud Contact Vine and the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree. Apart from this, he also sent a message to Luo Feng, reminding him to save some points for later use. The journey was long. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Many geniuses, after obtaining points and the right to purchase secret techniques from the treasury, used these 3 years of hard work to cultivate and improve rapidly. Your Highness, the ship will soon enter the universe. Please prepare yourself. Jin Yu's voice sounded. Zhou Hao came out from his cultivation state. The ship trembled and soon, the universe travel was completed. The ship's hull opened a transparent cover. A boundless continent came into his sight. Although he was mentally prepared, seeing this continent floating in the vast starry sky still shocked him. This feeling was like standing beside a canal and looking at a large oil tanker passing by. The entire world was covered. Jin Yu exclaimed, "Every time I come to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, I'm always shocked. This continent has a diameter of 10 light years. In front of it, stars and planets are as small as grains of sand." Zhou Hao nodded. Indeed, this kind of visual scene was truly shocking. As the ship entered the passage, it quickly slowed down. Luo Feng's ship also entered the passage. Both ships stopped at almost the same time. The cabin door opened. Luo Feng said happily, "Third brother." Zhou Hao walked forward and hugged Luo Feng. During the ship's journey, he spent most of his time in the manor. Occasionally, he would go to the public area to chat with Luo Feng, Aoka, and Rongjun. Outside the passage, there were already more than 10 uniformed men and women waiting. After Zhou Hao Luo Feng separated from Shao and Jin Yu, he received some purchased items and followed these men and women to an oval-shaped hall. In the hall, looking up, one could see the beautiful scenery of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. "Haha, Frenzy, Zhou Hao, you two are finally here." Aoka, Long Yun, Zhang Mo, Qian Shui, Buren, and the others all came to welcome them. Zhou Hao had obtained first place in the genius battle, but his personality was very easy to talk to. After interacting with Aoka and Qian Shui, their relationship was not bad. Although Buren's personality was cold and arrogant, after becoming an absolute beginning member, she would often talk with Aoka. "Where's Rongjun?" Luo Feng asked. "That fellow will be here soon. Come, let's go sit over there." Aoka laughed. Among the geniuses, he was the more active one. Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, Icon, Long Yun, and the others rarely spoke. Only Aoka and Rongjun were often loud and boisterous. Of course, it was because of Aoka that everyone was able to gather and have a good relationship. Aoka laughed. "Luo Feng, you must have improved a lot these 3 years. I've asked Qian Shui, Icon, and the others, and they all bought secret techniques. Their improvements are shocking." Luo Feng laughed. "Everyone has improved. When there's time, let's spar again." "Alright, this time I'll definitely defeat the little prince." Qian Shui teased gently. "Luo Feng, I'll also defeat you." Zhang Mo laughed. Aoka patted his chest. "Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, Luo Feng and I won't be defeated so easily." Of course, Zhou Hao and Buren are exceptions. Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, Long Yun, and Icon suddenly laughed. Buren couldn't help but say, "Aoka, I'm not a pervert. A certain someone is." Zhou Hao coughed and looked at Buren. "Buren, don't learn bad things from Aoka." Rongjun walked into the hall and saw Zhou Hao and the others gathered together, so he directly walked over. "What are you guys talking about? You look so happy." "Rongjun, you're here." "Rongjun, you're late this time." Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, and the others all greeted him. Not long later, 1,000 geniuses had gathered. "Everyone, please follow me." A tall and skinny man shrouded in an elegant white robe said with a hoarse voice. He brought Zhou Hao and the 1,000 geniuses to the spaceship that was parked on the lawn. Go in. The 1,000 geniuses all entered the spaceship. When they heard that this spaceship was fused with an immortal rank life form, they were all shocked. When they arrived at the spaceship's hall, the geniuses once again saw the Nine Swords Venerable in his green battle robe. He stood there like a projection of nothingness. At this moment, he said with a smile, "Everyone is here. Let's go to the primal universe." Hong. The spaceship quickly disappeared. Zhou Hao couldn't help but look forward to it. In these 3 years, even though he had improved, compared to Luo Feng Rongjun and the others, it wasn't fast. The main reason was that his time and space had reached a bottleneck. If he relied on hard work and comprehension, he would need a long time to break through. However, it was different in the primal universe. There, not only could they frequently see the law threads in the sky, but they could also see the engravings left behind by the immortals on the rooftop. They could also study the primal chaos tablets. Their improvement would definitely be faster than outside. When the spaceship passed through the universe passage, all the geniuses, including Zhou Hao, felt uncomfortable all over. This was caused by the flow of time. After all, the moment they entered the primal universe, the flow of time would be different from the original universe. 30 years in the primal universe would be 100 years in the original universe. 5 to 6 minutes passed. This strong feeling of discomfort completely disappeared. Nine Swords Venerable smiled, "We've already entered the primal universe." As he spoke, he ordered the spaceship to open the top of the hall. Immediately, a dusky environment appeared in front of the eyes of every genius. Occasionally, the chaotic airflow would float past, making this dusky environment less oppressive. Large amounts of cracks in the sky would occasionally converge and split open. At the edges of the cracks, one could see sparkling and translucent threads constantly flowing. Are these the manifested universe origin laws? Zhou Hao looked at these sparkling and translucent threads and immediately had the urge to sign in. Chapter 106. Stars and planets have lifespans, the universe too has lifespans. As all the geniuses and the 10 undyings within the ship looked at the crack in the sky, the Nine Swords Venerable's voice resounded, almost like a teacher, patiently introducing the primal universe law threads. The slots to enter the primal universe are extremely precious. You all have to make good use of these 30 years, it will be the most important time for you all to strengthen your foundations and grow. After closing the metal door above the hall, the Nine Swords Venerable looked at Zhou Hao and the other 1,000 geniuses. "We're about to reach Primal Chaos City, and I'm in charge of your batch. 30 years later, I'll come and pick you all up. I hope you'll all still be alive by then." Luo Feng Uka, Rongjun and the others were all curious. However, the Nine Swords Venerable didn't explain. Very quickly, the ship arrived in the air above Primal Chaos City. "We've reached Primal Chaos City, you all can leave, remember to listen to the envoy." The Nine Swords Venerable waved his hand, the Undyings and the 1,000 geniuses left the hall, the cabin door slowly closed, the fish-shaped ship shook its tail and quickly disappeared. In the distance, a black beam of light shot over. The envoy with green scales on his head said solemnly, "Attention all, I'm the envoy of Primal Chaos City, and the city in front of you has existed for longer than most of the universe countries, follow me." The 1,000 geniuses immediately followed the envoy and flew down, landing on the streets of Primal Chaos City. Zhou Hao looked at the small buildings on both sides of the street, muttering within, "System, sign in." Finhun Ice Mountain Beast also began to sign in at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at Primal Chaos City streets, you've gained Time Origin Law Talent plus 50. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've gained Space Origin Law Talent plus 50. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've gained Gold Origin Law Talent plus 50. Quote. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've gained Lightning Origin Law Talent plus 50. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've gained Time Origin Law Comprehension plus 100. Quote. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've gained Lightning Origin Law Comprehension plus 100. Quote. 20 consecutive explosions. They were all related to the 10 foundational law talents and comprehension. And the sign-in location was specific to the street. Without a doubt, this meant that the entire Primal Chaos City could be used to sign in for rewards. Zhou Hao was prepared, but at this time, he couldn't suppress his excitement. The talent and comprehension of the two Finhun clones were almost 10 times or even 20 times more than the one inside the giant egg. What would happen if he continued to sign in for 30 years? Of course, he knew that the check in rewards would continue to weaken over time. But even if it weakened, there would still be an endless supply of insights and talents. The accumulation of 30 years would definitely lead to a qualitative change. It's envoy number 11. Another batch of little fellows is coming. In this year's Battle of Geniuses, it's said that two incredible geniuses have appeared. One is called Zhou Hao, and the other is called Seri. Many big shots are fiercely competing to take them as their disciples. On the rooftop, a few undyings who had finished their studies were casually chatting. Zhou Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart and followed closely behind the guide like Luo Feng Uka and the others. Not long later, they came to an ownerless building's rooftop. There were carvings on it, causing the group of geniuses to be excited. After the guide finished his introduction, he led Zhou Hao and the other geniuses towards the city leader's residence. The city leader's residence was the core of the entire primal chaos city. Standing in front of the 300 meters tall gates of the residence, Zhou Hao was helpless. He still couldn't suppress the urge to sign in. After all, he could only sign in once a day. He had just signed in on the streets and couldn't sign in here anymore. The other Finhun was the same, he didn't have the number of sign-in slots. However, thinking that he could still enter the residence in the future, he relaxed a little. Following which, under the guide's explanation, Zhou Hao and the other 1,000 geniuses all began to look at the 52 tablets. Every tablet was connected to the Great Tao of Origins. Aoka, Rongjun, Luo Feng and the others all looked at the tablets hungrily. Zhou Hao had long made his choice, standing in front of the Cosmic Chaos tablet's picture. Half an hour passed. The group of geniuses all reported the tablets they had chosen. Luo Feng naturally chose the Juyu Hunden steel. Aoka, Rongjun and the others chose the huge axe tablet. Burin also chose the Cosmic Chaos tablet. Zhou Hao, Finhun Sere chose the Ice Peak Chaos tablet. After making their choices, Zhou Hao and the other 1,000 geniuses followed the guide out of the walkway and came to a spacious plaza. Right now, out of the 52 Primal Chaos tablet study rooms, 12 of them have people studying them. The other 40 are empty. I will announce the names of these 40 Primal Chaos tablets: Yanshan Primal Chaos Tablet, Scarred Heart Primal Chaos Tablet. The guide quickly said, the people who have chosen these 40 tablets, go straight to the left entrance. When you reach there, you will be arranged to enter a secret room. The rest of you can wait. When others study the tablets, you cannot disturb them. You can go to the city tower to take a look. I will call out to you when it's your turn. Zhou Hao's Cosmic Chaos Tablet didn't have people studying it, while Finhun's Ice Peak Chaos Tablet had people studying it. Hence, Finhun Sere, Luo Feng Uka, Rongjun and the others walked towards the city tower. Zhou Hao followed the other 800 geniuses and walked towards the left entrance, arriving at a walkway. On both sides of the walkway, there were huge bronze doors. These bronze doors were about 160 meters long and 120 meters tall. Every door had ancient words on it. The words displayed the names of the 52 tablets. The envoys brought the geniuses one by one to their chosen Primal Chaos Tablet door. The Cosmic Chaos Tablet was related to space and time. Even if it focused on one of the two, one had to comprehend the other. Hence, there were very few geniuses who chose the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. There were only 5. Other than Zhou Hao and Burin, there was also Light Blade Icon as well as 2 geniuses from the Heaven and Earth region. The 3-eyed old man Candely who was guarding in front of the Primal Chaos Tablet smiled at Zhou Hao. Little brat, you're not bad. There's no one in the Primal Chaos Tablet room right now, go in. Remember, you only have 7 days to study. After 7 days, the door will open and you must come out. Zhou Hao and the other 4 said respectfully, yes, Lord Kandri. Very quickly, he entered the secret room. The secret room was huge, and there was chaos energy revolving around it. Zhou Hao and the other 4 walked closer. Only then did they see the huge tablet surrounded by the chaos energy. The tablet was 100 meters tall and 100 meters wide. There were a total of 11 pictures carved on it. The first picture had scattered flames dancing around. There were a total of 9 balls of flames burning. The second picture had balls of flames burning. There were a total of 36 balls of flames. The third picture had a huge ball of flames burning. Above the flames, there were dark clouds. Within the dark clouds, there were flashes of lightning, of which, there were a total of 108 balls. Upon closer inspection, there were 12 flashes of lightning. The fourth picture was a lightning star picture. A planet was struggling out of the thick nebula. The nebula was filled with lightning. There were 24 thick lightning bolts. The fifth picture was still a lightning star picture. The number of planets had increased to 3. The sixth picture was a star picture. A blazing star was struggling out of the nebula. There were 48 lightning bolts. The seventh picture was still a star picture. However, there were 5 more stars. The 6 stars revolved around each other. They were covered in thick lightning bolts. In the eighth diagram, the Milky Way diagram, the stars, planets, and thick nebulas had all disappeared, leaving only a vast galaxy hanging in the starry sky. And in this galaxy, countless stars were densely packed together. The ninth picture, a strange huge beast picture. The 10th picture, 2 strange huge beasts. The 11th picture, countless of strange huge beasts. Zhou Hao frowned. The first 7 pictures of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, he could see that they were using fire and lightning to display the space and time origin laws. But the 8th to 11th pictures were more abstract. Although they were similar to the Juyu Hunden stele, what they revealed was definitely not the fusion of space and metal origin laws. Especially the strange huge beasts at the back. Every time he looked at it, it would reveal a different form. He shook his head. He suppressed the thoughts in his mind and started to seriously comprehend it. The Primal Chaos Tablet was a record left behind by an almighty being of the human race. Every one of them was extremely mysterious. They contained all sorts of unfathomable mysteries. Even though Zhou Hao's time and space origin laws were very deep, when he looked at the first picture, he was still able to comprehend an extremely mysterious blade technique. And his consciousness was automatically immersed in it. While practicing the blade technique, his comprehension of the space origin laws became even deeper. 7 days of time quickly passed as he studied the tablet. Zhou Hao, Buren, Icon and the others were still immersed when the bronze door opened. "Come out, come out, come out," the voice kept echoing in their minds, and it grew louder and louder. In the end, it was like rolling thunder, and they couldn't help but cover their heads. After which they swiftly left the room. It wasn't until they stepped out of the door that Zhou Hao felt his mind relax. Turning back to look at the study room, his eyes filled with reluctance. He thought to himself, the next time I come in, I have to sign in. Before the door of the training room, Zhou Hao and the others bowed respectfully towards Kandri. Kandri smiled. "This is your first time entering the training room. Let me remind you, go find a place you can stay in for 30 years. After that, you can enter the virtual universe and apply to enter the Heavenly Bridge." Heavenly Bridge? Buren, Icon and the others were curious. Kandri explained, "You'll know when you apply to enter, go on." Zhou Hao and the others swiftly left the bronze door. Buren was a woman of few words. However, as she walked in the spacious plaza of the city leader's residence, she couldn't help but say, "Studying the Chaos Tablet Chamber is too helpful for training. I wonder how I can enter it again." The beautiful dream shell Lady Icon nodded. "There should be a way." Lord Kandri reminded us to enter the Heavenly Bridge, maybe the method is here. Zhou Hao couldn't help but glance at Icon, thinking that she was quite smart. However, after he calmed down, he began to chant, "System, sign in." Chapter 107. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Primal Chaos City Leader's residence, obtaining 1 Primal Chaos Tablet picture. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Treasure 9 Cloud Gold Armor. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Treasure Thunder Patterned Cauldron. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 1 Primal Chaos God Crystal. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the valuable Black Flame Silver Blade. Quote. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining Primal Chaos Tablet Picture Comprehension plus 20. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining Space Law Essence Comprehension plus 30. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining Time Law Essence Comprehension plus 30. Quote. The system madly exploded 48 times, of which there were 2 true treasures, 8 true treasures, various undying techniques and techniques created by warriors, a total of 25. The remaining were Primal Chaos God crystals and special soul techniques. Zhou Hao couldn't help but exclaim, indeed an ancient primal chaos city that has existed for countless years. There are so many things. He wasn't too excited. The reason was naturally because Finhun Sere had already signed in during these 7 days. What's more, even though the true treasures were good, to him right now, they didn't have much meaning. Even at the universe level, he couldn't unleash the true power of the true treasures. It was better to use the godly armaments. As for the other techniques, there were too many. He didn't need them. The only things that were useful to him right now were the Primal Chaos Tablet picture and comprehension. The outer rewards are already so much, the inner, and Primal Chaos ruins, I'm afraid the rewards will be even better. Zhou Hao looked deep into Primal Chaos City, suppressing the urge to head over. He focused his mind and left with Burin and Icon. After leaving the residence, the 5 of them split up and searched for a place to stay. The Primal Chaos City took up a huge amount of space. Other than a few buildings, the rest were basically the same. Most of the doors were white, and no one lived in them. Zhou Hao chose a small standalone building in a remote area near the city lord's mansion. Placing his hand on the white door, it quickly turned dark gray. "Welcome, master." The service AI's electronic voice resounded. He walked into the main hall of his residence. The electronic voice replied, "Master, during your stay here, you may let me know if you have any needs." He nodded and quickly walked up the stairs to the rooftop. In the distance, there were many cultivators with strange appearances. They were either meditating with their eyes closed, looking up at the nomological threads, or recording their insights on the rooftop. After watching for a while, Zhou Hao retracted his gaze and sat cross-legged on the rooftop, starting his cultivation in Primal Chaos City. However, he was not in a hurry to comprehend the laws or cultivate the secret technique. Instead, he searched his mind for the secret technique reward, the heaven-devouring chaos mantra. This technique was obtained from signing in at the Land of Darkness in the Universe Sea, but the threshold was very high. One had to swallow chaos airflow to cultivate it. After his reincarnation, there wasn't much chaos airflow in the original universe, so this technique had been tossed aside. However, now that he had entered the primal universe, things were different. This place was filled with chaotic energy. There was no hesitation. Zhou Hao immediately began to cultivate according to the movements of the heaven-devouring chaos mantra. Whoosh! Inhale. Once his actions were complete, in just a breath of time, massive amounts of chaos energy crazily gathered, transforming into universal energy that entered his inner world. The originally stagnant inner world began to expand greatly. This expansion speed was even more exaggerated than him swallowing more rare materials. Rumble. He cultivated for less than half an hour. The consciousness within his core began to transform, and the 9 spinning miniature stars suddenly sped up. Finally, they collapsed and gathered together, forming a miniature black hole. Outside, large amounts of chaos airflow formed a whirlpool and poured into Zhou Hao's body. Luckily, the place he chose was relatively remote, so it didn't cause too much of a commotion. He almost entered a state of selflessness. Until a few days passed. He only managed to break free from this state when the artificial intelligence that he had set rang. He opened his eyes. He checked the core within his body, only to see that the black hole formed by his consciousness had become 2. My God, this heaven-devouring chaos mantra's cultivation speed is too fast. It's only been 4 or 5 days, and I've not only broken through to the universe level, but also to the universe level 2. Zhou Hao's eyes widened. Although the universe level from level 1 to level 9 required a huge amount of energy, the universe level required a huge amount of energy. Like the pool of life and the nourishment cabin, which could directly skip the accumulation stage, were very precious. Other than the 5 great powers, the various universe countries, and some special powerful races, no other powers dared to play like this. It consumed too much energy. But now, with the speed of the heaven-devouring chaos mantra, absorbing chaos airflow, his body's energy accumulation speed was even faster than soaking in the nourishment cabin. Originally, he was still worried about his original body in the dark land of Universe Ocean, but now he wasn't worried at all. After reincarnating for more than 30 years, his original body's power would probably surpass 2 Finhun bodies just by relying on the heaven-devouring chaos mantra. It's a pity that this heaven-devouring chaos mantra is of little use to my Finhun body. The time spent in the primal universe is very precious, I can't waste it like this. Zhou Hao sighed. The heaven-devouring chaos mantra was sick, but the virtual universe company had the nourishment cabin. When he left the primal universe, he could directly rise to the universe level 9, he didn't have to worry about his body's accumulation. System, sign in, ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the training residence 0127777158 rooftop of Primal Chaos City. You've gained time origin law talent plus 40. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've gained space origin law talent plus 40. Quote. Quote, comma, quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've gained space origin law comprehension plus 10. Quote. Signing in at the residence he chose in Primal Chaos City, other than the 10 basic origin law talents and comprehension, he gained space origin law comprehension. It should be the description of space origin law in the picture. Over the next 10 days, Zhou Hao continued to sign in every day, and at the same time, he sorted out his rewards. Suddenly, sitting on the rooftop, his eyes gleamed. The other Finhun Saray in the tower of Primal Chaos City finally had his turn to enter the Chaos Tablet Chamber. When this Finhun entered the Chaos Tablet Chamber, he didn't have the number to sign in. When he was studying, his consciousness was in a mysterious state, and when he left, his head kept ringing with Lord Kandri's urging. He was in so much pain that he didn't have the time to sign in. City Leader's Tower. Zhou Hao, Finhun and the other 17 geniuses chose the tablets. When the people studying in the secret rooms left, the envoy called them over. They walked to the bronze door. The 7 geniuses who chose the Ice Peak Chaos Tablet immediately bowed respectfully. Lord Kandri. There's no one inside, you can enter. The 3-eyed old man Kandri looked at Zhou Hao and Finhun. Study well, the first 3 pictures are enough for you. Zhou Hao and Finhun quickly said, yes, Lord Kandri. Su. The 7 of them entered the Ice Peak Chaos Tablet secret room. They got close to the giant tablet. Only then did they see the pictures on the tablet. The Ice Peak Chaos Tablet had a total of 10 pictures. The 1st to 7th pictures were Snowflake Picture, Blizzard Picture, Ice Snow Picture, Ice Flame Picture, Ice Star Picture and Vast Galaxy Picture. The 8th to 10th pictures were all strange beasts, but their auras were completely different. In this time, Zhou Hao and Finhun sat in front of the giant tablet, but they didn't look at the pictures. After all, as long as they looked, their consciousness would be immersed in it. System, sign in, ding. Congratulations host for signing in at Primal Chaos City's Chaos Tablet Chamber, obtaining 1 Ice Peak Chaos Tablet. Quote. Ding. Congratulations host, obtaining comprehension of the first picture of the Ice Peak Chaos Tablet plus 100. Quote. Ding. Congratulations host, obtaining comprehension of the second picture plus 100. Quote. Ding. Congratulations host, obtaining comprehension of the third picture plus 100. Quote. Although it was just 4 consecutive explosions. But Zhou Hao and Finhun couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The sign-in system was too awesome. It directly rewarded him with a Primal Chaos Tablet. One must know, the chance to study a Primal Chaos Tablet was extremely precious. Other than entering the City Lord's residence to choose a Primal Chaos Tablet and obtaining a free chance, to enter again, one had to pass the Heavenly Bridge. Only by passing 1 level would one have the chance to study for 7 days. And how many levels did the Heavenly Bridge have? The number 1 ranked Huge Axe Primal Chaos Tablet only had 32 levels. Adding everything up, 7 days per level, that was only 200 over days. But today, he directly obtained the Primal Chaos Tablet, which meant that he could sit in front of it every day and study. Moreover, other than studying, he could sign in and constantly gain insights. Such a huge increase. Then studying the origin laws would be no different from eating or drinking. Zhou Hao and Finhun took in a deep breath, suppressing the joy on their faces. Low profile, I have to be low profile. If others knew he had a Primal Chaos Tablet, even the knights would go mad with jealousy. After a while, he calmed himself down. Like the other geniuses, his consciousness immersed in the tablet. Almost at the same time, Zhou Hao knew of the rewards from the study room. He jumped up and said excitedly, looks like I have to attempt the Heavenly Bridge. He currently didn't have the chance to enter the study room, only by passing the Heavenly Bridge would he have the chance. Without hesitation, his consciousness immediately entered the virtual universe. Yushang Mountain, Primal Region 112 Villa. A silhouette appeared. Your Majesty. The Undying Guard Huoi and the others immediately bowed. Zhou Hao nodded. The Prince of Seven Colors, who was studying with his eyes closed, heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. Teacher. Zhou Hao walked before the Prince of Seven Colors and said respectfully. Even though they didn't go through the ceremony, since the Prince of Seven Colors was his personal teacher, he was indebted to him. Calling him teacher wasn't too much. The Prince of Seven Colors smiled. You've entered the study room. Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, I'm preparing to attempt the Heavenly Bridge. Heavenly Bridge? The Prince of Seven Colors' eyes gleamed, after which he smiled. You've attracted the attention of many big figures, it'll be very lively if you attempt the Heavenly Bridge. 3 years on the road. The Prince of Seven Colors would occasionally guide him on some crucial questions. Regarding Zhou Hao's law comprehension level, he naturally had a clear understanding. Go on. Yes. Returning to the 3-story house. Zhou Hao opened the Heavenly Bridge and sent in a request. Shua. After the request was approved, he vanished from the villa. Virtual universe, Heavenly Bridge. This plane of space was a boundless ocean, and the waves of the ocean were rolling. And in the ocean was a beautiful dreamy island. Around the island were 52 bridges that connected to the harbor. The bridges extended from the ocean all the way to space, however most of it was covered in fog, one couldn't see the end. Zhou Hao left the villa and appeared on the island. Third brother, why are you here too? Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is here too. At this time, there were 10 geniuses from Juyu Hunden Steel, surrounding a man wearing a star picture on the island. The moment Zhou Hao appeared, they all sensed him and went up to greet him. Seeing Luo Feng's shocked expression, Zhou Hao smiled and explained, after studying the primal chaos tablets, I didn't immediately enter the virtual universe, hence I wasted some time. Luo Feng realized, introducing, third brother, this is the Watchman Baffin, he's in charge of everything regarding the Heavenly Bridge. The Watchman Baffin saw Zhou Hao and revealed a smile. He walked over and swiftly sent emails to many of the important people who were paying attention to Zhou Hao. The first star level of humanity to pass all 7 towers during the genius battle. Many of the important people had long been paying attention to him and had ordered the Watchman Baffin to inform them the moment Zhou Hao passed the Heavenly Bridge. Baffin naturally didn't dare to be slow. Chapter 108. Primal Chaos City. Within the 9-story high tower. The snake-tailed lady covered in a black veil slowly opened her eyes. Zhou Hao wants to attempt the Heavenly Bridge. She stood up, her snake tail swaying gently. At this time, the muscular Xinyan of Scylla, dressed in golden armor and his face covered in fur, appeared on the 7th floor. Seeing that the King of the Black Mist wasn't cultivating, he smiled in surprise. Wu Ni, why are you also going to watch the little brats from the 9-universe sect attempt the Heavenly Bridge? I heard that this batch has a brat called Luo Feng, he's not bad. I was just about to invite you to watch. The King of the Black Mist shook his head. Xingyan, I'm from the Battle Axe Dojo. Even if this batch has good seedlings, it will only benefit your virtual universe company. The Xinyan of Scylla laughed. That might not be the case. Apprenticeship depends on fate. However, since you're not planning to watch, why are you suddenly making a move? The Supremacy instructed me to pay attention to the 2 little fellows in this year's competition. Now that one of them, Zhou Hao, is about to attempt the Heavenly Bridge, how can I not make a move? And not just me, I'm afraid some of my old friends will make a move too. The King of the Black Mist said helplessly. Even though the Xinyan of Scylla knew that this batch had many good seedlings, he didn't pay much attention to them. Hearing this, he suddenly realized. Touching the fur on his face, he muttered, that Zhou Hao and Sari are indeed the most unbelievable geniuses in this batch of the Virtual Universe Company. It's a pity that one of them chose the Cosmic Chaos Tablet and the other the Ice Peak Chaos Tablet. Neither of them are from the 9-universe sect. The King of the Black Mist stared at the Xinyan of Scylla and said indifferently, even if they chose the 9-universe sect, it's not up to you or me to fight for them. If that's the case, it seems that there are many venerable ones who want to take them in as disciples. The Xinyan of Scylla was stunned. More than you can imagine. Let's go. Didn't you want to invite me to the Heavenly Bridge? Let's go together. As the King of the Black Mist spoke, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe. The Xinyan of Scylla immediately connected with him. Primal Chaos City had many special buildings like the 9-universe tower that represented status. They were basically all towers built by the ancestors of various factions, and at this time, many of the Undyings had received Baffin's mail. Regardless of whether it was the 9 Cosmos sect, Ancestor Mother sect, Heart Scar sect, Cosmos sect, Ice Peak sect, Travel Dragon sect, etc. Many undefeatable emperors were like King of the Black Mist, connecting their consciousness to the virtual universe and entering the heavenly bridge. Shua Shua, Island Plaza. When the King of the Black Mist and the Xinyan of Scylla appeared, they were shocked. There were already many familiar faces in the plaza. Xinyan, you're here too. Haha, Xinyan, you're here to join in the fun too. Xinyan, you're from the Nine Universe sect, and you haven't interfered in many years. Why are you here for your teacher? Many of the invincible emperors, whose names shook trillions of races, greeted each other excitedly, their bodies emitting terrifying energy ripples. The geniuses who were waiting to attempt the heavenly bridge all paled. My God, my third brother is too powerful. His first attempt at the heavenly bridge and so many people have come. Luo Feng's eyes were wide open, he was shocked. Just from their energies, he could feel that they were all much stronger than the scaly giants Shi. The other geniuses were all shocked too. Even though they were clear that Zhou Hao was the most exceptional genius of this batch and would definitely attract a lot of attention, they didn't expect that just attempting the heavenly bridge would attract so many people. The Xinyan of Scylla was quite famous in Primal Chaos City. He looked around and laughed. Rainbow of Swords, Sujung of Gojoseon, Tenrai of Beiki, you old punks, you usually stay in your mansions and train. When I call you to drink and chat, you don't even respond. Today, you've all come out. The Sujung of Gojoseon with a crystal on his forehead said softly, the knight ordered us to come, and we wanted to see just how exceptional this batch's Zhou Hao is. Shua. At this time, another emperor had appeared. Longyu of Gojoseon, we've been waiting for you. The Nine Swords Venerable is this batch's leading knight. How can Longyu of Gojoseon not come? They all laughed. The Xinyan of Scylla mocked, Longyu, you better watch carefully. Don't let anyone else snatch him away. If that happens, the knight won't let you off. Longyu of Gojoseon saw so many emperors and was shocked. Hearing Xinyan's words, she stared, my lord is this batch's direct subordinate knight. Even if you want to snatch him away, you won't be able to. The King of the Black Mist said indifferently, that might not be the case. Everything still depends on Zhou Hao's choice. Longyu of Gojoseon snorted and ignored the King of the Black Mist. Seeing that Zhou Hao wasn't on the island, he couldn't help but look at the Baffin that Zhou Hao is going through. The watchman Baffin hurriedly said, yes, Longyu of Gojoseon, Zhou Hao has already passed the second level, He just passed the third and is flying towards the fourth. Quote. So fast, Longyu of Gojoseon was shocked. That's normal. This kid is able to use the third level of heaven and earth as a plate. Space and time laws are both very deep. None of them are holding him back. The first 4 levels aren't hard for him at all. Tenrai of Beiki said slowly. The crystalline monarch nodded. Indeed, although law comprehension doesn't represent one's battle strength, it still depends on one's degree of law utilization and understanding. But Zhou Hao's comprehension is too strong. He passed the first 4 levels just by relying on his comprehension. The 5th level will be slower, and he will stop at the 6th level. Longyu of Gojoseon laughed, alright, there's no point in us guessing. Baffin, bring out the image of Zhou Hao passing the heavenly bridge. Yes. Baffin waved his hand and a huge screen appeared in mid-air. The screen was displaying the scene of Zhou Hao passing the 4th level of the heavenly bridge. Just as the emperors predicted, the 4th level wasn't hard for Zhou Hao at all. He passed it quickly. Space bridge, 5th level. On the bridge, the wind howled, the wind was extremely strong. Zhou Hao stood at the end. A voice resounded from the tornado, please choose your opponent. Controller, fighter, illusionist. Choose one and defeat your opponent. Only then can you proceed to the next level. Controller, he said without hesitation. Chi. A silhouette flew out from the tornado. He was dressed in a black armor and black boots. He was completely covered in a black mask. A pair of cold eyes gazed at Zhou Hao. Attempting the 5th level at the universe level, you seem pretty confident. Make your move. If I make my move, you won't be able to retaliate at all. Shoo. Zhou Hao stood on the soaring shuttle. The oval-shaped spirit weapon on his back flew out and under the control of his huge spirit energy, it exploded. Large amounts of light dots appeared. With his spirit energy connecting to the origin laws, the light dots instantly formed an arc disk. Wang. The arc disk quickly revolved and formed a huge circle diagram. Imperial God Armament, 3rd level, 2nd form, heaven and earth as a disk. He was very clear on his own strength. He immediately unleashed his strongest form right from the start. The first 4 levels had been so easily crushed. The black-armored man's cold eyes flashed with surprise. You're actually able to unleash heaven and earth as a disc. Not bad. As he spoke, the oval-shaped weapon on his back swiftly crumbled and formed a huge arc disc. The Guardian of the Space Bridge similarly unleashed the Imperial God armament. And the Guardian of the 5th level unleashed the limit of the Imperial God armament's 3rd level, first form. However, it was still an arc disc. The Guardian of the Space Bridge, however, unleashed a completely different power. The huge arc disc became an arc blade. Its speed was shockingly fast. It immediately slashed at Zhou Hao's heaven and earth circle diagram. Pung. The most important thing about the heaven and earth circle diagram was control. It was the embryonic form of the 4th level world. Under normal circumstances, against any godly weapon of the same level, it wouldn't be able to shake this diagram. However, the Guardian's arc blade caused the Imperial God armament's heaven and earth circle diagram to shake violently. Condense. The shaking huge circular diagram stabilized and quickly pressed down on the Guardian. Zhou Hao was mentally prepared. His face didn't have the slightest ripple. After all, he had just entered the primal universe and hadn't had the time to comprehend the essence of space and time. Not to mention the various mysterious combinations within. Although he had condensed the heaven and earth circle diagram, in the eyes of the Guardian who was also controlling the Imperial God armament, this diagram was full of loopholes. Pung. The Guardian controlled the arc disc to continuously slash at the diagram. Every slash caused the circular diagram to shake violently. In just 4 or 5 slashes, the huge diagram formed by the arc disc started to collapse. Zhou Hao struggled to control it. He relied on a large amount of time and space law comprehension to merge into it, causing the heaven and earth circle diagram to continuously condense. Finally, under the continuous bombardment of the Guardian's arc disc, the heaven and earth circle diagram pressed down on the Guardian. Pung. Under the crazy rotation of the arc disc, time and space almost formed a cage. It was like a chessboard. No matter how much the Guardian resisted, it was useless. Shoo. 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 Under the heaven and earth circle diagram, countless light dots were like flags, densely packed together and forming thin arc blades that instantly covered the area. The Guardian's body immediately crumbled. 5th level, passed. On the plaza, seeing Zhou Hao close the diagram, the emperors all shook their heads. His usage of the Imperial God armament is too crude. To be able to pass the 5th level is already very difficult. The 6th level Guardian can similarly use the heaven and earth circle diagram. Under such circumstances, he will definitely lose. Don't ask for too much. Don't forget that he was able to use the 3rd level of the Imperial God armament at the star level. Even though he has broken through to the universe level, he has just entered the primal universe and has only studied the tablet once for free. To be able to do so is already not bad. Indeed, to be able to use the Imperial God armament to such an extent, he is already very outstanding. In the history of the genius battles, the one with the best performance in the Heavenly Bridge after entering the primal universe for the first time only passed the 4th level. This punk has broken the record again. This punk's law comprehension is probably at the 7th level, similar to the 3rd picture of the Cosmic Chaos tablet. After studying for a while, he should be able to barely unleash the 4th level of the Imperial God armament. However, passing the Heavenly Bridge still depends on his usage and understanding of the Imperial God armament. Xing'an, Long Yu, Element Jing, Black Mist and the other emperors all had sharp eyes. Naturally, they could tell where Zhou Hao's problem was. However, they all understood. After all, he had just entered the primal universe, and to be able to pass the 5th level on his first try, he had already broken the record of the genius battles. One had to know. Many Primal Region members of the Primal Region studied in the Primal Universe for 30 years, and when they left, they could only pass the 4th and 5th level. While the group of emperors were discussing, Zhou Hao began the 6th level. The Guardian of the 6th level unleashed the Imperial God Armament Heaven and Earth board, which was even more perfect than Zhou Hao's. He only lasted for a few seconds before losing. He finally stopped at the 6th level. And the news that Zhou Hao had passed the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge on his first attempt spread like wildfire. Many of the emperors watching all sent emails to the knights. After these knights saw Zhou Hao's videos, some of the more reserved ones sent their undyings to send Zhou Hao emails to remind him of the problems, while some of the more direct ones sent emails to him, pointing out the problems, at the same time asking him to go to the balconies of the training quarters to look at the recordings and study the laws. Chapter 109. Within his living room. After browsing through the mail sent by the 10 Knights, Zhou Hao's consciousness exited the virtual universe. After passing the heavenly bridge, the number of knights who sent him mail reached over 100, of which 37 pointed out the problem, and many hinted that they wanted to take him in as a disciple. Under normal circumstances, knights like universe country leaders rarely took in universe-level disciples, even an exceptional genius like Buran wouldn't catch their eye. Only Rongjun's blade work caught the attention of a few universe country leaders, and he was finally taken in as a disciple. And Zhou Hao's displayed potential was too strong. Even though he walked the extremely difficult path of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, many knights were still willing to take him in as a disciple. However, even though these knights revealed their intentions, they weren't in a rush. Instead they told Zhou how to make good use of his 30 years in the primal universe and study well. As for this, Zhou Hao let out a sigh of relief. As for stopping at the 6th level, he didn't care at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to check in at the Chaos Tablet chamber, he wouldn't have attempted the Heavenly Bridge so quickly. I've just studied the tablet for a while, I'll go check in at the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. He muttered, once again returning to his balcony. Suppressing the impatience in his heart slowly calmed down. After which he began to summarize his experience from the Heavenly Bridge. Obviously, the guardians of the Heavenly Bridge had all comprehended the mysteries of the Primal Chaos Tablet. He was able to reach the 5th level all because of his powerful law comprehension, forcefully defeating the guardians before him. After all, having more was a huge advantage. However, against the same level guardian of the 6th level, he quickly lost. He wasn't surprised at all. Studying the origin laws on Earth for over 30 years, he didn't have a teacher to guide him, completely relying on the system to reach his level. This was akin to being a self-taught genius. It was normal for his foundation to not be solid. This was especially true when it came to comprehending the two most unfathomable origin laws of time and space. The foundation was incomparably important. He hadn't even understood the profundities of these two origin laws, let alone the most fundamental essence. Next, I'll follow the instructions of the paragons and go to the rooftops of the other residences to observe the carvings. After 1 or 2 months, I'll immediately go to the Primal Chaos Tablet to study the secret room and sign in. However, I still need to observe some of the carvings that analyze the essence of the laws like Lien Luo's, he thought to himself. Every picture on the Primal Chaos Tablet displayed the profound mysteries of the laws, but combined with some engravings, it was even easier to understand. 1 month later, the 1,000 geniuses that had entered the primal universe had all passed the Heavenly Bridge. Among them, Sari and Buran, who had received a lot of attention, had passed the 5th and 2nd levels respectively. Zhou Hao and Finhun also received many emails from venerable ones. Like Zhou Hao, Finhun Sari quickly entered a state of cultivation. Finhun, who had the Ice Peak Chaos Tablet, did not waste a single second. Primal Chaos City had 3 treasures. The Primal Chaos Spirit outside the city was one of them. Many geniuses, including Aoka, Luo Feng, Rongjun and the others, after comprehending it for a while, left the city to hunt for Primal Chaos beasts. This was because the Primal Chaos Spirit could cause the soul to transform, and allow the soul to clearly sense the laws of heaven and earth, speeding up law comprehension. However, Zhou Hao did not need to do so. He relied on signing in daily to continuously gain law comprehension. Another half a month passed. Residence 0290028981, rooftop. This was the training building where the genius Lien Luo used to live. On the rooftop were the 108 essences of space that he had spent over 10,000 years studying and analyzing. There was still a difference between the mysteries and essences of the Primal Chaos Tablet. Simply put, the mysteries displayed by the Primal Chaos Tablet were like perfect sentences. And the 108 essences that Lien Luo had analyzed touched upon the essence of space. Just like the Pinyin alphabet, they could be combined into words and perfect sentences. Many geniuses, including powerful undyings, had never analyzed the essence of the laws before. It wasn't that they didn't understand the benefits and importance of analyzing the essence, but that it was simply too difficult. Other than talent, one also needed comprehension, patience and other factors. Even someone like Lien Luo who had gotten first place in the genius battle had spent over 10,000 years. Other geniuses like Aoka and Rongjun needed over 1,000,000 years to completely study it. The geniuses of the heaven and earth region, if they were to study it, they would probably exhaust their entire sector lord lifespan and still not be able to do it. Hence, many geniuses and undyings had basically given up on studying it. The knights who recommended Zhou Hao to Lien Luo also felt that with Zhou Hao's comprehension and talent, he would definitely be able to comprehend the 108 essences of space. As for the essence of time, none of the knights recommended it. On one hand, it was because regarding the essence of time, they were all scattered studies, not like Lien Luo who had completely analyzed it. On the other hand, just comprehending the essence of space was already hard enough. To combine and analyze the essence of time would definitely waste a lot of time. What's more, many of the knights wanted Zhou Hao to walk the path of space as the main and time as the support. After all, with Zhou Hao's comprehension of the time laws, it was enough for Zhou Hao to grow to sector lord level, or even undyings. Under such circumstances, focusing on the space laws was the fastest way to grow. Suddenly, Zhou Hao opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Luo Feng and Aoka felt Zhou Hao's movements and opened their eyes. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Luo Feng asked curiously. They had only sat on the rooftop for 10 days. Zhou Hao smiled. "I've comprehended something, going to the Chaos Tablet chamber to reflect on it." Aoka was envious. "Zhou Hao, you're still the best, continuously passing 5 levels of the Heavenly Bridge, having 5 extra chances to study the tablets. Unlike us, we didn't even pass the first level, and could only watch the carvings." "Right, third brother has many chances, naturally he can go whenever he wants." Luo Feng teased. "Fourth brother, stop teasing me, if you guys are bored, go outside the city. Before I came, I heard that many geniuses were hunting primal chaos beasts to obtain primal chaos spirits." Zhou Hao suggested. "However, you guys have to be careful, hunting primal chaos beasts is very dangerous." Aoka heard and stood up. "I'll go now. Luo Feng, do you want to come along? This Lien Luo's 108 essences is too hard. I'll go get some primal chaos spirits first, then see if I'm suitable to continue." Luo Feng nodded and stood up as well, exclaiming, "It is indeed hard, just comprehending it is already so hard. I really don't know how hard it was for this Lien Luo to study and analyze." The 3 of them jumped off the rooftop and went their separate ways. After a while, Zhou Hao came to the city lord's residence. He first signed in at the outer mansion of the city lord's mansion before entering the giant bronze gate. He walked to the door of the cosmic chaos tablet and bowed respectfully. "Lord Kandri, I would like to study the tablet once." The 3-eyed old man Kandri closed his eyes and opened them. You have 5 extra chances, there's no one in the cosmic chaos tablet room now, you can enter." "Yes, Su." Zhou Hao quickly entered the room. The bronze door closed. He immediately closed his eyes and waited. He had already used up the first day. On the second day, he began to chant in his heart. "System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Cosmic Chaos Tablet room, obtaining 1 Cosmic Chaos Tablet." Quote. "Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining first picture comprehension plus 100. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining second picture comprehension plus 100. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining third picture comprehension plus 100. Quote. Quadruple explosion. Even with his previous experience, he couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. After all, this was a primal chaos tablet. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart, his gaze turned towards the tablet, his consciousness immersed within. 5 days later, come out, come out, come out. The 3-eyed old man Kandri's voice exploded in Zhou Hao's mind, causing him to clutch his head. Under the pain, he couldn't care less about anything else as he charged out of the bronze door. When he crossed the door, his mind felt much better. Kandri looked at Zhou Hao and smiled, reminding him, "Little fellow, the Chaos Tablet Chamber is extremely precious. Even though you have passed the 5 levels of the Heavenly Bridge, you have 5 more chances than others, but you have to cherish it, don't waste it." Not even 2 months had passed and Zhou Hao was here to try again. To Kandri, it was a waste of a chance. Like trying to comprehend the tablet, it would only cause one's heart to be filled with questions. When the questions accumulated to a certain degree, the effect would be the best. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, "Yes, Lord Kandri." Leaving the bronze door and arriving at the city lord's residence, he signed in again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the City Lord's residence, obtaining 1 Primal Chaos tablet picture. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the precious treasure Green Dawn Bell. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 1 Primal Chaos God Crystal. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining Primal Chaos tablet picture comprehension plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining Space Law Essence Profound Mystery Comprehension plus 20. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining Time Law Essence Profound Mystery Comprehension plus 20. Quote. There were not many chances to enter the City Lord's residence, he had to grasp every opportunity. However, after just the 3rd time, the reward had shrunk by a large margin. Zhou Hao was not surprised. He had long understood the nature of the sign-in system. Leaving the City Lord's residence, he directly returned to Lien Luo's balcony. He sat down cross-legged. He received the reward from signing in. Shua, a huge Primal Chaos tablet appeared in his internal world. On it was written Cosmic Chaos Tablet, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. The Thousand Abyss ancestral tree clone that looked exactly like Zhou Hao looked at the huge Primal Chaos Tablet and revealed a smile. With the Primal Chaos Tablet, along with the constant essence comprehension from signing in, his analysis of Lien Luo's 108 space essences would become extremely fast. In studying and analyzing the essence of the time origin law would no longer be an extravagant hope. Looking at the blur of engravings on the balcony, Zhou Hao took a deep breath. I think I'll have to sit here for a long time. Lien Luo used 3,000 years to comprehend the 108 essences, over 10,000 years in the actual universe. Luo Feng used 100 years after the Golden Horn Beast broke through to Sector Lord level, over 3,000 years in the actual universe. Who knows how long I'll be able to take. He calmed himself down. His expression gradually returned to normal. He began his life of training in the primal universe. There were many geniuses with miraculous encounters in the universe. Luo Feng's possession of the Golden Horn Beast was only above average, and even though Zhou Hao had the sign-in system, and now that he had the Primal Chaos Tablet, he was prepared to spend a long time studying the essences. After all, not only did he have to study the space essences, he also had to study the time essence. This was destined to be an extremely difficult path. Chapter 110. Time flowed like water, the years flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed since they entered the primal universe. Within these 5 years, the batch of geniuses had all passed the first level of the Heavenly Bridge, like Burin who had passed the 3rd level, and it was said that he almost passed the 4th level. The latter had spent the first 3 years researching the time origin laws, causing his speed to be slower, but after listening to his teacher Rainbow of Swords' opinion, he completely chose to focus on the space origin laws as his main path, and the time origin laws as his secondary path. He even gave up on researching the time origin laws, and focused on the space origin laws. This choice caused his speed of improvement to soar, and he was just a step away from passing the 4th level. Such a situation stimulated the other geniuses. No one wanted to fall behind. Zhou Hao, Sari and the rest could not catch up, but although Burin was perverse, but at least they had a trace of hope of catching up. Thus, upon seeing Burin's speed of improvement, all of them trained even harder, and some even went to attempt the Heavenly Bridge. They were clear in their hearts, catching up to Burin was extremely difficult, but in terms of speed of improvement, no one wanted to be left too far behind. Luo Feng Uka, Qian Shui, Icon and the other geniuses, all of them held back their energy, wanting to be the first to attempt the Heavenly Bridge after Rongjun. On the rooftop of his residence, a few figures sat cross-legged. They were Zhou Hao, Sari, Luo Feng, Auka, Burin, Icon. Originally, Lien Luo's analysis of the 108 types of space origin laws was too difficult. Other than Luo Feng, the other geniuses would give up after researching for a while. After all, the 30 years in Primal Chaos City was the most crucial time to lay down their foundations, and they did not want to waste time on analyzing the space origin laws. But it was different now. Since half a year ago, Zhou Hao and Sari would occasionally exchange their insights with Luo Feng and Auka, and gradually share it with them, causing them to study the space origin laws faster and faster. Especially Luo Feng, relying on the Moshe clansmen and the floating snow secret technique, he received Zhou Hao and Sari's insights and improved tremendously. Even though he had not attempted the Heavenly Bridge, but he definitely had the strength to pass the 2nd level. Although Auka was slower, her improvement was also increasing. When Buren, Icon and Rongjun heard it, they were embarrassed to come over, but after hearing it once or twice, they realized that even if they did not analyze the 108 types of space origin laws, just by listening to Zhou Hao and Seri's exchange of insights, they would have a new understanding of the space origin laws. Facing such a situation, Buren, Icon and Rongjun simply thickened their faces and followed Luo Feng and Aoka, sitting cross-legged on the rooftop. No choice. Zhou Hai and Seri's exchange of insights was of great help to them. It was as though they were sitting in front of the Chaos Tablet chamber. The profound mysteries of the space laws are very abstract, hard to understand and study, and its essence is like layers of cloth. After you remove one layer, you will realize that there will be more layers, and at that time, we will find it hard to maintain our state of mind, and the moment we become impatient, everything that we have studied before will turn to nothing. Zhou Hao's voice was calm, his words were very simple. But regardless of whether it was Luo Feng or Buren, they were all listening attentively. Their expressions were as though they were sitting in an Imperial Grand Master's residence listening to a lecture. Zhou Hao and Fanhun Seri nodded and added, "That's right. The hardest thing to study and analyze the space origin laws is to maintain one's state of mind. Other than that, it requires one's comprehension and talent to be extremely high. Normally, even if we were to comprehend some of the essence, we would find it hard to translate it into words, and the Almighty who created the primal chaos tablet used the profound mysteries of the space origin laws, through our common sights like falling snow, flames, tree leaves, sword scars, wind shadows etc., to simply and directly describe it. It was an exchange of insights. In truth, it was completely an exchange between Zhou Hao and Seri. The rest like Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the rest were all listening from the side. Only Buren was occasionally able to share her insights. Towards this, Luo Feng, Uka, Icon and the rest were all extremely grateful. Actually, after passing the third level of the Heavenly Bridge, they would be able to go to the Imperial Grand Master's residence to listen to the lectures, but firstly, they did not have the strength to pass the third level, and secondly, even if Buren was able to attend, they would need the Imperial Grand Master's lectures, and the lectures given by the Imperial Grand Master were sometimes difficult questions that they had just encountered. Instead, Zhou Hao and Seri's exchanges were more about the problems that they had faced in their daily lives. This was like how the top scholars' experiences in solving questions were sometimes more applicable to the examinees. After a full 2 to 3 hours, Zhou Hao and Fanhun Seri finally stopped their exchanges. Luo Feng, Uka, Buren, Icon and the rest all revealed looks of gratitude, before closing their eyes to comprehend their own situations. Seeing this, Zhou Hao and Fanhun Seri couldn't help but laugh. The reason why they chose to exchange insights was not because they were selfless, but because they wanted to quickly comprehend the 108 essences of the spatial laws. His original plan was for Fanhun Seri to study the essence of space, while Fanhun would study the essence of time. One had to know, the analysis of the essence of time was scattered, without a complete set of conclusions. Because of this, studying the essence of time was much harder than studying the essence of space. In simple terms, if studying the essence of space required 100 years, then analyzing the essence of time would require 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years. Hence in the end, Zhou Hao decided that the human Fanhun and the Ice Mountain Fanhun would first focus on studying the essence of space. After all, it was better to specialize than to specialize. The two Fanhun split up to study the essence of time and space. It would probably take longer than he expected, much less the essence of time. Without the experience of seniors, he would need to integrate it himself. This was like solving a question, two top students trying to solve the two biggest questions separately. The time spent would definitely be longer than if they worked together to solve one question and then the other. And now that they were working together, they would first study the essence of space with a standard answer, then integrate the essence of time without an answer. It would be much easier. Reality proved that Zhou Hao's choice was correct. Under the superposition of studying the two tablets daily and signing in, the two Fanhun split up and analyzed, exchanging different views and ideas, at the same time sparring in the virtual universe. In a short half a year, the 108 types of analysis of space went from 12 to 24. In the first 4.5 years, he only comprehended 12 types. In the second half of the year, he similarly comprehended 12 types. And the more he studied the essence of space, the more perverted it got, increasing exponentially. This speed of communication was even more terrifying than what Zhou Hao expected. It was also because of this. Zhou Hao's two Fanhuns weren't used to it at the start, but now they were getting used to it. Even with Luo Feng, Aoka and the others listening, it didn't affect the two Fanhuns at all. The moment they entered a state of communication, they were all highly focused. Of course, the two Fanhuns could totally communicate in the primal region of the virtual universe, there was no need to do it on the balcony. Naturally, they wanted to help Luo Feng, at the same time, they could communicate on a whim, it was more convenient to do it on the balcony. All sorts of factors led to the current situation. However, studying and analyzing the essence of the laws was something that couldn't be explained in words. Zhou Hao's and Fanhun's communication was more focused on the essence of the laws and their concepts. Whether or not Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon, Buren, Rongjun and the others could understand, or how much they could comprehend, that would depend on their talent and comprehension. As time passed, the other geniuses of the genius battle also gradually heard of Zhou Hao and Seri's communication. Even Buren, Aoka, Icon and Luo Feng often stayed together. Hence, geniuses like Xian Shui, Zhang Mo, Long Yun and the others began to occasionally go to Lian Luo's place to listen. However, the majority of the geniuses were embarrassed and arrogant. They felt that Zhou Hao and Seri were only a few steps faster than them. Hence, the only people who listened were Aoka, Luo Feng and the other members of the Absolute Beginning. Comprehending the laws and analyzing the essence was extremely dry. However, whether it was Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Icon, Aoka and the others, they were all immersed in it. And time slowly passed in these days. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Primal Chaos City. Inside a strangely styled building, light and darkness were strangely harmonious. 3 silhouettes emitting terrifying energies sat around each other. Of which, the ape-man emperor dressed in gold armor with fur on his face, Xinyan of Silla, gulped down the wine in his crystal glass in one gulp. Haha, Long Yu, this time I'm basking in your glory. Otherwise, pupillary dystonia, that stingy blind man wouldn't even treat me with such wine. I've been in Primal Chaos City for over 100 million years, and pupillary dystonia has only treated me once. The white-robed skinny man Dunan of Goguryeo said solemnly, this wine is very expensive, you just drank 30,000 mixed elements in one gulp. Long Yu, look, it's here again. Xinyan of Silla laughed weirdly, back then, Dunan of Goguryeo, you earn so much in the universe secret regions, drinking some wine and you're feeling the pinch. Long Yu laughed, Xinyan, don't blame pupillary dystonia, he still has to take care of his race, his expenses are huge. Xinyan of Silla curled his lips, pupillary dystonia, it's not that I want to nag at you, but why do you care about so many things, it's so troublesome. Why don't you learn from me and train in Primal Chaos City? Dunan of Goguryeo didn't make a sound. Xinyan of Silla saw this and didn't continue the topic. The three of them had been in the same little team back then, and their relationship was not bad. He looked at Long Yu of Gojoseon and asked, Long Yu, why are you here this time? Under the orders of the night, I'm here to see how the little fellows in this year's genius battle have improved. 30 years in the primal universe, a third of it has already passed, we can see how much they've improved. Long Yu of Gojoseon laughed. Xinyan and pupillary dystonia both understood. Dunan of Goguryeo couldn't help but say, the Nine Swords Venerable's luck is indeed not bad this time, the batch he's in charge of actually produced Zhou Hao and Seri, these two unbelievable absolute geniuses. And there's also Buren, of which Buren gave up 7 years ago to focus on studying space, her improvement speed is terrifying. These three, once they break through to the immortal realm in the future, I'm afraid they'll immediately become absolute warriors amongst the immortal realm, especially Zhou Hao and Seri, their achievements will be even more terrifying in the future. Xinyan of Silla nodded, yes, absolute geniuses like these, they've always been fought over in previous years, and the Nine Swords Venerable is actually their leader, his luck is really unparalleled. Long Yu of Gojoseon's smile became even wider, that's why the knight is paying close attention to the growth of this year's geniuses. Actually, I originally planned to come here 5 years ago, but due to some reasons, I came 5 years later. As she spoke, she looked at pupillary dystonia, you and Xinyan have both stayed in Primal Chaos City, so you should know more about these little fellows, tell me more about their situation. How should I put it, Long Yu, the situation is a little different from what you think. Pupillary dystonia revealed a strange expression. Xinyan of Silla also said strangely, it is indeed a little different, even if I tell you, Long Yu, you wouldn't believe me. Long Yu of Gojoseon was stunned. Dunan of Goguryeo didn't purposely keep Long Yu of Gojoseon in suspense, and immediately explained the situation of Zhou Hao, Seri, Luo Feng, Buran and the other geniuses in the past 10 years. Chapter 111. Hearing that, Long Yu of Gojoseon laughed bitterly. Isn't that a joke? That Zhou Hao and Seri have high innate talent and comprehension, passing the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge right after entering the primal universe. But they are still weak, and their comprehension of the space laws is still very rough. In such a situation, what we should do is listen to the Emperor-level Master's lectures and absorb their experiences. Then, we should try to comprehend according to what they say, instead of exchanging insights with each other. After all, their insights can't be as direct as the Emperor-level Masters. As she said that, she frowned. Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the other geniuses have yet to pass the 3rd level, and cannot be a disciple. But what about Buran? Didn't his teacher Rainbow of Swords remind him? Isn't he afraid that Buran will be affected and walk the wrong path? Quote. Shingen and Pupillary Dystonia looked at each other. Dunan of Goguryeo laughed. Long Yu, the situation shouldn't be as bad as you say. Rainbow of Swords' strength is about the same as Shingen's, and he is also good at teaching teachers. If Buran is really affected, how can Rainbow of Swords sit still? Shingen nodded. Pupillary Dystonia is right, but such things are hard to say. Let's wait and see. Long Yu couldn't sit still anymore, and stood up. I'll go take a look. With that, she left the building and flew towards Lien Luo's residence. This batch of geniuses were highly valued by the knight. She had to take a good look. Long Yu hasn't changed after so many years, so impatient. Shingen said helplessly. Pupillary Dystonia laughed. You haven't changed either. Let's go take a look. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious too. Zhou Hao and Seri, these two fellows, how much of a genius are they, to actually be able to attract so many geniuses to listen in? Shingen laughed loudly. I couldn't hold it in for a long time. Immediately, the two followed behind Long Yu. Actually, it wasn't just them. Some of the emperors in Primal Chaos City, when they heard about Zhou Hao and Seri, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Some even sent emails to remind them to focus on comprehending the laws. As for the exchange of ideas, they could wait until they left the primal universe. Of course, the emperors and even the knights didn't dislike such exchanges. In fact, they actually approved of it. To be able to exchange, it could help these geniuses improve. One had to know, if the ancestors of the human race didn't summarize their ideas and share them, allowing billions of humans to cultivate, the human race definitely wouldn't be able to become one of the 4 pinnacle races. For example, the 52 primal chaos tablets. It was completely because the almighty beings of the human race wanted to make it easier for the younger generation to cultivate. That was why they recorded all their insights into the laws, finally forming the 52 paths, allowing the human race to have many strong warriors. It could be said that in the human race, the more powerful a warrior was, the more they wouldn't keep it to themselves. Like the Flame Emperor, because he was too selfish, many almighty beings didn't like him and even hated him. On his balcony, Zhou Hao slowly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. 5 years ago, he had completely comprehended the first 24 of the 108 essences of space. However, the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. Especially when he was studying the 35th and 36th essences of space, it took him 2 whole months. Luckily he had the 2 tablets to study every day. Even though the results from signing in were getting worse, the tablets were indeed one of the 3 treasures of Primal Chaos City, helping Zhou Hao a lot. Relying on the Primal Chaos tablet and the insights he gained from signing in, as well as the communication between the 2 split souls, after 10 years, he had completely comprehended 54 types of space essence, which was equivalent to comprehending half of the fundamental laws of space. As for the first 2 pictures of the Cosmic Chaos tablet, he had already comprehended the 36 space essences 4 years ago. Now, he had already comprehended half of the 3rd picture of the 108 space essences. That year, Lien Luo spent a total of 3,000 years researching the 108 space essences of the first 3 pictures. Even though it was harder to integrate them, even if it was 10 times, 20 times, it would still take 300 years, 150 years. But Zhou Hao had already comprehended half of it in 10 years. This speed, if news of it were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. After all, this was completely analyzing the space essences. The difficulty was much higher than comprehending the first 3 pictures of the tablet. System, sign in, ding. Congratulations host, obtained time origin law talent plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations host, obtained space origin law talent plus 10. Quote. Quote comma quote. Ding. Congratulations host, obtained space essences comprehension plus 1. Quote. Ding. Congratulations host, obtained time origin law talent plus 10. Quote. Quote comma quote. Signing in at the rooftop of his residence for 10 years, the rewards were getting lesser and lesser. But Zhou Hao still continued to sign in daily. He used odd numbers to sign in at his residence, even numbers to sign in at the tablet in his inner world. Finhun Sere was the same. 2 Finhun bodies basically maximized the rewards. Even though the primal chaos tablet could allow him to continuously obtain the first 3 pictures, and even the last 3 pictures, Zhou Hao did not want to give up on the talent he obtained from signing in at his residence. He believed that as his talent continued to accumulate, there would eventually be a qualitative change. At this time, suddenly, Buren, who was comprehending the laws of heaven, stood up. With this movement, Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the other geniuses all opened their eyes. Buren said softly, "My chance to comprehend in the Chaos Tablet Chamber has been used up. I am preparing to attempt the Heavenly Bridge and then head to the City Lord's residence." Aoka was not surprised, the other geniuses were the same. Although the difference between the 4th and 3rd level was a huge gap, and the difficulty was much higher than the previous 3 levels combined, Buren had almost passed the 4th level 5 years ago. Now that 4 years had passed, he naturally had the confidence to pass the 4th level. Buren jumped down from the rooftop and walked towards the City Lord's residence. Very quickly, Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the others all revealed looks of shock. Bolin, he actually passed through the 4th and 5th levels. No, I want to try too. I want to go too. Haha, Luo Feng, after sitting here for 10 years, we should also try the Heavenly Bridge. Immediately, Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the others all connected their consciousness to the Heavenly Bridge. Longyu of Gojoseon, Xinyan of Silla, Dunan of Goguryeo had just landed on a street not far from Lien Luo's residence. Looking at the figures on the rooftop, Longyu of Gojoseon was speechless. They really are all together. She shook her head. Primal Chaos City had many suitable places to comprehend, these rooftops often had many geniuses, and even bitter cultivators. But in such a secluded place like Lien Luo's rooftop, very few people would sit here and comprehend. Dunan of Goguryeo was about to say something, when his face suddenly revealed a look of shock. Long Yu and Xing'an subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" Dunan of Goguryeo took a deep breath. Just now, Buren passed the 4th and 5th level consecutively. What? 5th level? Long Yu of Gojoseon was shocked. Xinyan of Silla also stared with his eyes wide open. They naturally knew how difficult the 5th level was. Buren was just a hair's breadth away from the 4th level 5 years ago, but 5 years later, not only did he pass the 4th level, he even passed the 5th level. This speed of improvement was simply terrifying. Xing'an could not help but ask, could it be that Zhou Hao and Seri's influence? Longyu of Gojoseon's eyes shrunk, and quickly shook his head. Impossible, Buren's talent and perception is not bad, he gave up on studying time. For him to be able to improve so quickly, it's normal. After all, he was able to create thousands of illusions during the genius battle, just his perception of space is already very high. Dunan of Goguryeo nodded. Buren passing the 5th level so quickly was indeed unexpected, but it was still within the normal range. Longyu of Gojoseon glanced at Zhou Hao and the rest on the rooftop, and frowned. "Let's go, we'll head back first, I'll go visit Rainbow of Swords." The 3 of them immediately turned and left. But not long after they left, Xinyan of Silla's face revealed a look of shock. "Xing'an, what's wrong?" Pupillary dystonia and Long Yu hurriedly asked. Tru Yan said slowly, "Luo Feng just passed the 2nd and 3rd level in close combat, and on the 4th level of the Heavenly Bridge, he was just a hair away from beating the Guardian." Dunan of Goguryeo was about to ask how was that possible, but his expression changed. Longyu of Gojoseon was speechless. What now? Dunan of Goguryeo laughed bitterly. Aoka and Icon both passed the 3rd level. Longyu of Gojoseon and Xinyan of Silla exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they immediately connected to the virtual universe. Buren, Luo Feng, Aoka and Icon had all passed the Heavenly Bridge, meaning that they were doing it together. Then it was very possible that Zhou Hao and Seri would attempt it too. And if Buren passing the 5th level was understandable, then Luo Feng, Aoka and Icon passing the 3rd level was unbelievable. Chapter 112, Virtual Universe, Heavenly Bridge. On a beautiful island surrounded by waves. The watchman wearing the star picture was Baffin, his face filled with shock. The standards of this batch of geniuses are simply too high. In the past 10 years of the primal universe, there's actually 6 that passed the 3rd level. Zhou Hao, Sari and Burin can be ignored, their comprehension and talents are already abnormal. However, this Luo Feng, Aoka and Icon, what's going on? Their improvement speed is actually so shocking. As the watchman of the Heavenly Bridge, he had been here for too long and had seen countless geniuses pass the Heavenly Bridge. He was very clear that under normal circumstances, after 10 years in the primal universe, passing the 2nd level was already considered exceptional. According to his estimations, Luo Feng, Icon, Aoka and the other geniuses would barely be able to pass the 3rd level after 20 years in the primal universe. However, they had actually passed the 3rd level in just 10 years. And most importantly, they passed the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge with ease. This made the watchman Baffin extremely shocked. Send it out, send it all out. This batch of geniuses is definitely the best batch, he muttered, sending the news out to the various important figures. What? Luo Feng, Icon and Aoka all passed the 3rd level. Within a mansion, an emperor covered in gold energy received the mail, his face filled with shock. It's only been 10 years and there's actually 6 geniuses that passed the 3rd level. Amongst them are Luo Feng, Aoka and Icon. Interesting, I have to send someone to take a look. Quote. How is that possible? Luo Feng, Icon and Aoka's comprehension and talent aren't even comparable to Burin's. How could they pass the 3rd level so quickly? Was it really because of Zhou Hao and Sari? Quote. The various emperors were all shocked. When they received the mail from the watchman Baffin, they immediately connected to the virtual universe. And the other members of this batch of geniuses all received the mail too. Shua. Hence, many people appeared on the Heavenly Bridge. Hypnotist Gillespie, Blood Axe Dao, Guthro and the other geniuses whose talents weren't any weaker than Aoka and Icon's, and who were the first to pass the 2nd level, they all surrounded the watchman Baffin. Lord Baffin, Luo Feng, Aoka and Icon all passed the 3rd level. They all asked. Overseer Bevin nodded and said with a smile, that's right. Also, let me tell you, Qinshui, Zhongmo, and Long Yun also passed the 2nd floor. Rong Jun passed the 3rd floor. Gillespie, Dao, Guthro and the others all stared wide-eyed. They naturally knew that over these years, Aoka, Icon, Qian Shui, Zhongmo, Rongjun, Burin, Long Yun and Luo Feng had all listened to Zhou Hao and Sari exchange their insights. However, they didn't care too much about it, and after passing the 2nd level, they felt that Luo Feng and the others had taken the wrong path. However, from the looks of it, not only had they not taken the wrong path, they had all improved at a shocking speed. Not far away, Xing'an, Long Yu and pupillary dystonia stood there with their auras suppressed. Naturally, they wouldn't be like Gillespie and the other geniuses, surrounding the watchman Baffin and asking questions. Instead, they stood at the side and watched the videos of Luo Feng, Aoka and the others passing the levels. Shua. At this time, Flame Dragon Emperor, Rainbow of Swords, Suzhong of Gojoseon, Blade Emperor, Tenrai of Beiki and the others all emitting terrifying auras appeared. Long Yu, Xing'an, pupillary dystonia, you 3 are here too. They greeted. When Long Yu saw Rainbow of Swords, he couldn't help but ask, Rainbow Blade, was Burin affected by Zhou Hao and Sari when she passed the 5th level? Xing'an and pupillary dystonia both looked at Rainbow of Swords. The other emperors like Flame Dragon Emperor and Suzhong of Gojoseon all knew about this too. Hence, they all looked at Rainbow of Swords. After passing the 3rd level, Burin had taken the Imperial Grand Master Rainbow of Swords as her teacher. Regarding Burin's situation, no one understood it better than Rainbow of Swords. Rainbow of Swords didn't say anything. Instead, he asked Baffin for a video of Burin passing the Heavenly Bridge. After watching it, his eyes flashed with shock. His voice was low and deep with a tinge of metal. Burin's comprehension of the space origin laws is very high. He temporarily gave up on studying time. His improvement speed is indeed very fast, but it can't be this fast. According to what he showed me before, I estimate that he can pass the 5th level in 15 to 20 years at the fastest. Speaking up to this point, he slowly took in a deep breath. However, Bolin's passing of the 5th level didn't really surprise me. What truly surprised me was the comprehension of space he displayed when he passed the 5th level. It was definitely not something he could have done originally. That kind of understanding of the space origin law's profundities had even touched upon a trace of its foundation. When Buran passed the first 3 levels, his movement technique was rather rough. His comprehension of the space origin laws was also at an average level. However, passing the 4th and 5th levels was completely different. After listening, Tenrai of Beiki, Sujung of Gojoseon and the other emperors all watched Buran's video. They also watched the videos of Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the others. After watching, they all exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. As Undyings who had passed the 18th level of the Heavenly Bridge and were close to invincible emperors, they immediately saw that Luo Feng, Icon, Aoka and the others' comprehension of the space origin laws had reached an outstanding level. Especially Luo Feng, his movement technique had already touched upon the roots and could be described as perfect. To reach such a level in a short 10 years, if it was 1 or 2 of them, it could be explained by talent and comprehension. However, 3 or 4 of them were like that was definitely abnormal. Have you all heard of Jouhao and Seri's exchange of insights? Longyu of Gojoseon used a tone of disbelief to ask. Tenrai of Beiki, Rainbow of Swords and the other emperors all shook their heads. They were Imperial Grand Master level Undyings, how could they possibly listen to the insights of universe level punks like Jouhao and Seri? Jouhao is here, it's Jouhao, he's here to attempt the Heavenly Bridge too. Jouhao, Seri is here too, Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the others are here too. At this time, the geniuses in the distance were in an uproar. A few silhouettes suddenly appeared on the beautiful and dreamy island. It was Jouhao, Seri and the others. Shinyan of Scylla smiled, all right, let's not make wild guesses, I believe we'll know soon enough. Longyu of Gojoseon, Dunan of Goguryeo and the others nodded. Whether or not they were influenced by Jouhao and Seri, just by looking at their images, one would be able to tell. 10 years ago, Jouhao and Seri both stopped at the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and their comprehension of the origin laws was very average. And 10 years later, what was their standard like? This was what Shinyan and the other emperors wanted to know. Shua. Jouhao and Seri, these 2 unbelievable geniuses, after the news of them attempting the Heavenly Bridge spread, many more emperors appeared on the island. The watchman Baffin looked at Jouhao and Seri, smiling, the space bridge is currently empty, Jouhao, you can try. Seri, the ice bridge is empty too, you can try. Jouhao and Finhun Seri nodded, under the gazes of the geniuses, they flew towards the edge of the island. At this time, not only did the geniuses hold their breaths, even the emperors began to stare at the images in mid-air. Space bridge, end of the 6th level. Before the howling tornado. Jouhao closed his eyes and adjusted his mental state. Please choose your opponent, controller, fighter, illusionist, a voice resounded within the tornado. Controller. In an instant, a silhouette flew out of the tornado. He was dressed in a black armor, black boots, carrying an oval-shaped spirit weapon on his back. A pair of cold eyes gazed at Jouhao. You failed this level 10 years ago, only 10 years have passed and you're here again. Seems like you're confident, make your move. Jouhao smiled indifferently. The oval-shaped weapon flew in front of him. After exploding, countless dots of light formed the 3rd level of the weapon, the 2nd form, heaven and earth as a disc. Wang wang, the madly revolving disc formed a huge flashing time and space law engravings. Compared to 10 years ago. This time, when he unleashed the 3rd level of the weapon, the moment the disc formed, the space at the end of the bridge seemed to have been locked in time. The howling of the wind even disappeared. The 6th level watchman's expression changed, he could clearly feel that the opponent's imperial armament was much stronger than before. The 54 wonders of space, I've already comprehended them all, the combination of the first 2 pictures of the cosmic chaos tablet, to me, it's all under my control. Muttering within, he softly spat it out. Go. The huge disc pressed down with a loud rumble. The watchman simultaneously condensed heaven and earth as a disc. Suddenly, the entire end seemed to become a chessboard, one side black and one side white. The black and white pieces constantly intertwined and changed, the number of them increasing. However, the watchman's chess pieces were like a formula, there were only a few variations. However, Jouhao's chess pieces had many variations, sometimes using techniques, sometimes defending, the changes were smooth and fluid. In just a few seconds, the realm guardian's heaven and earth as a board collapsed. Shoo shoo shoo. Large amounts of dots of light clashed with the disc, drowning the watchman's body. 6th level, passed. Chapter 113. The 7th level of the heavenly bridge had already extended into the endless space. Zhou Hao flew to the end, looking at a floating meteor with a diameter of a few km. A voice resounded from the meteor, "Please choose your opponent, controller, fighter, illusionist, defeat any of them and you will pass the 7th level." Controller. Zhou Hao said. A piece of the meteorite cracked open and rolled onto the bridge. It turned into a man wearing a dark purple battle suit, a black mask, and a pair of purple battle boots. The purple-clothed man stared at Zhou Hao, attempting the 7th level at the universe level. "You are very exceptional, make your move." Shoo shoo shoo. Zhou Hao didn't hesitate at all, his huge spirit energy connecting to the origin laws, immediately unleashing the 3rd form of the imperial armament, heaven and earth as a plate. These 10 years, he had spent all his energy on studying the essence of space. He didn't spend much time on his law comprehension. However, relying on his continuous check-ins, he didn't fall too far behind in his law comprehension. It was just that he needed to digest the check-in rewards before he could quickly grasp them. This was something he hadn't done yet. Hence, the limit of the imperial armament he could unleash was still heaven and earth as a plate. With large amounts of time and space law engravings appearing, the entire bridge emitted a formless pressure. If it were any other genius of the same level, just facing such pressure, they would have to use all their strength to resist. The purple-clothed man however stood still, mocking, "If you can only unleash the 3rd level of the imperial armament, I advise you to go back and train for a few more decades." As he spoke, the imperial armament behind him also exploded. It became a huge round plate. However, when the purple-robed man used it, the power of the laws of time and space surged, instantly enveloping the end of the bridge. The drifting nebula turned into blue and purple streams of air, and under the cover of these streams of air, it was suffocating and stifling. This was the 4th level of the imperial armament, suppressing the world. Within the area covered by the huge round plate, the purple-clothed man was practically invincible. If heaven and earth as a plate was the embryonic form of the suppressing world, then the suppressing world was the embryonic form of the sector lord's world energy. It had an extremely powerful pressure. The 6th and 7th levels, even though it was only one level apart, the imperial armament's power had increased by more than 10 times. It could be said that, to be able to use the 4th level of the imperial god armament, in terms of pure law battle power, it was enough to match a normal sector lord. Boom! The blue and purple airflow under the world-suppressing world seemed to condense into 2 giant blue and purple dragons, rushing to Zhou Hao with a very fast speed. Zhou Hao's expression didn't change. He continued to control the heaven and earth as a plate to meet the attack head-on. The 4th tier of the royal god armament was indeed very strong. However, the 3rd ultimate form of the royal god armament he controlled was completely constructed from time and space. In terms of overall stability and power, it was far stronger than the guardian of the 6th floor. Bang! The huge disc quickly collided with the blue and purple chi dragons. In the eyes of the purple-robed man, the gigantic disc that should have been easily crushed had instead crushed the blue and purple dragons. When Zhou Hao used the sky and earth disc to attack the suppressed world's area of effect, the whole area shook violently. It was like a stable lake that had suddenly been hit by a wave. It quickly collapsed. "Impossible!" the gatekeeper exclaimed. "Die!" Zhou Hao's voice was calm. With his spirit energy surging, the laws madly engulfed the area, causing the sky and earth disc to accelerate. Boom! The gatekeeper's world-suppressing world finally collapsed. 7th level, passed. Zhou Hao quickly reached the 8th level. At the end of it was the same vast space. However, the gatekeeper of the 8th level also used the 4th level of the royal god armament. However, the world-suppressing world used by the gatekeeper of this level had the power of a sector lord's world energy projection. It was able to completely suppress the entire area. This level, after a few exchanges, Zhou Hao couldn't take it anymore. The difference in power was too huge. Almost at the same time, Zhou Hao and Fanhun Saray both passed the 6th and 7th level of the Ice Peak Heavenly Bridge. Heavenly Bridge Plaza, Xinyan of Silla, Longyu of Gojoseon, Dunan of Goguryeo and the other emperors watched as Zhou Hao and Saray crumbled and stopped at the 8th level. They all went silent. 10 years of studying in the primal universe. They felt that Zhou Hao and Saray being able to pass the 6th level was already shocking. After all, the 6th level's difficulty was extremely high. As for the 7th level, they didn't even think about it. Even though Zhou Hao and Seri were geniuses with high comprehension abilities, every 3 levels of the Heavenly Bridge was a huge threshold. The difficulty from the 6th to the 7th level was even higher than the previous 6 levels combined. Most of the seniors in the absolute beginning region who had trained for over 10,000 years were only at the 6th level. Only a few of the more exceptional ones were able to pass the 7th level. In other words, Zhou Hao's current strength had already surpassed most of the universe-level seniors who stayed in the absolute beginning region to train. Xinyan of Silla and the other emperors were silent. Luo Feng, Rongjun, Aoka, Icon and the others were all shocked. They were all happy for Zhou Hao and Seri. These few years, when they listened to the exchange of insights, they were already mentally prepared. They were clear that Zhou Hao Sai Yal's law comprehension and comprehension had far exceeded theirs. Regarding this, they weren't jealous. After all, from the start, Seri and Zhou Hai's performance was even more monstrous than Burin's. Gulesi, Guthro and the other geniuses exchanged glances, as though reading each other's thoughts. Zhou Hao and Seri were originally people they looked up to. These 10 years of studying had actually passed the 6th and 7th level consecutively. This improvement speed was definitely not the wrong path. Impressive, impressive, Xinyan of Silla exclaimed. Tenrai of Beiki nodded, indeed impressive. This Zhou Hao and Seri obviously didn't just touch upon the basics of space. They've actually comprehended almost half of it. Whether it's Zhou Hao's imperial armament or Seri's ice flame blade, they've all begun to affect space. Without a doubt, this is the most correct law path. The dreamy Sujung of Gojoseon said softly, to be able to comprehend almost half of space in 10 years, Zhou Hao and Seri are indeed the most unbelievable geniuses of this generation. They're even more shocking than Lien Luo back then, and this isn't even the most terrifying part. After pausing for a while, her voice was filled with uncontrollable shock. The most terrifying part is that the two of them are actually able to interact and comprehend, affecting the improvement speed of other geniuses. Even KD back then couldn't do that. Right, to be able to cause other geniuses to improve, this means that Zhou Hao and Seri's interactions and comprehension are directly related to the basics of space. And it's even easier to understand. Don't even mention KD, even this Imperial Grand Master might not be able to do better than these two punks. Dunan of Goguryeo couldn't help but exclaim. Many warriors were powerful themselves, but they didn't know how to teach their disciples. Back then, the great being who created the 52 primal chaos tablets, had written down his own comprehension and made it easy to comprehend. That was how humanity became an absolute warrior. Hence, compared to a strong warrior, being able to teach his disciples and nurture geniuses was even more valuable. Zhou Hao and Seri were only at the universe level, yet they already had such talents. The moment news of this spread, the other races would definitely place them on the list of the most dangerous people to kill. Xinyan of Silla looked at Long Yu. This matter, you'd better quickly report it to the knight. Long Yu didn't make a sound, immediately vanishing. Dunan of Goguryeo, Sujung of Gojoseon and the others all vanished as well. However, they all understood that many of the great beings wouldn't be able to sit still any longer. Thunder Island, within a sword-shaped palace hall. The 9 Swords Venerable sat on the throne, looking at the anxious Long Yu of Gojoseon. He raised his hand and said slowly, Long Yu, I naturally understand what you're saying. This Zhou Hao and Seri have only been in the primal universe for 10 years, yet they've already passed the 7th level. Their talent and comprehension are outstanding, far surpassing Burin's. What's more shocking is that they already have the potential to teach disciples, such absolute geniuses. Do you think I'll still accept them as my disciples? Long Yu of Gojoseon's expression froze, after which he went silent. Indeed, with the potential that Zhou Hao and Seri had displayed, not to mention a knight, even some universe overlords would be tempted. And compared to a universe overlord, even though the 9 Swords Venerable was a knight, his advantage was basically non-existent. Suddenly, the 9 Swords Venerable's expression changed slightly, smiling bitterly. A great being ordered that no one is to disturb Zhou Hao and Seri. Long Yu of Gojoseon couldn't help but ask, Knight, who has such power? Primal Chaos City Leader, Chapter 114, half a year later. Primal Chaos City's balcony. Ever since Zhou Hao, Seri, Burin, Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the others passed the Heavenly Bridge, the number of geniuses listening to Zhou Hao and Seri's exchange soared to 500 to 600. At its peak, almost all the surviving geniuses were listening. and the area of a small building's balcony was ultimately limited. Hence many of the geniuses simply sat on the balconies of other ownerless buildings, some even sat cross-legged on the streets and listened intently. To this, Zhou and Seri didn't mind at all, even raising their volume slightly. Anyways, there was no difference between a few people listening and a group of people listening. Many emperors even curiously listened from afar. They wanted to see what was so special about Zhou and Seri's exchange, to actually allow Buren, Luo Feng and the others to improve so quickly. That day, Zhou and Seri once again began their exchange. What is space? It is made up of rocks, rivers, trees, land, stars, etc. It is an abstract object made up of nature. To understand the essence of space, there is no way to simply explain it. Hence, the primal chaos tablets have many pictures of the wonders of space. They use the most basic of images to describe the wonders of space. In the distant balcony, within the dark chaos energy flow, Xinyan of Silla, Dunan of Goguryeo and the other Imperial Grand Master were all quietly listening. At first, they didn't have much of a reaction. Zhou Sai Yal's exchange was merely a superficial explanation of the wonders of space. Even this, in the eyes of these emperors, was extremely crude. However, as they listened on, they were all shocked. Because Zhou and Seri actually started from the essence of space, explaining step by step how to comprehend the wonders of space itself. Concepts. One had to know that the essence of space was very abstract, hard to describe, hard to explain. It was more of an unknowable will. It was because of this. Many Undyings and Absolute Warriors had given up on studying the essence of space. However, right now, Zhou and Seri were actually trying to use the most common way to describe the essence of space. This made them all feel shocked. Even though this was still very crude, and it might not be able to truly describe the essence of space, the other geniuses might be confused, but it was still an attempt. Impressive. Respect. How rare. As long as this Zhou and Seri don't fall, they will definitely become absolute warriors of the absolute warriors. Shown, Pupillary Dystonia and the other Imperial Grand Masters all exclaimed. Many people didn't have such patience. And yet, Zhou and Seri, they had such patience. After all, people were selfish. No one would waste so much energy and patience to share their insights if it did not help their own interests. Zhou and Seri, who were discussing their insights, naturally didn't know that in the distance, there was a group of Emperor-level Undyings listening from the side, and they weren't stingy with their praises. In truth, as his understanding of the essence of space deepened, the things he said became more abstract and hard to understand. Luo Feng, Buren, Icon, Auka and the others who were initially listening could barely keep up. However, later on, Qian Shui, Zhang Mo and the other geniuses began to feel like they were listening to heavenly books. However, they still forced themselves to listen. Anyway, Zhou and Seri would only talk for 3 to 4 hours each time. They might not be able to understand it now, but they could record it down. When their law comprehension reached a certain level, they would listen to it again, and there would definitely be unexpected results. In the skies above Primal Chaos City, a powerful consciousness slowly descended. Xinyan, Pupillary Dystonia and the other emperors couldn't sense it at all, much less Zhou and the other geniuses. Too similar, back in the day, our teacher also sat down and discussed the Tao. He made our human race rise in the universe and suppress the other races. But after our teacher was suppressed, our human race's power gradually declined. We became one of the 4 pinnacle races. Our human race didn't have a peerless elite like our teacher. The consciousness muttered softly, but no one could hear it. However, very quickly, it vanished. On the rooftop, Zhou's discussion also ended. While the other geniuses were still unsatisfied, Zhou and Seri both heard the system's voice in their minds. Ding! Special sign in mission activated. Mission 1. Become the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. Reward. Great Tao Proverb Talent. Chaos Golden Wings Incomplete Part, Shiwu Wings Improved Version Color, Function Improved. Quote. Alternative Mission 2. Sit down and discuss the Tao phase. Make Luo Feng, Buren, Auka, and the other absolute beginning members pass the 4th level of the bridge within 30 years in the primal universe. Reward. Analyze the first 24 essences of time essence and analyze the last 18 essences of space essence. Hearing the voice in their minds, Zhou and Seri were instantly excited. The special sign in mission was finally here again. And this time, the reward was even more generous. Chaos Golden Wings was a treasure that was even more top tier than Supreme True Treasures. Even though the reward was just an incomplete part and a fragment, since the system had released the mission, there would definitely be a follow-up. The analysis of time and space essences was even more important to him now. Once he completed the mission and received the reward, he could at least save a few decades of research. As for the Great Tao Proverb talent, he was a little confused, but if it was placed together with the Chaos Golden Wings, it would definitely be something good. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. Zhou Hao calmed down and pondered. This special sign-in mission is a little sudden, and it seems to be related to what I'm doing now. He analyzed it carefully. The first mission was to become the disciple of the primal Chaos City leader. This mission seemed simple, but it was actually quite difficult. In the original work, Luo Feng had completely broken through the bridge and was only accepted as a disciple in name. And in 800 years, he had successfully completed the first level of the Scale Armor chapter of the Nanshen 7 forms. Only then was he officially accepted as a disciple. This meant that the primal Chaos City leader had high expectations for his disciples. After all, as a great being of the human race, he had seen too many geniuses and had high standards. Although Zhou Hao's potential was strong, he was still only at the universe level and hadn't passed the original Sky Mountain. Even if he was noticed, it would be difficult to become a disciple. At least he hadn't received any news yet. The second mission was much easier. The members of the Absolute Beginning region were Buren, Luo Feng, Icon, Qian Shui, Aoka, Zhangmo, Long Yun and Rongjun. Of which, Buren had already passed the 5th level, Luo Feng was just a hair's breadth away from the 4th. Icon, Aoka and Rongjun were all listening from the side. Even though they had only passed the 3rd level, passing the 4th before leaving the primal universe shouldn't be a problem. The remaining ones were Qian Shui, Zhangmo and Long Yun, these three who came later. However, they were also at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Bridge, and in terms of talent and comprehension, they weren't any weaker than Aoka and Icon. In other words, as long as Zhou Hao slightly revised his law comprehension, then Qian Shui, Zhangmo and Long Yun would most likely explode. The rewards from the mission this time are more generous, Zhou Hao said, and the rewards from the city leader's palace are also more impressive. Seems like the power of the system is getting more and more abundant. Although with his accumulated law talent, even without the system, as long as he didn't die midway, becoming a knight wouldn't be a problem. However, to him, becoming a knight was still too low. Even if he couldn't become a universe supreme master, he had to at least become a universe master. Besides, his original body was still in the land of darkness of Universe Ocean. Although the latter was getting stronger, the stronger Fanhun was, the easier it would be to rescue his original body in the future. He collected his thoughts. Zhou Hao and Seri glanced at Luo Feng, Buren and the other geniuses who were immersed in their comprehension. They couldn't help but laugh silently. He guessed that the special mission must be related to his behavior. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Chapter 115, Virtual Universe Primal Region, Villa 112. Shua. Zhou Hao appeared. Greetings, Your Majesty. The group of guards bowed. He waved his hand, after which he saw the Prince of 7 Colors and the Undying Guard leader Huoi respectfully receiving the 3 envoys. Your Majesty, these 3 envoys were sent by the Primal Chaos City leader. The Prince of 7 Colors said, the city leader is a great being of our human race, he sent his envoys over, that's why I informed you. Zhou Hao realized, bowing respectfully, greetings, envoys. The leader smiled, no need to be so polite, Your Majesty Zhou Hao, we're here to convey the city leader's message. This way please. Zhou Hao immediately brought the 3 envoys to a 3-story building. Arriving at the hall, the leader said solemnly, Your Majesty Zhou Hao, the city leader has sent an order, if you can pass the 10th floor and overpass within the remaining 20 years in the primal universe, the city leader will take you in as his disciple, are you willing? Pass the 10th floor and overpass? Zhou Hao's heart skipped a beat. The primal chaos city leader really thought highly of him. In 20 years, he had passed 3 levels of the Heavenly Bridge, and they were the insanely difficult 8th level, 9th level, and the even more difficult 10th level. This condition could only be described as harsh. After all, the strongest primal region universe level seniors were only able to pass the 8th level, Domain Lord primal region members were only able to pass the 10th. And the city leader actually wanted Zhou Hao to pass the 10th level. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, are you willing? The leader smiled. I'm willing, Zhou Hao replied. He wasn't stupid. Such a great being like the city leader was willing to take him in as a disciple. How could he reject, much less complete the special mission? Seeing Zhou Hao agree, the leader smiled even wider. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, I hope you can work hard and become his disciple in name. After which, the three left. Not long after, the news of the city leader wanting to take Zhou Hao as his disciple spread throughout Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng, Buran, Aoka and the others were naturally envious. When Yuan Chen Universe country leader took Rongjun as his disciple, they were all envious, and now the city leader was actually taking Zhou Hao as his disciple. Zhou Hao, you are the leader of our batch. You have to work hard and become the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. When the news gets out, we will all be honored, and we might even need your protection in the future. Wuxia joked in the public area of the virtual universe. Luo Feng laughed loudly. The city leader is a great being. I remember when we first came to the primal universe and entered the city leader's residence, we all saw him make a move, the laws of the land and skies stopped. For such a being to take you in as his disciple, this is a huge opportunity. Third brother, you have to grab hold of it. Rongjun said helplessly. Zhou Hao, I thought being Yuan Chen country leader's disciple was already very powerful. I didn't expect you to be even more powerful. Even the city leader wants to take you in as his disciple. Zhang Mo smiled. That's normal. Zhou Hao has always been so sick. However, Sari, haven't any great beings taken you in as their disciple? Shua Aoka, Luo Feng and the others all looked at Finhun Sari. Sari said calmly, yes. Zhou Hao smiled inwardly. Of course he knew that a great being wanted to take Sari in as his disciple. Which great being? Luo Feng, Buran and the others couldn't help but ask curiously. Ice Mountain Master, hiss. The group of geniuses couldn't help but suck in a breath. Yet another great being. One is the city leader, the other is the Ice Mountain Master. The two of you are really sick together, to take a great being as your master. Buran, Rongjun, and Luo Feng were all speechless. Zhou Hao and Sari both smiled. The 10th floor overpass is not easy to pass. Zhou Hao shook his head. Nonsense, if it was easy, that great being wouldn't take disciples. Zhou Hao, Sari, there are less than 20 years left, you two have to seize the opportunity. We won't be attending your classes for the time being, sorry to disturb you. That's right, among us, only Qinshui, Zhangmo, and Long Yun haven't passed the 3rd level. The others have all passed the 3rd level and can go take a master and listen to a lesson. You don't have to take care of us anymore. Yes, in fact, we all know that half of the reason you exchanged insights with Sari was to take care of us, but now you have to focus on studying. If you continue like before, you will delay your progress. Luo Feng Uka, Buran, and the others stared at Zhou Hao and Sari and said one after another. They didn't express their gratitude verbally, but in their hearts, they were already convinced and grateful to Zhou Hao and Sari. Zhou Hao heard. He was speechless. He still wanted to complete the second option and obtain the Star Pagoda fragment and the analysis of the 36 time essences. If Luo Feng, Aoka, Qian Shui, Zhang Mo and the others didn't attend, wouldn't they miss out on such a mission? Hence he quickly said, Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon, don't misunderstand. Actually, the reason why Sari and I exchanged insights is to comprehend the essence of space faster. And this method, to us, is indeed very effective. Just like how other cultivators record their insights on the rooftop, exchanging insights makes it easier to deepen our understanding. Luo Feng Uka, Buran and the other geniuses all heard and understood. That's right, many of the undying cultivators in the Primal Chaos City residences would often record down their insights. They didn't do it for the convenience of others, but because some insights were instantaneous, they were impulsive. Only by recording these insights could they deepen their comprehension of the laws. This was like memorizing ancient texts. Reciting them in one's heart was one thing, but reading them out loud was easier. However, Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, third brother, really? Aoka frowned. Zhou Hao, don't miss out on such a great opportunity just to take care of us. The other geniuses all looked towards Zhou Hao and Sari. Zhou Hao and Sari shook their heads. Don't worry, we know what to do. That's right, to pass the 10th floor, overpass, we need to comprehend the essence of space even more, otherwise we won't have a chance. Seeing this, Luo Feng, Aoka, Buran and the others looked at each other and laughed. Damn, Zhou Hao, why didn't you say so earlier? Every time we listen, we feel guilty. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have felt so guilty. Haha, we were embarrassed before. If we knew, we would have gone over to listen. Aoka, Zhangmo, and Rongjun all laughed. Of course, they were just saying that. Actually, they all knew that even if Zhou Hao and Seri could help them comprehend the essence of space, there was no need for them to do so in front of so many geniuses. Zhou Hao, Seri, you two perverts, you have to treat us to a good drink today. Right, we have to. In the future, you will become the disciples of great existences. We have to treat you to a good drink. Aoka and Luo Feng laughed. Even Qian Shui and Icon joined in. Zhou Hao Sai Yal didn't refuse. After all, he had a lot of points now. After the commotion, the next day, the group of geniuses once again entered the state of cultivation. Zhou Hao and Seri could finally go to the other Imperial Grand Masters' mansions to listen to their lectures. After all, the Primal Chaos City leader and the Ice Edge Master had expressed their intention to accept them as disciples. Even if they went to the mansions to listen to their lectures, they didn't need to be apprenticed. At the same time, the two Fanhungs communicated with each other more frequently. Sometimes, they would even revise from the beginning. Time passed quietly in such a fulfilling meditation and cultivation. In the 15th year of the primordial universe, Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun all passed the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge. Luo Feng passed the 4th level, and Rongjun also passed the 4th level in the 17th year. Aoka and Icon also passed the 4th level in the second half of the year. Buran tried to pass the 6th level, but failed. Thus, the second backup mission of the special sign in mission was only left with Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun. They only needed one more level to pass the Heavenly Bridge. In the 20th year of the primordial universe, after another 10 years of study, Zhou Hao Sai Yal finally comprehended 72 of the 108 types of space essence. Even though in the last 10 years, he only comprehended 18 types, which was much slower than the first 10 years. However, one had to know that the more one comprehended the space essence, the harder it got to study it. In the original work, Luo Feng studied the laws like eating and drinking at Sector Lord level. Along with studying the Beast God statue, he still spent 100 years. If Zhou Hao didn't have the Primal Chaos tablet to study, along with the comprehension he got from signing in, with the double stacking, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend 72 space essences in just 20 years. After all, he was only universe level. Chapter 116. Primal Chaos City, Rainbow of Swords' residence. Thousands of students were immersed in Rainbow of Swords' analysis of the 3rd picture of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. Zhou Hao was amongst them. Not long after, Rainbow of Swords had a sense of sharpness between his eyebrows. He said slowly, "Today's lesson ends here." Shua. He instantly vanished. After a while, the other students all broke free from their immersion. Walking out of the residence, Zhou Hao was pondering over Rainbow of Swords' explanation when voices resounded in his ears. He's one of the most unbelievable geniuses of this year's genius competition, Zhou Hao. Right, it's him. I heard he passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge 10 years ago. Hiss, 7th level. That's too terrifying. Quote, what's this? Even the city leader wants to take him in as a disciple. I heard he's a disciple in name, and he even requested for Zhou Hao to pass the 10th floor, overpass. What, 10th level? That's an undying law level. Right, Zhou Hao is only at the universe level. This request is indeed hard, many say he might fail. Hearing the discussions, he smiled. Indeed, it wasn't just him, many emperors felt the city leader's request was too hard. After all, the 10th level represented an undying law level. Even if one trained in the universe level for hundreds or even thousands of years, to reach such a level of strength was already considered exceptional. However, to pass the 10th level in 30 years in the primal universe, that was almost impossible. One had to know that within the primal universe, even though there were the primal chaos tablets and law threads to study, making one's speed much faster than outside, these punks hadn't gone through the virtual universe's resources and systems nurturing. Even if they passed the Heavenly Bridge, the points wouldn't be quickly converted into strength. Hence in the past genius battles, the most exceptional geniuses had only passed the 7th level after leaving the primal universe. Shaking his head, he walked out of the residence. On the way back to his balcony, he muttered, "System, sign in." Ding. Congratulations, you've gained time law talent +5. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained space law talent +5. Quote. Quote, comma, quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Time Origin Law Comprehension plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have gained comprehension of the origin laws of space plus 10. Quote. Quote. Signing in for 20 years. The rewards he received were almost the same as when he signed in the giant egg. The daily accumulation of insights wasn't as helpful to Zhou Hao as it had been in the beginning. Sign-in completed. Zhou Hao was just about to think about the nature of space when his footsteps suddenly stopped. It was as if he had transformed. The secret runes of time on the surface of the world core in his body became deeper and brighter. They even surged with waves of indescribable profundity. At almost the same time, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the threads of law in the crack in the sky. That feeling was 10 times clearer than before. He even had a feeling that this body, like the Mosha, had become the favored child of space and time. Even if he didn't deliberately sense it, he could still clearly feel the fluctuations of space and time. 20 years of continuous talent sign-in finally led to a qualitative change. Zhou Hao couldn't help but show joy on his face. His talent had increased once again. This meant that even if he didn't sign in to gain insights, his comprehension of the laws would still increase rapidly. Furthermore, his comprehension speed of the primal chaos tablet would also increase greatly. Shua. With a light step, he directly jumped onto the rooftop. There are still 10 years left. As long as I comprehend the 18 types of space essences and let Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun pass the 4th level of the heavenly bridge, then I will be able to comprehend all 108 types of space essences. He muttered. His eyes were filled with confidence. Once he comprehended all 108 types of space essences in a portion of the time essences, then the first 3 pictures of the cosmic chaos tablet would be easy for him. Even the 4th and 5th pictures would only be a matter of time. Continue. He calmed himself down. Zhou Hao once again began his long and arduous training. Comprehending the origin laws and studying the space essences was destined to be very boring. And in the next 5 years, his Tufenhun bodies continued to study the first 18 of the last 36 types of space essences. These 18 types of space essences were extremely difficult. Originally, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to study them thoroughly in the remaining 10 years. But due to the increase in his talent, when he was studying and analyzing them, his speed had quietly increased. Coupled with the deepening of their understanding of each other. In the 7th year, which was half a year after entering the primal universe for 27 years, he actually directly comprehended 18 types of space essences. Wah! Zhou Hao suddenly opened his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun, who often stayed on the rooftop, also opened their eyes. I have comprehended something. This time, I will explain in more detail the profoundness and concept of the combination of space essences. Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun revealed a trace of gratitude on their faces. In these years, Luo Feng Uka, Icon, and the others often went to the Imperial Grand Master's mansion to listen to his lectures. It was unlike the first 10 years, when they often stayed in the residence and only listened on the rooftop from time to time. After all, Zhou Hao Sai Yal's communication and comprehension became more profound and profound. Even Luo Feng and Buren couldn't understand. As for Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun, although they often went to the Imperial Grand Master's mansion to listen to his lectures, most of them also stayed on the rooftop. The communication ended. Zhou Hao closed his eyes again and immersed his consciousness in the inner world, looking at the cosmic chaos tablet and comprehending. Although the remaining 18 types of space essences were more and more difficult, as long as he completed the mission, he could directly receive the reward. Therefore, in the following 2 to 3 months, he more frequently reviewed the profoundness of the combination and the concept exchange. Finally, Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun passed the 4th level of the heavenly bridge at the end of the 27th year after entering the primordial universe. In the hall of the residence that Zhou Hao chose. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 2nd special sign-in mission. The reward is the analysis of the first 24 types of time law and the analysis of the last 18 types of space law. Quote. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhou Hao couldn't hide the joy on his face. System, receive the reward. Boom. As he received the reward, a mysterious energy directly instilled a large amount of time and space essence analysis comprehension into Zhou Hao's sea of consciousness. This kind of information instilled was very huge. It took a full 5 days. Zhou Hao completely digested the reward this time. He suddenly opened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. It had been 27 years since he entered the primordial universe. He had finally completely comprehended the 108 types of space essences. It could be said that, from now on, he had one foot in the door of the supremacy realm. After a long time, the joy on his face slowly faded and returned to calmness. There's no need to rush the analysis of time essence. In the remaining 3 years, I will properly comprehend the first 3 pictures of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. In addition, I have to buy books that can be used as reference and contain large amounts of secret techniques. After all, law comprehension doesn't represent combat power. After comprehending the first 3 pictures, I will try to comprehend the 4th picture. He muttered in his heart. Then, he opened his notebook. He logged into his personal backend page and browsed through the countless precious secret techniques in the treasury. In the past 20 years, other than Finhun Sere buying secret techniques and spending points, his human Finhun rarely spent any points and spent all his energy on studying the essence of space. As for the human Finhun, because he had passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge, in addition to the points that he had received as a member of the primal region, after deducting the points that he had spent, he still had close to 200,000 points. With so many points, it was enough to buy the secret techniques. After browsing the treasury for a while, he finally entered the virtual universe and asked his teacher Prince of 7 Colors. In the end, he decided to buy the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, Time-Space True Explanation, which was more suitable for him to comprehend. As for the Juyu Hunden Steel creator's time-space scribbles, it was more focused on the introduction of space, and a large amount of secret techniques were used to unleash space origin laws. Purchase complete. Not long after, a staff member of the Virtual Universe Company sent the first 3 volumes of the Time-Space True Explanation to the manor. Let's begin. Looking at the thick secret technique, he browsed through it while comprehending the Cosmic Chaos Tablet on the balcony of his residence in Primal Chaos City. After comprehending the 108 essence of space, the speed at which he comprehended the first 3 pictures of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet was faster than he had expected. In addition to the accumulation of insights from signing in just 2 years, he had completely comprehended the first 3 pictures. Even though Zhou Hao was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by such an astonishing speed of comprehension. There was only 1 year left. Large amounts of geniuses from the genius battle frequently attempted the Heavenly Bridge. This time, due to Zhou Hao's influence, the average level of the geniuses had risen by a lot. There were already 35 geniuses who passed the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge in the Heaven and Earth region. Even the leading geniuses like Gillespie, Dao, Lancelot, Guthro, etc. all passed the 4th level in the first half of the year. However, as the time to leave the primal universe got closer and closer, many emperors, knights and geniuses all had their eyes on Zhou Hao and Seri. Chapter 117, Heavenly Bridge. The waves rolled up and crashed against the beautiful dreamy island. Shua, 2 silhouettes appeared. They were Zhou Hao and Finhun Seri. The watchman Baffin looked at them and his eyes gleamed. Zhou Hao, Seri, the other geniuses often attempt the Heavenly Bridge, but the 2 of you haven't done so in the past 20 years. Are you here to attempt the Heavenly Bridge? Zhou Hao and Finhun both nodded. Baffin smiled. Seems like you're quite confident. There's still a month before we leave the primal universe. You have to grab this chance. He looked at Zhou Hao. There's no one on the space bridge. You can go. As he spoke, he looked at Seri. There's no one on the Ice Peak Heavenly Bridge. You can go too. Su. Zhou Hao and Seri flew towards the space bridge and the Ice Peak Heavenly Bridge respectively. Baffin watched the 2 leave and muttered, there sure are a lot of people paying attention to these 2. They all told me to send an email the moment they attempt the Heavenly Bridge. Even though the Primal Chaos City leader and Ice Peak Master had expressed their intentions to take them in as disciples, if Zhou Hao and Seri failed, then these people would have a chance. Hence, the number of knights paying attention to them increased. Shua. Very quickly, the plaza of the Heavenly Bridge began to bustle. Whether it was the emperors like Xing'an and Pupillary Dystonia, Auka, Luo Feng, Icon, Burin and the other geniuses, they all rushed over after receiving the email. Tisk, there sure are a lot of people. Auka grinned. How can there not be? There's still a month before we leave the primal universe. This Heavenly Bridge basically determines whether or not they'll be able to get a teacher. Such a bustle, nobody wants to miss it. That's right. Actually, I do hope that Zhou Hao and Sai Lai will succeed. If it wasn't for Zhou Hao and Sai Lai, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many people who could pass the third level of the Heavenly Bridge. Indeed, I'm impressed by Zhou Hao and Seri. I heard from the teacher that our current batch's standard is among the top 10,000 batches. Right, hehe, all 8 of you from the absolute beginning region have passed the 4th level. Luo Feng has passed the 5th and almost the 6th. Rongjun has passed the 5th and Burin isn't far from the 7th. She's catching up with Zhou Hao and Seri from 20 years ago. The sky and land region isn't bad either. Guthro, Gulesi, Dao and Lancelot have all passed the 4th level. It's said that in the past batches, there were only 2 or 3 who passed the 4th level on average. There wasn't even one who was worse. Many of the geniuses laughed and discussed. Geniuses were all prideful in their bones. Very few would be impressed by other geniuses. They all felt that they weren't weaker than others. However, this batch, all of them were impressed by Zhou Hao and Seri. Luo Feng and the others laughed as they heard the discussion. The 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. In the vast space environment, the end of the bridge was split open on a meteorite, forming a purple-clothed man. The masked man looked at Zhou Hao and said coldly, "The 8th level's difficulty is much higher than you think. Right now, of all the universe-level members of the Virtual Universe Company, only one has passed the 8th level. You came 20 years ago and tried again 20 years later. You really don't know your limits. I advise you to go back and train for another 100 years. Take this." After he said that, the 4th level of the Imperial Armament, World Suppressing, pressed towards Zhou Hao. The 8th level's World Suppressing completely displayed the power of the Imperial Armament. Even against a Sector Lord with World Energy, it was able to suppress him. Zhou Hao, however, had a smile on his face. "Your World Suppressing seems very powerful. However, it's too inflexible in its usage of time and space. If it was before, I might not be able to take it. However now, go." He pointed his finger. The Imperial Armament behind him ferociously flew out and instantly formed the World Suppressing. It was the same World Suppressing, but Zhou Hao's usage was incredibly nimble. The World Suppressing seemed to come alive. However, the area it covered was incredibly tight, not allowing anything to leak out. Rumble. The 2 huge discs collided with each other, and the Guardian's World Suppressing barrier was easily destroyed. 8th level, passed, following which was the 9th level. This level's Guardian used the 5th level of the Imperial Armament, World Suppressing. World Suppressing was in truth the evolved version of World Suppressing. This move was able to completely suppress a Sector Lord's world energy projection. Its power was incredibly strong. But Zhou Hao, who had comprehended the first 3 pictures of the entire universe tablet, was also able to unleash the 5th level. Furthermore, he was able to combine the essence of time and space, unleashing the profundities of the concept to the fullest. Soon, he defeated the Guardian. The 10th level's Guardian was still using the 5th level of the Imperial Armament. However, on this level, he was able to fully unleash the power of the 5th level's World Suppressing. Just this move alone would allow a Sector Lord to fight against an Undying. However, in front of Zhou Hao, who had comprehended 108 types of space essence and 24 types of time essence, as well as being able to casually combine the laws and concepts to attack, the Guardian was still defeated. 10th level, passed, within the plaza, all the geniuses were speechless. Luo Feng, Aoka, Burin and the others had their mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Although they really hoped that Zhou Hao and Seri would be able to pass the 10th floor and overpass. However, because they all had a master, they would occasionally hear about the difficulty of the 10th level from their master. Hence, in their hearts, they thought that Zhou Hao and Seri would be able to barely pass the 10th level, which was already incredible. But who knew Zhou Hao and Seri would be able to pass the 10th level so easily? Yes, easy. It was almost as though they were crushing him. The 10th level Guardian didn't even have a chance to resist and was easily defeated. Such a situation was out of everyone's expectations. Not far away, Xinyan of Silla, Dunan of Goguryeo, Suzheng of Gojoseon and the other emperors all stared wide-eyed. This was the 10th floor, overpass. It meant that one had thoroughly comprehended the 8 basic universal laws of nature: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, light, and wind. If Zhou Hao was someone who had trained in the universe level for hundreds or even thousands of years, they wouldn't be too shocked. However, Zhou Hao was someone who had just entered the primal universe. And what shocked them the most was that Zhou Hao had actually crushed through the 10th level. How could it be so easy? Right, it's too easy. They're both at the 5th level, but the Guardian's power is like paper. Sujung of Gojoseon, Tenrai of Beiki and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Tru Yan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. It's the power of the essence of space and the essence of time. They're both at the 5th level, but after grasping the essence of space and a part of the essence of time, the essence of space and the essence of time will combine even more tightly. Therefore, the power and flexibility of the essence of space will far surpass that of the gatekeepers who only use the Imperial God armament. Sujung of Gojoseon frowned. Xingyan, we all know that Zhou Hao is studying the space essences. However, at the 10th level, even if he can decipher a portion of the space and time essences, the power generated won't be enough to crush the Guardian. Of course, a portion of the space and time essences won't be able to crush the Guardian of the 10th level. However, what if he comprehended all 108 space essences, plus a portion of the time essence? Xingyan said word by word. He had studied the space essences for a long time, hence he recommended Luo Feng to study the space essences in Lien Luo's quarters. He was very clear that once one comprehended the space essences, the upper limit would be completely different. Hence, when he saw Zhou Hao easily crush the 10th level, he had such a bold guess. Sujung of Gojoseon, Tenrai of Beiki, Dunan of Goguryeo and the other emperors all stared wide-eyed. Xingyan, you're saying that this Zhou Hao comprehended 108 space essences within 30 years in the primal universe, and also a portion of the time essence. That's impossible. We all know how hard it is to comprehend space essences. Back then, Lien Luo spent a total of 3,000 years relying on the primal chaos tablet and many other resources to fully comprehend all 108 space essences. Even if this Zhou Hao's talent and comprehension is stronger than Lien Luo's, to comprehend all space essences in 30 years in the primal universe, and also a portion of the time essence, that's too unbelievable. That's right, it's too unbelievable. This Zhou Hao hasn't even been to the virtual universe company headquarters. Comprehending 108 space essences in 30 years is already unimaginable, much less comprehending a portion of the time essence. All the emperors lost their composure. They admitted that Zhou Hao and Seri's talent and comprehension were insane. Otherwise, great beings like Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain Master wouldn't have wanted to take them in as disciples. However, once space and time essences were fully comprehended, they knew better than anyone what that meant. Why was it so hard to break through to Universe Master? This was because it was extremely difficult to fully comprehend all of the space and time origin laws. Even poor Knight couldn't fully comprehend another space or time law in his entire life. One had to know, Knights had immeasurably long lifespans. To be able to comprehend either space or time, that already meant that their talent and comprehension weren't bad. However, it was a pity that they couldn't comprehend the other. The main reason was that when they studied another origin source law, they would be affected by the space or time laws they had comprehended. Another reason was that they didn't fully comprehend the essence of space or time. This led to the difficulty increasing exponentially as they continued to study. It was like constantly stacking sheets of paper. It was easy at first, but as the sheets of paper continued to stack, it got harder and harder. Comprehending space or time essences, any one of them wasn't any easier than comprehending the entire space or time laws. Zhou Hao was only at universe level, and he had only been in the primal universe for 30 years. If he could really reach that level, his talent and comprehension would be indescribable. Xingyan of Silla obviously knew how unbelievable his guess was, but he said seriously, whether or not I'm right, we'll know when we continue watching. Immediately, the emperors all focused their attention on Zhou Hao crossing the Heavenly Bridge. Chapter 118, the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Within a planet's magma layer. At the end of the bridge, a heatwave surged over, a voice resounded from the magma, please choose your opponent, controller, fighter, hypnotist, defeat any of them and you can pass this level. Zhou Hao said softly, controller. Shua, a ball of boiling liquid splashed out from the lava and quickly condensed into a gatekeeper wearing a red battle suit and red battle boots. Under his flame mask, his cold eyes were filled with shock, a universe level attempting the 11th level, it's been many years since I've met someone like that. You are extremely exceptional, make your move, if I make my move, you won't even have a chance to retaliate. Zhou Hao smiled, the oval-shaped spirit weapon behind him swiftly unfurled. In the 30 years in the primal universe, although most of his time and energy had been spent on space origin source law. After comprehending the 108 types of space origin source law, the speed of his comprehension of space origin source law could be described as extremely fast. 10,000 threads, this undying space technique, in a short 2 to 3 years, he had already reached the final level, able to unleash over 10,000 images. However, the time was still too short. Even after receiving large amounts of comprehension, he didn't have much time to digest it. In terms of space origin law comprehension, he could only barely reach the 11th level. And his time law comprehension had barely reached the 10th level. If he hadn't comprehended all the wonders of space, against this guardian, he really didn't have much confidence. Shoo shoo shoo. The Imperial God armament swiftly gathered large amounts of light. The 6th level, Imperial Star River, first form Sunset River. Wa la la. At the end of the bridge, a long river surged out. Above the long river, there was a golden setting sun, sprinkling down its afterglow. The only thing was that the river was blue, and the setting sun was dark purple, giving off a strange vibe. The face of the gatekeeper in the red battle suit immediately changed. Under normal circumstances, for a universe level to be able to unleash the first form of the Imperial Star River was already impressive. However, he didn't expect this challenger before him to not only completely unleash the first form of the Sunset River, but also the rolling river and the reflection of the setting sun. All sorts of images were projected. It was almost as though he was standing before the sunset. Without hesitation, the Guardian immediately unleashed the same Sunset River, using it to counter the effect of Zhou Hao's form. Go. Very quickly, the two rivers and the two suns clashed together. Rumble. The river shook violently, large amounts of water flowed in all directions, and the two suns in the sky coiled around each other, clashing. Waves of time law energies rippled outwards, causing the water to surge and slow down at times. The boiling lava at the end of the bridge stopped. In time, the two Imperial God armaments entered a stalemate. However, very quickly, Zhou Hao said softly, "Change." The turbulent river that had collided with the Guardian River began to swirl crazily. In the blink of an eye, it spun around the purple setting sun, causing the entire setting sun to suddenly expand. Rumble. The Guardian's setting sun couldn't hold on any longer and gradually collapsed. How? You can actually change the form of the Imperial God armament. The Guardian was extremely shocked. Zhou Hao however laughed loudly. What form? It's nothing more than unleashing the time and space law's profundity. Both are Sunset River. Why can't the river move the Sunset River? You can't even comprehend this. Your defeat isn't unjust. After he said that, the Guardian's Imperial God armament immediately crumbled. 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge, passed. Zhou Hao immediately flew to the 12th level. This level was the planet's surface. And the Guardian unleashed the 6th form of the Imperial God armament, vast Milky Way. This form was an enlarged version of the Sunset River. Its power was tens of times stronger. However, Zhou Hao was still unable to unleash this form. One was because his space and time law comprehension wasn't high enough, and two was because his space law comprehension was too low. He couldn't forcefully unleash it. Even though he relied on his profundity to combine and change forms to resist, he still couldn't resist the vast Milky Way's power. He finally stopped at the 12th level, almost at the same time. Soul Splitter Sai Lai, on the other hand, had passed the 12th level and stopped at the 13th level. Heavenly Bridge Plaza. Luo Feng Uka, Burin and the other geniuses were all shocked speechless. No one had expected this. Zhou Hao and Seri not only passed the 10th level, they even passed the even harder 11th level. In the distance, the number of emperors had doubled. Xinyan of Silla, who stood at the front, had guessed the result. However, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This Zhou Hao and Seri, their futures are limitless, limitless." Dunan of Goguryeo, Suzheng of Gojoseon and the other emperors were all silent. Up till now, how could they not know that Zhou Hao and Seri had indeed comprehended the 108 profundities of space? Because only by comprehending all the profundities of space would one have the ability to pass the 12th level. And they all understood that if it were any other bridge, Zhou Hao would definitely be able to pass the 12th level. Just like Seri, even though his space profundities were only at the 11th level and his water profundities were only at the 8th level, he still relied on his space profundities to pass the 12th level. And the reason why Zhou Hao couldn't pass was entirely because of the uniqueness of the space bridge. The 12th level not only had a high requirement for the space laws, it also had a high requirement for the time laws. In other words, if it wasn't for Zhou time laws holding him back, he would have been like Seri, passing the 12th level of the space bridge. Demon-level geniuses, these two are both absolute demon-level geniuses. Lian Luo took 3,000 years to comprehend all the profundities of space. This Zhou and Seri only took 30 years. Their comprehension and talent far exceed Lian Luo's. They are definitely comparable to the absolute genius KD, perhaps even more terrifying than him. KD back then passed the universe level, domain lord level and sector lord primal sky mountain consecutively, causing a huge uproar. And now Zhou and Seri have passed the 11th and 12th levels in the primal universe. Their comprehension and talent is definitely more terrifying than KD's. They are absolute geniuses of over 100 million eras. How many years has it been since such geniuses have appeared in our human race? I didn't expect two of them to appear at once this year. The emperors all went silent for a while before exclaiming. For example, Bolin was a rare genius of the last 10,000 eras. The titled kings were willing to accept such a disciple, but the venerables didn't care. After all, there were many such geniuses in the past geniuses battles. And those like KD and Shi Huo Knight were geniuses of over 100 million eras. They caused a huge uproar, and many great figures wanted to accept them as disciples. Such geniuses, as long as they didn't fall, would at least be pinnacle emperors. With a bit of hard work and luck, they would all become extraordinary. However, Zhou and Seri were even more terrifying than KD and Shi Huo Knight. Geniuses of over 100 million eras, even within humanity, they were rarely seen. Often when such geniuses appeared, not only would the upper echelon of humanity be shaken, even the other races would find out within a short period of time. Even the more distant races would find out. Hence, in less than a day, almost all the Undyings in Primal Chaos City and the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company, the Huge Axe Dojo etc., all knew that two absolute geniuses of over 100 million eras had appeared in the Virtual Universe Company's genius competition. The entire human race was shaken. Within the space of the Wild Universe country where the Bug clan hid, there was a God country. Within the majestic God country palace, large amounts of undying Bug soldiers roared. One of the gold-robed men charged straight to the bottom of the palace. Looking at the 10 kilometers tall mother nest above, he said anxiously, "Master, I've just received news. Humanity's Virtual Universe Company's geniuses this time, Zhou and Seri, within 30 years in the Primal Universe, have comprehended 108 wonders of space. Of which, Zhou has passed the 11th level of the Space Bridge, and Seri has passed the 12th level of the Ice Mountain Bridge." A gentle voice resounded from within the mother nest. If I remember correctly, the Virtual Universe Company once had a genius who spent 3,000 years to comprehend 108 wonders of space. This Zhou and Seri comprehended it within 30 years of entering the Primal Universe. Such geniuses actually appeared within humanity. The gold-robed man said anxiously, "Right, Master, comprehending the wonders of space is very hard. This Zhou and Seri haven't even been trained by the Virtual Universe Company and they've already comprehended it. They are definitely even more terrifying geniuses than KD." The gentle voice was silent for a while. Back then, to get rid of the threat KD, our Bug clan paid a huge price. Now, two geniuses even more terrifying than KD have appeared. We have to kill them while they're still in the cradle. We can't let them grow. Put that Zhou and Seri on our kill list. However, this Zhou and Seri are still in the Primal Universe. Even if they leave, they'll stay in the Virtual Universe Company headquarters to train. There, it'll be hard for our Bug clan to infiltrate. Once they become domain lords, or sector lords and head to the outer region wars, we'll have more chances to act. The gold-robed man said, "Yes, Master." At that moment, not only did the Bug clan put Zhou and Seri on their kill list, the Demon clan and Automaton clan had also noticed Zhou and Seri, these two universe-level geniuses. Many clans in even more distant territories had also heard of this matter. However, these races were very happy to see humanity, Demon, Bug and Automaton race, these four pinnacle races kill each other. Primal Chaos City, rooftop. Zhou who had just been defeated and his consciousness had broken free naturally knew that his 30 years of training would cause a huge uproar. However, he didn't care. Other geniuses leave the Primal Universe and their training speed will drop. However, I'm different. I carry the tablet with me and my comprehension isn't slow at all. I estimate that after 1 or 2 years, I'll be able to easily pass the 12th level, as for the Shi level, it'll be hard. He muttered. Passing the Shi level of the Heavenly Bridge was already enough to pass the universe-level primal Sky Mountain. Finhun Sere could pass it in a short amount of time. However, his human Finhun was different. After all, the space bridge was space and time laws. If he wanted to pass the 13th level, he would have to comprehend another 12 types of time essence. Shaking his head, he suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He jumped off the rooftop and headed towards the city leader's residence. After passing the 11th level, he could already go to the city leader's residence to ask for a teacher. And other than that, he could still sign in within the city leader's residence. This was the most important thing. Chapter 119. The doors of the city leader's residence were always open, people were constantly entering and exiting. Zhou Hao had been here many times, however he was always in the outer residence before going to the bronze door to study the tablet. This time however he was entering the inner residence. It was different from the outer residence. The inner residence had undying guards guarding it. When Zhou Hao walked over, they immediately stopped him, saying coldly, "This is the inner residence, without the city leader's orders, no one is allowed to enter." Zhou Hao said, "I am Zhou Hao, the city leader has ordered that if I pass the 10th floor and overpass, I can come here and take him as my master." Zhou Hao, take him as my master. The guards were all shocked, sizing up Zhou Hao once more. Obviously they had heard of Zhou Hao passing the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Such an absolute genius was indeed worthy of being the city leader's disciple. "Wait a moment, I'll go report." A guard's attitude became gentle. Very quickly, the guard surrounded by lightning returned. "Go in, Supremacy Gui Yi is waiting for you inside." Zhou Hao nodded and stepped into the inner residence. Gui Yi Knight was the city leader's second disciple, and he often accompanied the city. Basically as long as the city leader accepted a disciple, he would be the first to welcome them. The inner residence was incredibly spacious. Without anyone to welcome them, it was easy to get lost within. As soon as Zhou Hao stepped into the inner mansion, he saw a bald man in fiery red battle robes standing there with a smile on his face. He seemed extremely calm. Just a glance at him was enough to completely calm the heart of anyone who saw him. The man in fiery red battle robes smiled as he looked at Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, I've been ordered by my teacher to receive you here. I am called Gui Yi Knight. Since you've passed the 11th level, teacher will take you in as a disciple. You can call me second senior brother." Zhou Hao said respectfully, "Second senior brother." Venerable Gui Yi nodded. He immediately led Zhou Hao towards the ruins of chaos. At the same time, he gave some instructions to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't dare to look around the palace casually, but he knew that the inner mansion was an ancient palace that specialized in exchanging precious treasures and other resources. If he could sign in there, the rewards would definitely be incomparably rich. Even if he signed in here, the rewards might be better than those in the outer mansion. But he suppressed the impulse in his heart. After all, he only had one chance to sign in every day, and he had to leave it for the ruins of chaos. Not long after, Supremacy Gui Yi brought him to a quiet courtyard. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of the courtyard, and the words, "Primal Chaos Ruins," were written on it. "Go in, teacher is inside." Zhou Hao followed behind Venerable Gui Yi and stepped into the courtyard. It was as if time and space had been twisted, and he had arrived in a boundless world. This world was an endless land filled with corpses. These corpses emitted a terrifying aura. Just looking at them would make one's heart tremble. "Zhou Hao," Supremacy Gui Yi called out. Zhou Hao broke free from the influence of the corpses around him. Only then did he notice that not far in front of him, there was a 3-meter-tall burly man standing there. This man was wearing complicated dark red armor and combat boots. He also had a tail covered in scales that extended out. Needless to say, this burly man in front of him was one of the 3 main bodies of the Primal Chaos City Leader. The Primal Chaos City Leader's eyes seemed to be operating the universe origin laws. It was as if he could see through Zhou Hao instantly. Zhou Hao was quite nervous. Before coming, he had left the Primal Chaos Tablet and the Thousand Abyss Ancestral Tree body in his internal world with Finhun Sere. As for his soul, with the protection of the system, he felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the system had initially prevented the 1 billion sector beasts in the Land of Darkness from discovering his true body. "Zhou Hao, you are indeed very outstanding, and your encounters are also quite extraordinary." You were able to comprehend all of the essence of space in just 30 years, and you have even comprehended part of the essence of time. In terms of talent and comprehension, you are very good. The primal chaos city leader smiled. What's even more commendable is that while you're studying the essence of space, you're willing to share your insights through communication, allowing other geniuses in your batch to comprehend the mysteries of the laws faster. You've surprised me, but I'm also very satisfied. The reason why the human race is strong is because we are willing to nurture the younger generation and share our comprehension of cultivation. Actually, even if you didn't pass the 10th floor and overpass this time, I would have given you another chance. However, your performance was very outstanding. Now, are you willing to be my disciple in name? Zhou Hao didn't expect the primal chaos city leader to praise him like this. He quickly said respectfully, I am willing. The primal chaos city leader smiled and nodded. As a great being who stood at the pinnacle of the human race, he didn't care much about other geniuses other than the 1 in 10 million eras. After all, some geniuses were slow at the beginning, and their performance was average. However, later on, they kept breaking through and eventually became knights or even universe overlords. At the same time, some geniuses were very outstanding at the beginning, but later on, they became ordinary and couldn't even become knights. The primal chaos city leader, who had lived for countless years, had seen too many geniuses. Even if it was a 1 in 10 million eras peerless genius, he would observe for a while. However, this time, he was more satisfied with Zhou Hao. In Zhou Hao, he saw a shadow of his teacher. When he was at the universe level, he was willing to take care of the geniuses in the same batch. In the future, when Zhou Hao became a super great being, he would be willing to nurture the younger generation and teach them. This was also something he valued. The universe primal chaos tablet was created by me. The further you go, the harder it is to comprehend it. Most of the geniuses choose the universe primal chaos tablet. They will walk the path of time or space as the main path. Since you chose both paths, you have to bear the consequences of splitting your energy. I'll give you 100 years. If you can pass the 13th level of the universe heavenly bridge within 100 years after leaving the primal universe, I'll take you in as a direct disciple. The city leader said softly. The Shi level of the space bridge was enough to pass the universe level primal sky mountain. The primal sky mountain was the benchmark for geniuses set by the virtual universe company. Those who could pass this benchmark were all at the pinnacle of human geniuses. Zhou Hao quickly said, I'll work hard. The primal chaos city leader continued, Guiyi Knight is one of my disciples who has a deeper understanding of time and space. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him directly in the virtual universe. Of course, you can also come to my palace on Thunder Island. Yes, Zhou Hao said respectfully. The primal chaos city leader looked at Zhou Hao and said, the virtual universe company nurtures geniuses. The higher the talent, the more resources you'll get. Since you're my disciple, I'll give you some resources. You're about to leave the primal universe and won't be able to comprehend the tablet in a short period of time. The time-space true explanation is very helpful for studying the cosmic chaos tablet. You've bought 3 volumes so far. How about this? I'll waive the points for the first 4 volumes. I believe that's what you need now. Go on, work hard. When he heard the front part, Zhou Hao hurriedly said in his heart, System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Primal Universe Primal Chaos Ruins. You've acquired the Universe Master Level Technique Primal Chaos Seal. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've acquired the Domain Type True Treasure Snow Silkworm Wings. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've acquired the Palace Type True Treasure Water Palace. Quote. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've acquired 10 Godly Crystals. Quote. Shua. When the system gave out the 5th item, Zhou Hao and Guiyi Knight left the Primal Chaos Ruins. However, the system had already signed in successfully, and the notifications kept ringing. 36 consecutive explosions. There were techniques, true treasures, resources, etc. And the true treasures were much higher than the ones he got from signing in. The only thing that Zhou Hao regretted was that he didn't get the Sha Wu wings. Leaving the quiet courtyard, Guiyi Knight smiled. Junior Zhou Hao, looks like teacher has a good impression of you. I rarely see teacher complimenting his disciples. You have to work hard and strive to become teacher's disciple as soon as possible. If you have any questions, you can come to my palace on Thunder Island to ask. I've already ordered someone to send you a token in the virtual universe. With this token, you can directly appear in front of my palace, there's no need to fly to Thunder Island. Zhou Hao immediately said, "Thank you, second brother." He walked out of the inner palace. He didn't directly leave the city leader's residence. Instead, he walked towards the Primal Chaos tablet study room. Even though he had the tablet, he had passed the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th level consecutively. Hence, he had 4 extra chances. Plus the 3 that he hadn't used before, he had a total of 7 chances. There was still a month before he had to leave. Naturally, he had to use them quickly. After all, who knew when he would be able to come again? 7 days of study time passed very quickly. When Zhou Hao left the Chaos Tablet chamber, he didn't feel any reluctance at all. He walked out of the huge bronze door and arrived at the outer palace, signing in. Another large pile of true treasures and comprehension rewards. Just the system reward space alone had a few true treasures and tens of true treasures. One could say, his current wealth couldn't even compare to many knights. The signing in system is getting better and better. Even though I don't need these things now, I will need them sooner or later. Also, Finhun and I have performed so well. I'm afraid that the other races have already set their eyes on us. Who knows, the moment we leave the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, they will arrange an assassination. At that time, I will be able to use these treasures. Zhou Hao thought to himself. With true treasures, he didn't panic at all. Even though most of the true treasures required high conditions to be used, some requiring god power and some requiring laws, Zhou Hao couldn't use true treasures. However, he could use true treasures. Those true treasures would definitely have suitable law conditions. In the last half a month of the Primal Universe's 30 years. Many geniuses would frequently attempt the Heavenly Bridge. Some would also head to the city leader's residence to study the Chaos Tablet Chamber. Luo Feng, Aoka, and Icon were no exception. Finhun Sere had already become Ice Mountain Master's disciple in the virtual universe. When he left the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, Finhun would be able to meet Ice Mountain Master in the secret area. Time passed slowly. There were only 10 days left before they left the Primal Universe. The 9 Swords Venerable arrived at Primal Chaos City. "Everyone gather and come see me." His voice exploded in every genius mind. Shua, including Zhou Hao and Finhun Sere, the remaining 800 plus geniuses and 100 Undyings all flew towards the sky above Primal Chaos City. "Greetings, Venerable." The Undyings and Zhou Hao and the other geniuses all bowed respectfully. The 9 Swords Venerable glanced at the remaining 800 plus geniuses and gently shook his head. "The first time I entered Primal Chaos City, I told you all that I hoped you all would be able to meet again in 30 years. It's a pity that over 100 of you will never meet again." Speaking up to this point, he looked at Zhou Hao, Seri, Buren, Rongjun and the other geniuses, his face revealing a smile. "However, there are still many exceptional geniuses from your batch, I'm very pleased. The others did well too, all of them passed the first level and close to 70% passed the second level. Compared to the previous batches, your batch is very exceptional. There are only 10 days left. Make use of this time. Those who need to attempt the Heavenly Bridge, do so. Those who need to study, do so. Don't waste time. The moment you leave, it'll take a long time before you can return to the Primal Universe." "Yes, Venerable." The 9 Swords Venerable waved his hand. "All right, you all can leave." Su. Large amounts of geniuses and Undyings all left. Due to the influence of Zhou Hao and Seri, Luo Feng, Aoka, Buren, Rongjun and the others had all displayed their strength long ago, reaching their limits on the Heavenly Bridge. The day before they left the Primal Universe, Luo Feng finally passed the 6th level, Buren passed the 7th, Rongjun passed the 5th and wasn't far from the 6th. Aoka, Icon and the others all passed the 5th in the last period of time. Qian Shui, Zhongmo, and Long Yun passed the 4th and weren't far from the 5th. The remaining geniuses like Gillespie, Dao, Guthro, Lancelot and the others all passed the 4th level. One had to know, the Virtual Universe Company held a genius battle every 10,000 years. On average, only one person would pass the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge every 30 years. There hadn't been a single person who passed the 6th level in hundreds of years. However, this time, there were a total of 7 who passed the 5th level and 4 who passed the 6th. Many of the Venerables were envious of the 9 Swords Venerables' luck, regretting that they didn't apply to be in charge of this year's genius battle. Chapter 120. Prepare to depart. A voice sounded in the minds of Zhou Hao, Luo Feng, Aoka and the other geniuses at almost the same time. Su su su. Silhouettes rushed into the sky and entered the fish-shaped ship floating above Primal Chaos City. Within the ship's hull, silhouettes were moving. Zhou Hao, Fanhun Sere, Burin, Luo Feng, Aoka, the Primal Region and Absolute Beginning Region members were all gathered together. The other geniuses from the Heaven and Earth regions and the Apocalypse regions were also discussing this matter. Many of them greeted Zhou Hao and Sai Lai with a grateful tone. Rumble. The big fish ship started moving. Every genius looked through the ceiling of the hall, looking at the cracks in the sky that occasionally opened and closed. They all sighed softly. Primal Chaos City, goodbye. This ancient city that had existed for countless years had seen countless generations of geniuses come and go. Zhou Hao's batch was only one of them. The big fish ship cut through the dark chaos energy and quickly left the primal universe. City leader's residence. The city leader gazed at the disappearing big fish ship and softly muttered, "KD back then, Zhou Hao now, Seri. Our human race's geniuses are constantly appearing, but those that have truly matured are less than 1%. The other races truly deserve to die." His voice transformed into a thick killing intent that enveloped the entire primal chaos ruins. After a period of time and space chaos, the ship arrived at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. After landing, resting hall, the Nine Swords Venerable's figure appeared, a formless energy that caused one's heart to palpitate enveloped them. All the geniuses' faces went pale. The primal universe is the safest place to train. Even though your batch's performance was exceptional, the mortality rate is also very high. Our Virtual Universe Company's nurturing will begin from the moment you leave the primal universe. From now on, your training will be filled with danger. I hope you won't be arrogant and careless. Remember, geniuses only represent potential. Only by growing can you truly become strong. The Nine Swords Venerable said slowly. Yes, we will remember the Venerable's teachings. Zhou Hao and the rest said respectfully. Go. The Nine Swords Venerable waved his hand. Over 800 geniuses filed out. Under the lead of the envoy, they arrived at a huge meeting hall. Within, Zhou Hao and Fanhun Sere both began to sign in. Ding! Congratulations host for signing in at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters reception hall, obtaining the Undying Technique, Black Flame 9 transformations. Quote. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining an Undying ship. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the rank 5 origin weapon, Thunder Ice Spear. Quote. Ding! Congratulations host, you've obtained a Sector Lord level metal life form Bo Na race member. Quote. Quote. A total 42 consecutive explosions. There were many things, but most of them were low-grade things. They couldn't be compared to the rewards in the Primal Chaos City of the Primal Universe. This reception hall was probably the reception level wasn't too high. After a while, 3 ships landed outside the hall. The envoy from the headquarters shouted, Last phase region members, you can now sit on the largest ink black ship and head towards the last phase secret area. Heaven and Earth region members, you can sit on the purple ship and head towards the Heaven and Earth secret area. Absolute beginning region members, you can sit on the gray meteorite ship and head towards the absolute beginning secret area. Primal region Zhou Hao and Seri, you guys can stay here and wait for the Venerable to head towards the primal region with him. After speaking, the envoy smiled. The 4 secret areas are far apart from each other, it will be hard for you guys to meet in reality. If you have anything to say, make use of the time, we'll be heading out soon. Hearing these words, many geniuses who were familiar with each other said their goodbyes reluctantly. Zhou Hao and Seri also said their goodbyes to Luo Feng, Burin and Aoka. After which Aoka suddenly shouted, Zhou Hao, Seri, thank you. His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The rest, Burin, Qian Shui, Icon, Rongjun, Long Yun etc., whether it was the absolute beginning region, Heaven and Earth region or the primal region, they all shouted, Zhou Hao, Seri, thank you. Their voices rumbled. The geniuses were all prideful in their bones. However, Zhou Hao's batch of geniuses, almost all of them had listened to Zhou Hao and Seri's exchange of insights. They had benefited greatly, and to receive such guidance, it wasn't too much for them to say thank you. The envoy from the headquarters at the entrance of the hall was shocked when he heard this. He couldn't imagine what this batch of geniuses, Zhou Hao and Seri of the primal region, had done to make all the geniuses thank them from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone is too courteous. If you have time in the future, we can all gather in the virtual universe Yushang Mountain Public Region. Zhou Hao smiled and said. The other geniuses all laughed too. Zhou Hao was still the same Zhou Hao. At this time, the doors of the 3 ships all opened. The envoy from the headquarters shouted, Last phase region, Heaven and Earth region and absolute beginning members, depart immediately. Shua shua shua. The geniuses quickly left the hall. Luo Feng walked to Zhou Hao's side and hugged him tightly. Third brother, take care. Zhou Hao patted Luo Feng's shoulder. You too. Very quickly. The originally bustling hall was left with only Zhou Hao and Fanhun Sere. The 3 ships left. The envoy from the headquarters smiled. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, Your Majesty Sere, the knight still has some matters to instruct you on, there might be some delay. Zhou Hao waved his hand. No worries. Not long after. The 9 Swords Venerable's large fish-shaped ship landed. Zhou Hao, Seri, come in. He smiled and shouted. Shua. The 2 quickly entered the ship's hall. The ship quickly started moving. Within the hall, the 9 Swords Venerable smiled. Zhou Hao, Seri, the 2 of you are indeed worthy of being called geniuses of the last 100 million eras. One of you passed the 11th and the other passed the 12th level, and have been accepted as disciples by the Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain Master. I believe that as long as you work hard and don't fall along the way, reaching my level is only a matter of time. Zhou Hao and Seri hurriedly said, You're too kind. 9 Sword Knight waved his hand. You don't have to be humble. Every one of the peerless geniuses of the human race that appear once in 10 million eras will have amazing achievements when they grow up. Some of them will even become the pillars of the human race. Speaking to this point, he reminded them, with your strength, the resources of the universe level aren't much. However, the universe level is the beginning of the virtual universe company's nurturing of geniuses. At this level, you will gradually come into contact with the dangers of the universe, and strengthen your battle experience and ability to deal with danger. This is extremely important. Hence, you must take this seriously. Don't think that just because your law comprehension is high, you can ignore the dangers of the universe level. Zhou Hao and Seri heard and hurriedly said respectfully, Thank you for your advice. The 2 Fanhun bodies naturally knew the importance of the universe level. It could be said, many geniuses with ordinary performances suddenly improved rapidly at this stage. Like Luo Feng, it was during the Blood River World mission that he acquired the Beast God statue, and soared to the heavens, surpassing Burin. Zhou Hao and Fanhun Sere, even though they had treasures like the Primal Chaos Tablets, it didn't mean that they didn't need to work hard. The 9 Swords Venerable saw that Zhou Hao and Seri didn't become arrogant just because they had taken the Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain Master as their masters. He couldn't help but smile. Following which, he began to introduce the Primal region to Zhou Hao Sai Yao. Of the 4 great regions, the Primal region is the closest to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. And the universe secret regions are actually special regions formed by the universe. These regions often give birth to unimaginable life planets, treasures etc. However, the 4 great regions have long been modified by the Virtual Universe Company. The primal region you're heading to is located in the 9th Space's Black Dawn continent. 2 months later, the ship entered the Black Dawn continent. The entire Black Dawn space had 136 artificially modified planets, all of which had powerful defenses. With 136 planets forming a defense, even knights couldn't barge in. The ship stopped in front of the 113 and 112 villas. The 9 Swords Venerable personally sent Zhou Hao and Seri into the villas. His attitude was very warm. After all, Zhou Hao and Seri's statuses were different now. As the disciples of the Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain Master, their statuses weren't any lower than emperors. After becoming their disciples, they could even compare to knights. Within a vast villa that took up an area of 1,000,000 km. Zhou Hao met his undying guard leader Huoi and his personal teacher Prince of 7 Colors, as well as a large number of guards and servants. Your Majesty. The guards and servants bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. The Prince of 7 Colors bowed respectfully. Zhou Hao smiled. Prince of 7 Colors, Huoi, I've finally met you in real life. The feeling is indeed different. The Prince of 7 Colors and Huoi smiled. Your Majesty, if nothing goes wrong, we'll be accompanying you for a long time. Huoi smiled. They chatted for a while. He then returned to his 3-story house where he lived alone. Sitting in front of his desk, he connected his consciousness to the virtual universe. Every genius that left the primal universe and entered the secret region would have different levels of authority. He opened the desktop. He logged into his personal background page. As expected, there was an extra folder. It was divided into 3 categories: study, life, and cultivation. These 3 categories were not much different from the original storyline. However, the authority of the members of the primitive mystic realm was much higher. They could find a lot of information, such as food, weapons, battle suits, spaceships, star maps, treasures, and so on. The number of items covered was much more. Even though Zhou Hao was clear about it, he still carefully browsed through it. The study category was split into theory and practice. The theory category was mainly for lessons. It introduced many emperor-level Undying's public lessons. Even universe country leaders had lessons. These public lessons would be announced at any time, and he could attend when the time came. The practice category was used to test his comprehension of the laws. For example, the Heavenly Bridge, the Undying Altar, and the Illusionary Mirror Ocean. The final training category was mainly for the introduction of the various training missions and the process of accepting them. And the most important part of the universe level was training, entering the various secret regions and exploring them while doing missions to earn points. Who knows, he might encounter a huge opportunity in the training mission world and become a dragon from there. He closed the background page. Zhou Hao sat in front of his desk, rubbing his eyebrows and closing his eyes in deep thought. There were a bunch of resources and treasures in the system reward space. However, most of them were high-level treasures, true treasures, and godly energy recovery resources. With his current strength, he couldn't use many of them. Only a few of them could be used. However, if he really wanted to use them, he wouldn't be able to use a godly armament. Hence, most of the items in the reward space could only be used when he became a domain lord or sector lord. And to him, the most important things for the universe level were: 1. Quickly comprehend and analyze the essence of the time origin law. 2. Comprehend the 4th picture of the cosmic chaos tablet. At the same time, learn the basics of the 5th picture. 3. Pass the universe level primal sky mountain and officially become the disciple of the primal chaos city leader. These 3 points were the most important. However, it was more difficult to complete them. The first point, analyzing the essence of the time origin law, was more difficult than he expected. After all, he had already comprehended the essence of space. If he studied the essence of time, he would definitely be disturbed by the essence of space. Countless knights had experienced this. Zhou Hao was naturally no exception. The second and third points complemented each other. If he didn't consider the first point, relying on his time and space law talent in the primal universe, combined with the primal chaos tablet and the time-space true explanation, he could definitely complete it quickly. However, if he did that, he would be neglecting the essentials. After thinking for a long time, he took a deep breath. Determination gradually appeared in his eyes. The essence of the time origin law must be studied and analyzed. Even if I don't make any progress in these 100 years, I won't hesitate. With the sign-in system, it would be a pity if he gave up on analyzing the essence of time. After making up his mind, he felt much more relaxed. He began to think about how to study the essence of time faster. Other than the cosmic chaos tablet and listening to public lectures, some great opportunities in the training mission world should also be very helpful for studying the essence of time, especially the Beast God statue. In Blood River World, there are many Beast God statues. With such treasures, my research speed will definitely be faster. He muttered to himself. The Beast God statue represented the fusion of the laws. Even though his Finhung walked the path of the universe, it had been transformed into a golden horn beast. And the other Finhun Serai was an ice mountain beast. Hence, he had to get the Beast God statue no matter what. Other than that, he had to explore the other training mission worlds. Who knows, there might be other opportunities that would make it easier for him to study the essence of time. Of course, the fastest way to study and analyze the essence of time was actually to trigger the sign-in mission's discussion. After all, from the last mission, this discussion should reward him with analyzing the essence of time. However, this sort of special sign-in mission was something he couldn't ask for. However, Zhou Hao wouldn't give up. He had to try everything. The harder you work, the luckier you get. Good luck, he cheered himself on. Studying space and time, the two most unfathomable laws, was destined to be an incredibly difficult path.